live. Some of them are going to be after the fact. I just remembered I didn't press on YouTube. So there we go, push there as well. So yeah, we'll be doing a mixture of live games as well as ones for recordings. Consider this your preview of the Garrison event, because we'll be focusing quite a bit on players that will be participating. So Beasty games, Dumu games, Louis MT games, Kilyardi games. Cat, not so much. I think he's been scrimming a secret non-stop, so not really any pub games to speak of. But we'll even look to check in on a few players that I think will make it or have a good shot of making it. Maybe like a Voldemar, for example, comes to mind, or Kardi or whatnot. People that are going to be there trying to make it to the main event. Baltoon is a little bit tricky because he basically spends his whole time playing 4v4s. Is there a bracket for the LAN? Yes, there is a bracket. Well, it's not filled out, but logically you can kind of fill it out. Because although some elements are like unknown because there's 2 slots to fill, we know 3 of the 4 members in each group, right? So from that, we could reasonably ascertain, at least deeper in the tournament, the likely outcomes. Because although there are some talented individuals, like I don't know if I want to say there's anyone that's going to contest the ones that actually qualify directly. I'd be very shocked. So as always, these things, like, they're going to have a little bit of speculation. You can see it on the Wikipedia. If you go on the Wikipedia and check the Garrison AoE4 LAN, you can literally open up your Opera GX, just like Fanta's about to, and you can go across to there. And if you have a look, you can see the likely bracket outcome, right? Because Group A, Group B. Actually, did they? Wait, have they announced Group A and Group B? I saw it announced somewhere. Give me a second. Because there was a way that they were seeding. I'm pretty sure I saw it posted on the Rising Empires Discord. Let me just confirm that. So I'm pretty sure. It was definitely posted somewhere. I can't even find the Rising Empires Discord. Alright, there we go. Yeah. So we do have... in fact, let me add that to my document later. So we do know what the seeding is going to be. So the seeding is going to be Group A is Beasty, Dumu, and Baltoon, and then the lowest ATR ranking player that qualified. And then Group B will be Louis MT, Cat, and Kilyardi, and the highest ATR player that qualified. Okay? So yeah, we do have that info. So like, we'll go over that later though. Like, we're not going to do that at the start, dude. Like, I gotta massage you guys into it, built it. Yeah, it looks like CSO did have visa issues. Mahodo, are you going to be going? Huh? Like, you got rep Poland, right? It's literally just one country away. Those words through history have been dreaded to the ears of the Polish people. Yeah. Are you going to be there, mate? Yo, what is up, Plafonius? Thank you very much, mate. See you in Hamburg. Looking forward to it. Definitely, like, don't be shy. I think sometimes people are shy because they think, like, well, I'll probably be busy, but, there's always time. Looking forward to it. Polish can't afford going to Hamburg? Damn, Hamburg always comes to you. Okay, I'm sorry. Red Darksider, what is up, mate? Thank you very much, LAN Week indeed. Appreciate the Prime sub. Remember, guys, you definitely want to get those subs in because this channel will be live with the games from the LAN. So if you want to catch the Age of Empires 4, we'll be aiming to broadcast them here. I need to bump them on that, actually, because I haven't heard any extra details. But we should be looking to have the AoE 4 on this channel. I just don't think it makes much sense to post the AoE 2. Like, yes, I'll be hosting it, but in terms of, like, the content you guys watch, you don't really watch AoE 2. Like, some of you might, but a lot of you don't. So I'm just trying to be mindful of that. So, anyway. I think what we'll kick off with is a Louis MT versus Kilyardi game. Unless I can see some intriguing from the lattice, which I don't see right now. So, let me open that up. And this was... Which map was it on? Himiyama. Nah, I swear Louis gets a lot of Himiyama. You'd think the man has banned every map but one. And what is going on there? It's weird. I think my mouse is kind of dying. No? It's not showing up anywhere. Man, I'm in such a weird mood, chat. All I can do, I can smell mint everywhere, and I don't know why. It's very weird. I mean, I had mint. I was using mint a lot a few days ago for, like, mojitos, but that was days ago. Okay, so where are we at? Also, this song is not vibing for me. I might remove it from the list. Where is it? Oh, don't tell me he's played too many games now. Crap, he played 3 more yesterday. Let me double check his history and make sure it's not too far back in the log. Because that would be heartbreaking. Oh, he played 3 games and it's too many. Fudge! And I think Duck is privated. Damn it. So we can't do that game, which is really gutting. It was a Chinese GG one that looked quite intriguing. So we'll take a different beat here. Who's Louis MT been up against recently? Any interesting opponents? That was perfect as well, because it's like, it's 2 of the players that are going to be at the LAN clashing, which is exactly what you want. That's the perfect way to do it. All right, give me a sec then. We'll look again. So, Vortex maybe? We saw the Vortex versus Kiliardi game already. His El Sensei account, it's been a few more days. Oh, dude, it's Louis again. The problem is Louis like plays so many games, but he plays at like hours where you just don't necessarily get the matchups you want to see, you know? So we could watch some Beasty versus Numu. Yeah, maybe some Beasty versus Numudan could be interesting. I don't know if Numudan's going to be there, by the way. Like, he looked like he was prepping for some sort of tournament. He was doing scrims and whatnot. So, maybe. I mean, Sweden's not that far away, right? So, possibly. What? Did anyone else hear the rumors about Poppy Paw going? I just don't see it being real. That's like... If you win, you maybe cover your costs, you know? That doesn't seem, like, financially advisable. So, wait, let's list the players. So, Dimu, Kiliardi... Oh, which account is CSO's? He's... I think... And this is a little bit of guesstimation, but I think Big Archon is CSO. I'm fairly confident of that. Let's see who he's been up against. He's had a bunch against Krakedy. Some Kiliardi games. They keep doing GG versus OTD. Macro Terran. Who the hell is that? Anyone know who Macro Terran is? Oh, big... Okay, so Big Archon is Scarlet Devil. Okay, yeah. It was a 50-50. I knew it would be either him or, like, CSO. Because that's, like, their scrim rotation. I don't know who Macro Terran is. They're a German account, ranked 200. And then, like, what was the other player I'm forgetting here? The event. Someone else I've forgotten. Dumu's account is usually quite tricky to see games for. And Baltoon, dude, like, okay, Mahodo, do you know which account Baltoon is smurfing with? Because like, he's clearly smurfing. Like, if you on his main, he's only playing team games, which is sus. I don't believe that for a second. We just haven't been doing Smurf Watch for a while, so I'm a little bit behind on the names. We could do Myriad versus Dimu, actually. I quite like that. Because I think that's a matchup. Like, I think Myriad's going to be one of the players coming and trying to qualify. Right, yeah, Krakedy, dude, I swear Krakedy, like, just wants to open up his own investigatory firm, finding Smurfs. Damn it, we can't watch Myriads. Bruh! This little sweat lord, he privated his data. I'm starting to remember why I hate freaking watching ladder games. It's not that they can't be good and entertaining. It's that they're ball ache when everyone's privated up. I guess we'll start with like a Louis game against a fairly high ranked player. Okay, so I think we've got Louis versus... Is that Vortex? Vortex has just created an account with like a Chinese name. But we would be doing Archipelago, guys. That is the trade-off there. And I have a feeling you guys are about to say that Archipelago is cringe. Like, bro, why can't people just get matched up against each other? Just get online at the same time, kick the teeth out of each other, you know, vibe. Do it the way we need. Maybe on Kilyardi's account, we can check out a few games. So, like, he had 1 or 2 against Numudan. Alright, dude, I want to watch something. Like, we're just sitting here right now. So let's see if we can access Kilyardi's main. Yeah, because that shouldn't be privated. At least we don't have barcodes. Oh, Jesus, don't do it. I've seen that crap. That's a nightmare. That is pure nightmare fuel. So, let's see what Kilyardi's main account has on it for us. BGW, I don't know. Dirty. Okay, imaginative name. Let's do Kilyardi versus Numu. Do you guys want Malians versus Chinese, or do you want Mongols versus Chinese? Oh, Malians? Alright, let's do Malians. Maldian time. Better late than never, right? We might check out... I think sort of had a game against Louis early today, so we might check that out a little bit later as well. But let's get ready to go. Oh, and we don't need the name cover because the names are correct. Wow. I didn't know it's possible. I just realized the positioning is also wrong with these things. There we go, just so it's set up for the future. One and all, it is Garrison preview time. That's right, welcome back to the channel. We are getting ready for the LAN in Hamburg, and as a result, we need to check in on some of the potential upcoming matchups. One of the players already qualified here, Kilyardi, in the pink plays the Malians. Now, Numudan is a question mark. I would genuinely not be surprised to see him turn up. He's been doing some scrims for whatever reason, I would have to imagine, than going Garrison. Because remember, we have got that Hamburg LAN, and the Age of Empires 4 has 6 of the 8 players qualified so far. There are still 2 up for grabs. So we know that Beasty, Dumu are going to be there. Louis MT, Kilyardi, Baltun, and... oh my god, I've forgotten one. The final one will be Cat. Yes, Cat is coming through. Yeah, so definitely going to be interesting to see who's going to turn up for the qualifier. We're planning to do some predictions live on stream. I might upload that to YouTube. But for the time being, I thought, you know, what the hey, let's treat this a little bit of a preview, see where the players are at and how they're performing. Malians versus Chinese is an interesting one, though, right? Double pro scouts type matchup. One is kind of anti-pro scouts, the other is active pro scouts. But typically in this type of matchup, China is known to open with spearmen to deny the harassment from the warrior scouts. Always tricky, though, because you have to be on your micro, on your game. Otherwise, what ends up happening is you can kind of get cheesed by a good Malian player, as they can basically hit you down with warrior scouts and micro away. Will we be getting IRL streams? I doubt it. So here's the thing. I'd love to do IRL streams, and in the future, as we grow more, it's definitely going to become part of the channel. I've already decided that. But currently, it doesn't make much sense, and here's why. So right now, I'm trying to build relationships with brands, and a big part of building that relationship is proof of viewership. So when you do that with a Twitch stream, you basically send them the metrics, or they can check the metrics themselves from sites like Solidome and say, hey, this guy has like 400 average viewers. Great. If you start mixing in like IRL streams, which may not be as popular, but also going to be a lot shorter, that's going to drag your average down, and that makes it harder to get sponsors. So, you know, this is what I've said before, like, you know, I really want to start getting the YouTube up and running properly, and then have multiple YouTube channels. Because once you diversify like that, you don't have to panic as much because you can prove brand integration value through your other platforms. So it's a balancing act, basically. How you get your KP stream content? I'll be present plenty, my dear, on the main broadcast. I might even be making some appearances on the AOE4 show. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, like, I'm always transparent on this. Like, that's the reality. Is like, you know, right now, I think someone the other day, I wanted to know what they meant by it. They were like, why do you prioritize Twitch over YouTube? It's like, in what way am I prioritizing? But like, if you want some clarity, YouTube versus Twitch, Twitch makes like easily 4 to 5 times as much as YouTube right now. Now, I'd love to rebalance that. Trust me, as a content creator, like, anyone who went through the heart attack of, like, if you were somehow making revenue off of Twitter, and then the Elon came along, good God, right? Like, being reliant on one platform is a scary world for any content creator. But with this game, we have got Imperial Academy and Mansapori coming in. Sheep Hall so far, like, what, 15 to 12? So fairly even there. And Pro Scout should be on the agenda. Maybe a little bit slower in his timing, but that's because he hasn't pulled the taxes yet. Remember, this is a no Imperial official build. So, in a moment, you're going to see him double the amount of gold income, which will allow him to easily get quickly into Pro Scouts. He's already gathering the wood for the stables play. Other side of it, Kilyadi is already more or less kind of macro intensive towards it. Actually, a little bit off. This is fine, though, because you can rebalance by going for the stables first. You open with a few of the scouts, and then you follow up into the Pro Scouts. And I prefer this, by the way. Like, when you're in this matchup, you're never going to beat China to the Pro Scout timing, so why compete on timing? You need to compete on units. And there is that Rex reaction. So, as expected, Numu will open with the anti-play here. Yeah, it's kind of funny the way this one plays out. Like, there are certain matchups where you just kind of ignore the fact your opponent's trying to block you, and you just go for your own timing. But this is kind of like the anti-Pro Scout build. Logic being is if you don't actually directly contest these scouts, they'll come across to your side, they'll harass your scouts off of the deer, and then they'll take the deer away. So you need something that is able to actually combat this straight away. And it is, of course, going to be those spears. Yeah, it's funny as well, actually, with Warrior Scouts, because technically, like, you can actually counter them with more than just spears. Remember, Warrior Scouts, they have got a stronger heal than Standard Scouts. They do have higher base damage than Standard Scouts. But this isn't a real horseman, and you can tell by the fact that it doesn't get bonus against ranged in H2. But even more importantly for why ranged units can counter these guys, there is 0 ranged armor on them. So yeah, just something to keep in mind in your next game. Like, balance it out, because sometimes actually it is a much better way to go. It's much harder for your opponent to kite you as well. Tricky part can usually be the way you kind of leverage wood. I think someone that makes China not like it as much is you're probably going to want to supervise onto the food and production at first. So, like, if you're looking for efficient timings on getting your initial units out, you might not have it because you won't be necessarily supervising wood. This stays, though. He's up to 3, so he has that flexibility down the line. Pro Scouts is going to start gathering the goodies. Where did the Malian Scouts go? Oh, okay, yeah. So he decided to just go wide. He saw the Spearmen. Smart reaction here. Like, you're not going to get away from those spears, so you might as well stay away from them to begin with. In fact, pretty rough spawn for Numudan in that regard. Yeah, so Kilyadi, at this rate, I could easily see, 2.5 deer stacks to freeze deer stacks being reasonable here. Especially with the Archer follow-up. Numudan can counter this. He's already got the stables. And he's already aware of the problem, so Horseman coming. It's just predictable, right? You show spears, you're expecting your opponent to react with archers. There's no other logical reaction a Malian player would go through. In theory, you could go Donzos. It's just not very clean. And also, I think if you go Donzos here, it just kind of prolongs you on the feudal into a way that, like, China can then play into Barbican, right? Which you don't want to see. Yeah, Javelins can count as Jugnu, but the thing about, like, the Barbican drop is it's very grating to play against. You don't really know if your opponent is staying feudal or going castle with the Barbican drop. Because usually the Barbican can just be simply to secure the gold and get castle. But you have to react as if you're about to get Juke rushed. Right now, Kilyadi is busy getting spear rushed. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm pretty sure these are meant to counter these units. Doesn't feel like it right now. Kilyadi walked before he could run. Trying to come out with those archers. Did get punished as a result. At least get the goodies back here. We have got a fat pit mine coming in the corner to get a bit unlucky with the tree spawn, but I think it's quite difficult to avoid that on Gorge. Usually 1 or 2 house points will be blocked out. All right, 1s if you think Numu's going to win this. 2s if you think Kilyadi is going to take it. Numu's looking kind of scary, man. Like, this is a lot of bulk right now. And there's that Barbican we talked about. Yeah, so the cool thing about this Barbican, we mentioned, like, you don't really know what your opponent is doing. And the reason is if it turns into prolonged feudal, it's beneficial for China as they're now going to build an economy lead. And over time, that can eclipse the value that the Fulani brings back in the picture. So I think for Kilyadi, what I want to do is maybe just add in a few Sofa, try to raid a little bit, make sure you keep check that you're not being all-in, and go for castle. You believe in your fellow B-tier player. Wait, are they not both B-tier players? Hold up. Well, actually, are you having an S? Because if you're having an S, I think it's fair to say Kilyadi has maybe justified A tier now. Wait, why are people... Dude, why are you pulling that face? Okay. If A is the top tier, are you genuinely putting Kilyadi or Numudan in the same category as Beasty, Marine Lord, Vortex? Come on. Anatan as well. Numu's B+ with potential for A. I agree. Numu's been really impressive, man. Like, some of his games... I think Numudan, to me, is probably like a top 4 scariest Byzantine player. Anyone else been feeling that recently? The guy is kind of sick. Like, his builds on Biz have been breaking some of the best players we have. We've seen it in the Midweek Musters. China's a little bit different with him. I almost feel like when I watch him play China, he still plays the stereotypical Numudan, which is play for the late game. Not the ideal way of playing in the current meta. Flash coming in. Love the force pressure on the pit mine. Is going to bait him out of his base. Here's Numudan. Goes for Castle Age. And looks to break Kilyadi. Dude, this is sick. Kilyadi just doesn't really have much to fight back with. Spearmen are basically beating him into the ground. Even gets the sofa kills. High value. Worth it kills at that. And finally, we see that Donzo reaction we talked about that he didn't really want to have to do. The problem now is it's going to feel a little bit too little too late. Yeah, what has he got coming in? He's set up 2 ranches. The cows aren't out yet. On top of that, Numu can now continue to contest and take deer away. We have got Kilyadi returning fire, though. Still, he'll still end up with a majority of the deer overall, by the looks of it. But he's got some catching up to do. Love the Imperial Palace idea as well. Just allows you to get a heads up on any raids coming. He'll see out to, like, here. So it's going to be very difficult for Kilyadi to sneak by. Yeah, just look at that vision, man. This stuff is oppressive. Any problem with Numudan? Will he disappear again? So I think with the promising looking year for Age of Empires 4 in 2025, if anything, I'd expect Numudan to start doubling down a bit. Right? Like, that's my feeling on it anyway. It's a good year. I guess the tricky part, though, is like, you know, at first you say, oh, there's new players coming in, the prize pools are potentially going to get bigger. Yes, but the trade-off is there's now more people fighting for those prize pools. That's the challenge you have to kind of wrap around. And some of those are going to be full-time players, right? Like, Numudan is not a full-time player is the issue. Okay, so Kilyadi is definitely going for a Fulani build here, right? This, to me, Farimba is kind of tempo-based, and I feel like if you're, 2 minutes later to Castle Age, it's, like, not very tempo. He is building into Javelins, which could set him up for a Javelineer play, but I find Javelineer is... I want to say Javelineer is more of a timing choice with that landmark, the most specific towards timings. You get a little bit more forgiveness and wiggle room with Mansa Musafadi. Freeborn is a little bit weird at the moment, but Javelineer specifically is all about what can I do in the first 4 or 5 minutes. It's kind of like a Burger Ape effect, actually. And yeah, they make the, so there's multiple reasons actually why you make Imperial Palace over Clock Tower. One is the meta. With these Fast Castle Pro Scouts builds, you're usually seeing people go hard into cavalry. So the idea of Nesta Bees is lower value, right? Another problem with Nesta Bees is obviously they got nerfed. So a big chunk of their damage, 25% in fact now of their damage is in bonus against ranged. And we've been seeing a lot more melee block. So that roughs you up. And then finally, it is just the vision. It's insane what you see with this thing. This thing is capable of seeing a quarter of the entire map in a 1v1. Got nerfed still OP? I mean, the scale point for Nesta Beast to BOP is drastically different now, right? Like, building in one Nesta Beast doesn't make you feel like you entered the Big Daddy cheat code in Age of Empires 1. It doesn't really do that much. Once you have point scaling, sure. But once again, like scaling at the start of Castle Age, you want to scale like 6 Nesta Bees? Where's your front line? Right. So Wall Temp's coming in from Numu. He's going for that hunker down mode. This is what I talked about with his Chinese, right? Like, he actually done a good job of his opening aggression. But I do feel like the temptation to just play a bit more solid and defensive comes in. I have a good reason here, right? He's built a healthy eco lead at this stage. Grand Fulan is coming in to actually give the lead over to Kilyadi. But behind this, we've got Stone being gathered, likely looking at a second TC play, delayed. And he's already setting up that back corner, not just for the gold, but eventually for the play into granaries. A little bit of poke harass from Kilyadi in the meantime. We do have Lancers arriving in the base. Hello! Okay, so sick read, Kilyadi, he did get textiles ahead of time, but this is doom and gloom. He's going to try to commit, but Either it's idle time or dead workers. Luckily, wait, what is happening with you? Why don't you just run around? Just run around. Bruh. Okay, so tech out completes. It was +3 worker kills. Numudan now with an extensive lead. He's up by 15 eco. He's pretty much offsetting the effect of Fulani, especially when you consider that Kilyadi hasn't even filled the whole thing out yet. Now, look at what's happening on the other side of the map. Bit too overcommitted here. Numudan wants to punish him for that tech up, especially while the Juge Nu are premium. Remember, they have got the 6 damage ×3 here. And things like these sofas yet to be actually upgraded, so they are made of plastic. So it will be a full retreat. Gileadi trying to get more sofas, trying to prep for that heavily armored comp, but we have got Lancers coming on the other side from Numudan to contest. And no, I will not be flying tomorrow. I'll be flying on Wednesday. But my travel begins early on Wednesday. I'm not going to have time for a stream tomorrow. So this is the last stream before we head off for Germany. Ranged arrow 2 coming in. Love this, man. Like, Kilyadi. Wait, where's the blacksmiths? No. That's sinful. Numudan, it's an open goal right now. Kilyadi, with limited gold, he's getting all these upgrades. He's queuing up javelins. He hasn't queued up the undermesh. He also has a huge miss macro here. Way too much food coming through. Hasn't snuck out for the gold. They're just so far out there. The other one is close to the north, but close enough that Numudan could contest you. And it's kind of crazy. You don't often see people blob juke once they reach Castle Age. This is more the type of play that you see in Feudal. I love it though. It's quite creative. It has forced a very, very crazy reaction on Kilyadi to have to just mass into jabs. And those jabs will perform well. But Numudan, what does he do with this info, you know? If you force your opponent to jabs, I think this is where actually having Clock Tower probably would have felt a little bit better, because then you could react with like triple nest of ease and kill all these things. He has got 2 TC behind this. For Numu, I think it's just all about applying pressure and forcing panic. And the positive to that is if your opponent's going javelins, he doesn't have things that can run in and torch down, say, a second TC. Indeed, 4 relics. And yes, that was a disappearing monk. I told you the heretics. So almost 5 relics is going to end up having to settle for 4 here. But 4 relics, 2 TC. You know, Kilyadi doesn't have a better economy at all. In any way, right? Like, you can even see it in the raw numbers on food. Now, the food number is going to change soon, considering that, like, right now, Numu is gathering off of berries to compete, and that doesn't last long. He's got the A stack in the corner, but then he needs to add in farms. So there is a weak point coming up for Numudan around probably, like, about 19 and a half minutes that Kilyadi could look to exploit. Because for him, he's got all the food he should need. Vision and mobility are OP in RTSs. True, but so is gather rate as well. Actually, no. To be honest, I think the thing that's more OP than all of that is healing. Now that I think about it. Zero cost healing is OP in RTSs, for sure. There's going to be a raid in here. Opportunity to heal that poor bugger. Villagers are going to look to pull away, but this army more than big enough to scare Kilyadi off. He does get some critical info, though. He sees the nest of bees, so this is where you want to slow down a little bit in your javelin scaling. Now, knobs are going to be quite vulnerable. It's not going to have the clock tower effect, so no 50% more HP. But right now, Kilyadi doesn't have a clean way of diving onto them. And the wall... Oh, dude, if it was heavy cavalry, different type... No! He gets it up! Just in time there! Oh, that was sick. The villagers are still in a bit of a pickle, a bit of a bind, though. He'll get the shivs out. They have got textiles. So Lancers will come to back them up. Looks like the micro is on point. Numudan is pretty much like shuffling away in the injured villagers to guarantee not many die here. But there is a secondary wave coming to this. The dive follow-up now from the javelins. Spearman, Mustafadi, get the torches out. Nest of bees, though, is scary, man. Just one of these makes you think twice about your thing. But knowing that there can be 2, 3, 4 coming behind this, Kilyadi has to bail on the point. But yeah, legit, I think actually the most like broken mechanic in RTSs is healing. In this RTS anyway. It's subtle, but like the reason why is, you know, some RTSs balance their healing because it costs a resource. So, you know, if you play like Warcraft type games, the resource it costs is mana. But for some reason in Age of Empires 4, like our units can heal infinitely. I think that's a bit too good. And I think we made it like tricky to resolve because you've got things like chivalry. You know, you could add a mana pool to monks so they can't just heal forever, but like then that's very unfair to certain civs, right? Because like Abbey of Kings would be just fundamentally better, you know, compared to where it's at now. And Dervish AoE heal, like how do we balance that? Is it like you toggle on and use mana? Also, just like how do you justify the mana in Age of Empires setting? It fits for like these mystical games and fantasy games, but I don't think you can have a mana bar in AoE4 per se. I mean, look how much people almost lost their mind at an XP bar. Wait, no, I've given away too much info. Now you guys know that the next civilization is the Elvish Civ. Sorry, guys. Didn't want to break it to you like this. I wanted to wait until I was in Hamburg to reveal it. So Kilyadi is trying to get in. I like what he's doing behind this, though. This is Imperial play. He also went 2 TC, but the gap is already so big. Religious units healing should be tied to money. I don't like that. I think that's too much. I'd rather just have like a mana bar. Another little raid coming through here. Looks like the casualties won't be too high this time, but Kilyadi, like, what's the play here? Is it immediate gunners? And that's cool in theory. The problem here you've got is Nesta Bees. I actually don't think that going immediate gunners solves your problem at all. It actually makes it worse. No one lost their mind at teleporting Shinobis. Oh, dude. Like, did you guys not know? That's why Mr. Merlin quit the game. So we played some like custom games against each other, and he was playing. He's obsessed with Juji and Ibits, and I just kept picking Japan and teleporting over walls. Oh my god, you can teleport over a wall? That's so stupid. Oh dear. Nah, like the bigger reason for him was he's trained to be a chef. You know, I think really what it was is he couldn't handle what I was cooking in the kitchen. All right, so For the Hunters is going to be coming in on the central sticker site, I might add. Numudan is already moving out for a decap, though, and look at the macro. He's already at the granaries in. Like, look at this. He stacked them up so quickly, 30 farms. So yeah, Kilyadi will be first into Imperial Age, but I think Numudan will only be about, you know, minute 15 behind him. And no! He can't build this. He actually has to cancel this. The Nest of Bees is going to kill him. He's moving in. He wants the villages. He's going to line it up and smack them down. And that is one hell of a smackdown. Are you kidding me on the timing of that? Landmark cancels. Good luck placing it anywhere else. Numudan, dude, if this guy does turn up on the LAN, if he is going to be playing that qualifier, he better be making sure he is wearing a Spider-Man costume, because this boy has got some serious senses. Kilyadi. Oh, he's going to want to forget about this one. This is painful. Nesta B shots. Immediately to the javelins. He's not going to get it up. It is going to be a sweet Swedish win. Damn. Amy, what a game, man. Like, the Jugenu and Castle Age, the follow-up play, the macro like this. This boy was in a dominant position from the start. It just felt like Kilyadi didn't have a leg to stand on in this one. I hope he does turn up to the LAN now. Swedish boys are good. Who would have thought it? Freaking knob abusers? Wait, Mahodo. What do you main right now? Hold up. We gotta do a vibe check on Mahodo. We're gonna do a live vibe check on Mahodo. Alright, you're fairly balanced. Age area abuser, nah. I'm trying to think what I've been seeing you play a lot in comp. I don't know. Ruse picks? In my game? You're not playing Juji if you... yeah, okay. That was one of the things I wanted to check. Because I was wondering if Matisse rubbed off on you. Because you know how Matisse was, right? I mean, you know, it's safe to say while he isn't here. Matisse is a dirty bugger. He was doing a lot of Juji spam for a long time. I don't know. I'm trying to think, like, what civ do I resonate with you the most? I mean, from team games, it's French, right? Like, you used to play French a lot. Because I remember that I first came across you because of the team tournament, right? The 3v3 tournament, I think it was. But I don't know, like, what would you say is your most played Civ at the moment? Maybe Order of the Dented? So you play, like, Gigantism Civ? Unbelievable. No. Well, you say he didn't play the meta. He played Song 2TC when it was the meta. A lot. Check your profile? Oh, dude, am I going to ban you? If I don't like what I see, you're going to have to subscribe to stay here. You better subscribe right now or I'm going to ban your ass, you filthy little Juji, fast castle rushing Lancer boy. I know your game. I remember. I remember how Louis beat your ass. Sorry. That's the game I remember. Where you tried to cheese him out of it. Wait, did you win? Oh, yeah, but wait. The game was messy, like, correct me if I'm wrong. You both had a really messy game. Because there was something about it that stuck with me. Like, I think you both threw away a lot of lances in weird ways. Is that... Am I remembering that one right? It was like Dry Arabia and you flanked him north. Yeah, you both just went mass lances, but like... What... I distinctly recall... And no phlegm, but like you both equally just kept fumbling the Lancer retreats. So you'd be like, oh, this Lancer's injured. Let me run it away to home. And it would just run into the enemy's server. I was like, oh no. Oh, this game is over. He's lost. Louis going to win. And then Louis would do the same thing. I'm like, oh no. No, Louis lost. This is over. And it just went on for like 10 minutes of that. It was ridiculous. Oh man. That was a brilliant game. Was that part of the midweek muster? I'm trying to remember. I can't quite remember if that was part of midweek muster. It might have been. Alright, so let's get another game going. I really want to see that Myriad game, man. Where's Myriad when I need him to unprivate his profile for like an hour? Because he had a game against Ben. I mean, it's like, that isn't secret info, right? Because like, Dimmu probably would have streamed it. We can check in on Jiff versus Dimmu. Do you guys want to see Jiff versus Dimmu? Jiff was really fun to watch the other day. Oh, no, it's before. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Because I think I was like, this is cringe. I don't want to watch this. Yeah, because it was actual Juji versus Juji Mirror. And you like, please, sir, please. Jiff in your pants. What do you think, Crackety? Is Jiff going to turn up to the LAN and destroy all of you? No. That was confident. The Isle of Man is not very far away. Has little civ diversity. I mean, Rus, English. What else have I seen him play? Chinese? Mongols? Yo, what's up, Cameron? Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the sub. Welcome back to Swarm. He's the best and only player in the Isle of Man. That's right. Like, dude, imagine you live on the Isle of Man where the only people you can compete with is sheep. And somehow you come out and manage to get top 30 on the leaderboard. Incredible. What do you think, Crackety? Who do you think is going to, like, turn up? Do you think Numudan's going to turn up? Like, I'm wondering. I don't know. Did you hear the rumor about Puppy Paw, maybe? I don't think that's true. There's no way Puppy Paw is flying out, right? Okay, where's the Jiff Dimmu game? That's what you wanted, isn't it? Wait, was it too long ago? Oh, come on. Dude, Jiff grinds so much. It's very tilting when you're trying to catch his games. No! Dude. How many games does he play a day? Touch a booba. He's played like 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. Like, he's playing 16 games a day. Voldemar's going to be there? Yeah, I knew about that one. I think Myriad's going to be there, right? Dude, like, am I the only one thinking low-key Myriad might just make it? I don't know, dude. Like, the way he played on the weekend, like, you can say draft or whatever, but like that, I haven't seen much of Myriad recently, right? Like, I think he's been very hush hush and scrimming or whatever, because the guy I saw playing those games was like a completely different beast. I was like, huh, this isn't the guy I remember from like 3 months ago. All right, so we can't do the Jiff one, dude. I feel so scammed. Actually, we might be able to do a GIF one. Let me check Numudan's profile. But like, I don't know. I think if Numudan turns up, he'll qualify. I think like of the people theoretically who would be there, Numudan is like the spookiest boy to me. And he has been scrimming. Is that the Haven HS420? That is indeed, my friend. Yeah. It's a sexy case. I really love it. It's got loads of cool little features, like small things that you wouldn't even think of initially. Like they've got like padding on all the screws, so you can't overscrew them. You've got nice sliders, so like this panel will slide out on like it's got a little rail on, so you don't just have it bump out. Whoopsie doopsie. I didn't go for the vertical like mount. It's a cool concept, but in theory, it doesn't lead to better temperatures than that setup. It's just if you like having a vertical GPU, if you think that's sexy, then it's good. Because like they basically created like a tempered glass to funnel the heat correctly. Like honestly, you know, you're gonna pay more than if you go for like a vanilla baseline case. Going for this, I think this is like $150 ish. Honestly, I think it's worth it though. It looks great. Like also small details. Like I said, number one is the 90-degree angle. Usually when you get these tempered glasses, it's really ugly when you reach a certain point. There is maybe like a 5-degree window where you can notice the fold as you turn. But then also like at the back there, you can have more fans, but there's also there's mounting area for hard drives and stuff there. You can even actually mount a VESA monitor inside your PC if you want to. I didn't use the hard drives or whatever because I've got like NVMe SSDs. I don't need it. All right, sorry. I was meant to be looking for Numu games. Ooh, we can do Numu versus Myriad. English versus Ottomans could be interesting. Numu versus Beasty. Oh, we've got a few of these. Otto versus Jean. So we've got Otto versus Jean. Chinese versus English. I don't think Chinese versus English is interesting right now. Biz versus Order of the Dented. That sounds pretty cool, actually. I think we'll do a Biz versus OOTD. Louis and CSO paying for the plane ticket staying. So my assumption there, well, one, like CSO's not going to be there. CSO didn't qualify. Like CSO couldn't get a visa. But for Louis, my assumption is the org is going to pay for it. Similar to, I believe that is the deal that Dimu has as well. I'd have to double check them, but he should, in theory, have that dealio with Liquid. 1 second. I like this solution of covering the name, you know? I think it's pretty good. Crackety confirmed rich guy? It's true, he is. Yeah, Crackety, like, I don't know. I need to start sending Crackety pictures of my feet so he pays me loads of money. Wait, no, he doesn't want those pictures. So actually what I do instead is I force him to pay me if he doesn't want me to send him pictures of my feet. It's genius. People always think it the wrong way. They don't think it the other. Pay me is a deterrent. It's like protection on your business. You know, guy with a baseball bat to protect you from someone coming in with a baseball bat. All right. Anyway. Crack House LAN in 2026. Hell yeah, brother. Just don't ban Japanese against me and I'll beat it. Wait, oh, hey, okay. Better be happening now. You got your new house. I expect it. One and all, it is LAN preview time. That is right. We are checking in on some of the upcoming players that are going to be present at the Garrison. Here, live from the ladder in the south side. Asking when the DLC is going to be. We've got none other than Beasty Cutie in his fabled yellow as Order of the Dented. Going up against someone that I'm still not sure whether he'll be there or not. But if this man turns up, I think he will blitzkrieg his way through the offline qualifiers for the main event of the Hamburg LAN. This is, of course, Numudan. And not just Numudan, guys. It is on his best civ. I think this man is borderlining top 3 best Byzantine players in the game right now. It's insane how effective he is with his Civ. Even more so when you consider that we are in the middle of a Pro Scouts meta, in which he does not partake. No, he's the guy at the party that won't get drunk. He'll keep his head about him. And when the cops turn up, he'll know exactly what to do. But he's looking to be the dented police here. So All the Dragon versus Byzantines is going to be an interesting one. In terms of contracts, like, what are you thinking is Biz? I want to say longbows makes quite a lot of sense. Like, you can play longbow horseman, right? Javs has been dominant in a lot of matchups at the moment, but I'm not so sure about this particular one, because I feel like OTD, it's quite hard to force them into Gilded Archers quickly, if that makes sense. He doesn't play Pro Scouts, hasn't been playing it in all the pro games that we've had so far. Like, every single week when we see Numudan play Byzantines in competitive games for KPMM, he actually just rushes you. So, like, the thing that's making Numudan scary, he has refined this beautiful Hero Siphon build, where he just goes in with the Flamethrower and burns you out really quickly. So, Grand Winery beginning as expected here. Other side is going to be an Arkan Chapel. No surprise there. I just don't think the mine work is that high value. KP, I know you've mentioned this in the past, but why Beasty name has changed? I mean, is Beasty playing or is it someone else? It is definitely Beasty. It's very easy to check whether it's Beasty or not, because a lot of these players' Smurfs are known, and then they are tagged and referenced into the primaries. So this is definitely Beasty. This isn't Wham playing on his account. A Laser hasn't flown all the way to Serbia to play on his account. Kardi hasn't remote accessed because his internet provider sucks way too much for that. Sorry, Kardi. This is Beasty. I wonder. Wait, is this is going to be 2TC? Okay, that's kind of scary, actually. And here's why. I think with it being 2TC, legit, you could just go and ram rush him out. Like, we already mentioned that Numu is really good at these builds, but 2TC makes the window so big, like, I think your average Joe could have a decent shot at executing against this. It is a bit dicey because ram rushes into HRE or Order of the Dragon always feels weird due to the E repairs, but the whole thing that makes it really delectable for Byzantines is the efficiency of a single flamethrower, right? Like, the reality is with rams, they're usually quite clunky, hard to position right, but with one Hero Siphon, you can be very efficient about the way you trade out. And the other scary detail is, like, if you get your positioning right when attacking something, any attempts to repair or fight around it can kill an opponent. Like, we've seen it time and time again, right? Like, you guys are... I think we had it yesterday where an outpost got burned, villagers pulled to repair the outpost, and they died in less than 2 seconds to the flamethrower. It's very clunky, but when you can find those angles, this Civ is disgusting. So Limitane beginning actually suggests we're going to be heading into Javelins. Yeah, I wondered, like, if it would be the LB, but I guess Numudan wants a bit more flexibility. Like, if you go longbows, I think you're more about singular placement and not as much rotation. Whereas, you know, with the jabs, you can look to actually get a bit more aggressive, rotate. I wonder if he does actually, like, know 2TC. Did he scout it out? Considering rotation, it might actually have been a little bit later. 14 sheep to 5. Wow. Yeah, Beasty not with much to work with here. He has at least built the TC, and he got a great spawn. I wonder if this was always going to be 2TC or a reaction to the spawn from Beasty, because he got the gold and the deer next to each other. This is the proverbial jackpot. He even won the backside. So looking to hunker down. Is he going stables? This is what I mean about Numudan. He cooks so many different builds. Like, a lot of players would have been predictable. You know, Javelins usually follows up from Limitane because the whole idea is you counter 2 unit types. But like Numu, he always has another ace up his sleeve, and this is a really cool one. So if he goes Lombos, usually the assumption is you're going to add stables in as well to complete the triangle. Because like right now, you've got Spearmen that counter cavalry, you've got Lombos that counter Spearmen, but like nothing to counter range per se against all the dented Gilded Villages. I think this is genuinely like an OOT specifically targeted build order for him. I mean, he's got Foreign Wood. Definitely seems like a possibility. The reason why the Horseman would make a lot of sense is if he's trying to force his opponent to Gilded Villages, it's going to allow you to trade out very efficiently into them. And that's the thing about OTD. What Order of the Dragon sucks at is handling transitions. You know, for Order of the Dragon, they just want to be able to build 1 unit and you build 1 unit as much as possible. Because it takes a lot of time for them to scale and get value out of a compositional transition. For a Biz player, you don't like what? You don't like his aqueducts? Are you saying this is an aqueduct? I'm sorry. Actually, I'm not sorry at all. Another reason why the Lombos is pretty cool here is, like, if you went Javelins, there is a risk Gilded Archers can kind of reach you, whereas Lombos can kind of stay defensive and kite a bit better, right? They can stay as far away as possible. He does end up building the mill still. Interesting. I guess he wanted to scout out what was coming, didn't want to use the scout to shove the deer all the way in. But this is looking like Fast Castle 2 TC, folks. And that's scary against this guy, because Numudan, he's already got the blacksmith down. He's already got what he needs. And I would not be surprised at all if this was just an immediate siege engineering play. Mark my words, folks. This Swede is scary. No, Swede might look like it could spell sweet. There's nothing innocent about this lad. So, Scout already knows where they're going to be dragging attention to. This has to be Burgrave, right? I mean, if you don't do Burgrave with 0 military units, you're just inviting Numudan to dive and end the game, right? We don't have it yet? Okay, so in fairness, you can get siege engineering pretty quick. Interesting, he's prioritizing the undermesh, but I think it's because he wants the opportunity to dive if he sees a tech up. The Lombos are taking a long ass time to get here, though. And second group isn't even out yet. Yeah, so I thought he'd just want the Limitani to stand here building a ram while the Lombo's poked. It's tricky, right? Like, this many Lombos, you know, it's kind of hard to find that threat point. Like, 5 times 6, you can do 35 damage. So if you get 2 volleys perfectly, you will kill a Gilded Villager. But very difficult to get that fully, especially with the formation rotations. But there we go. Burgrave is going to be coming in. And no, Beasty did not go for survival techniques, which is a little bit surprising. It's a cheap tech. He gathered a decent amount off the deer here as well. Let's see how this Burgrave pays off. I mean, you can't go swimming here. This has to be men-at-arms. And here's the Hero Siphon. So the only thing that would make sense out of this Burgrave is genuinely men-at-arms, because remember, Landsknechte, although very tanky, Longbows will get double damage against them. So with the extra range they have to engage from to begin with, very difficult to just justify directly into Landsknechte, even though it's the most cost-efficient unit to build out the Burgrave in terms of you get the biggest savings. MAA should do everything it needs to here. Steel Arrow is going to make it a little bit tricky, but love this from Beasty. He's already got the undermesh on the way. Meet the villain. This thing is vile sometimes. Let the burns begin. Yeah, he was actually going to pull for the villagers. Glad he didn't, because that could easily backfire. Sometimes you walk in this little clip of fire, and you legitimately take the full Greek fire damage instead of the tick that you're meant to on the ground. Second Siphon following this up. I like this timing as well from Numu. He didn't wait to build like 2 to 3 Hero Siphons and went in. He wants to force the E-repairs early, and then as a result, he will have a quicker window to delete this TC. Behind this, Numu is holding nothing back. Check it. More Longbows on the way. Sheep count is worrisome here, right? Yeah, he went all the way to the berries without Wheelbarrow, which is why Beasty currently only has a singular Men-at-Arms. First blood drawn on the villagers as well. Hero Cypher's also going off the housing. Love that. I mean, at this point, you might as well, right? Because the TC E-repairs is already running, so there's no point just harassing it. Now, Town Center feels like it's going to be forfeit. It's going to go for the repairs. If Numu comes here and burns, there's a good chance he actually hits the repair crew with full damage. Wait, hold up. Limitane did somehow sneak in. Will at least be dealt with swiftly. Okay, be honest. If you were in Numudan's position right now, how many of you would have actually gone for a tech up? Men-at-Arms are going to dive out, but it's 2 Men-at-Arms. And the Hero Siphons are winning. Oh, no. Third Men-at-Arms comes out, but the Lombo fires on the Villager Force, so sure, he might eventually survive this, but the eco loss is not going to make it feel good. Keeps committing to the repair. I just love that. Numudan, if he targeted the Lombos onto the Men-at-Arms, he would have eventually lost this. But instead, he's removing the repair force. Even if this eventually fails, he would have killed a lot of units. Say that. So far, Beasty is at least minimized at only 4 worker kills. And he's going to have to back up here. Freaking E-repairs, I swear. Beasty threads the needle to stay alive. But Numudan is not done with him yet. Yeah, I like this thought process. He's starting to trend towards a castle age gradually. He's not adding more Limitane. But the whole idea is he wants to keep pressure up, right? He's forcing Beasty to basically put all of his resource into the defense instead of into the next step. So Beasty right now, you know, yeah, he's kind of blobbing men-at-arms, but it's very slow. Because instead of just gathering food and maybe prepping farms right now, there's a lot of wood going into repair. There's a lot of lost resources when your villagers sit in the TC. It's all hurting. Here's Siphon's going again. 30 seconds until E-repairs will be once again available here. He's going to sit inside, wait for them to come close. Limitane are going to go for the body blocker. Beasty needs to get rid of at least one of the hero Siphons to feel confident about the repairs, because this is going to be way too quick. Pulls them out to repair now. But look at the damage. Yeah, he can't dodge anymore. It's just too much flamethrower. TC down. And the Lombos, like, I love this as well. He knows if he stays here, he's going to lose the battle anyway. So what does he do? Hunt, hunt, hunt. He goes after the villagers on the backside. He's going to force them to migrate the area. And behind this, Numudan can now safely think about Castle H. Even pulling back, they're reinforcing Limitane. I mean, expensive to lose Lombos for sure, but I think overall worth it in the other time achieved. I'd love to see Numu maybe consider, like, I don't think he's going to do it, but a Sippy Cup build would kind of go hard here. Idea being you could just immediately follow Cataphracts into mass men-at-arms. Then no, it has to be the safer choice, as expected. Golden Horn Tower coming through. And believe it or not, guys, we're on Dry Arabia, and we have a 0 Pro Scouts game. Who would have seen that one coming? Beasty is in a bit of a rough position, I want to say here. Considering he doesn't have map control now. The men-at-arms, like, they're taking so long to just clean up a group of longbows, right? Like, realistically, you want to be looking for that next step, which would be relic gathering, right? Counter pressure. Everyone doing a light jog, right? Like, okay, so the funny thing, this is why I call these guys old men with walking sticks. It kind of looks like it from distance, the bows. But also, the other thing is, like, they are lightly armored. Why are they so bad at running? I at least get these guys being slow. Like, look at the size of those shoulder pauldrons. I'm surprised he can move that much. So, Numu, crossbow's already being prepped here. This is usually where, like, a lot of Order Dragon players will think about going into Guild of Crossbowmen, but there's an interesting dynamic here. Like, Biz, because they have Lombos, you can't necessarily get away with the crossbows as easily, like you normally would with the dragons. So what does Beasty want to do next? Do you go Horseman? You don't really have the income for that. Even though Horseman would be perfect right now, he needs to get more farms if he wants the ponies. Gilded Knights could actually be kind of more interesting just for the raid potential, but very expensive and already starts to feel a little bit late around this point in the game. Hero Siphon's down. You know, the more I think about it, I feel like Numudan is going to inspire more people into Hero Siphon players. We've seen a lot of people kind of, I want to say, shy away from them as time has gone on. This man always makes them look impactful, though. Beasty is going to start arriving the base, but the crossbows are already here to ambush him. This is not a good fight. The Varangian also coming out just to bait the front line. Yeah, at this point, Beasty needs to be moving to the crossbows, but he knows he'll just get kited. So it's an 8-click trade, and a rough one at that. Oy. So Beasty, this looks like fast imp. He's getting relics home, but I don't think he wants to stay in the age. The farm count isn't really high enough for mass horsemen. Love the double monastery player, classic from Beasty. Byzantines should be able to get 1 relic here. So 4 is pretty decent for Beasty, but at the end of the day, this is Burgrave, remember. It's not going to be doubled up. Can he even get away with Imperial Age? I mean, he's clearly going to try here. But Numudan, once again, just has such a big army already. Byzantine's one of those scary civs, right? The production speeds are just... I would say they start to become a little bit unrivaled at this stage. Once you get +3 system level. Yeah, we're already up to 4. Remember, at this stage, each of these buildings is almost double production rate. Right? You're approaching Delhi's level of regurgitation of units. Nice interception. Looks like the extra relic's not going to get home. Yeah, he snatched from the north side. The crossbows are now here, so the men-at-arms can't defend this. Beasty, I don't know, man. I think it's kind of obvious what you're doing at this stage. Numudan is looking at this and going, okay, I'm right next to your base. You still haven't shown anything. Now he sees the static emplacements. Like, this doesn't give away 100% that it's Imperial because Atri or OTD are always going to do this. But alarm bells at this point have to be ringing. And Numu, he's going to return to where it all began to go wrong for Beasty. Again, into the hero siphons. Is everyone taking notes at this point? Is anyone like, oh, these look good, KP. I think I might start using them in my game. It shows you just how threatening Rams can be with the correct tweaking. And there was a time where these just didn't feel worth it when they were, what, 300 resources? Now down to 260, and also just a bit of time to figure out how to leverage them. I think the problem when Hero Siphons originally came out is people massed them too quickly. And it didn't make sense. This is just so much more efficient than a single Ram. So Beasty, looking for efficiency on scaling villages. We have got the Swabi coming in. Beasty has got Gilded Archers on the way, but remember what we said about this same kind of issue you run into with the crossbowmen. The longbows can just kite you and kill you. And that's why he's going for the scale armor. So the idea here is going to be undermesh, scale armor. Should have enough gold to also then consider going into ranged armor free, at which point the enemy longbows are only going to be doing about 4 damage to you. And we're talking about a Gilded Archer having over 140 HP. It's a pretty cool idea. It's just a bit tricky now with the Varangian. Hero Siphons. I'm going to start burning on the monastery. It's not really much point to that, to be honest. I like that Beasty didn't build this here, by the way. This would have just been immediately forfeit. One thing that is going to be rough here, Beasty won't be able to necessarily E-repair plus manually repair these outposts. We mentioned earlier about the flamethrower damage being able to clip units. These smaller buildings, like houses, outposts, etc., is where it happens most. And that is 5. Make it 6 Hero Siphons. Good lord. Another thing that's awkward is if Beasty takes this fight here, big risk you run into the flamethrowers. This is not the ideal position to fight in. And I think he feels it. I'm sorry, what was that about E-repairs being the great equalizer? Just burn it! Burn, baby, burn. Disco Inferno! Oh, yeah, yeah. So there you go, guys. 6 Hero Siphons is enough to say screw you E-repairs and screw you villages. Numudan sniping a few there. Landschnechter showing up. It's a good time for BC to start pulling away. Very threatening. In fact, the villagers are going to go in, but there's a few Landschnechter in there. He needs to show some respect. Hero Siphons onto the farms. That's hitting the villagers as well. He needs to be careful not to get clipped there. And this is an L on the defense. Not able to hold on. Pulls the Gilded Archers away, but look at the bond power of this. Farms are all going down. The villages are being burnt to cinder and crisps. This is insane. Gilded Archers barely holding on. They have got the ranged armor free coming, but Numudan just doesn't care. Even if this army eventually gets mopped up, there'll be nothing left to gather from for Beasty. Moving in onto the other outpost. E-repairs is at least coming off cooldown now. But they'll have to choose between the Arkin and the outpost. This is insanity. And to make it matters worse, like, you just don't have a counter to these. The villagers are the only thing that can kill this because Beasty went mass Gilded Archers. Just a perfect read by Numudan. Now the villagers have to be pulled for their duties. So we'll be able to come in clutch and protect the outpost. But the pain is real in this game. Numu has got more troopers on the way in. A second wave is building up on the east side to reinforce them. And Lombo's here again. These villages are going to start just falling, dropping like flies. Oh my god, it's the food income as well. This whole time, Beasty's just had no food coming into the bank. He can't build more villages. He can't build more units at all. The only thing he can build is siege if he actually had the infrastructure for it. Brutal. Luckily for Numu, Beasty is... Or rather, lucky for Beasty, Numu is going to give him breathing room for a second, but it's only to build 5 more Curisations. Okay, so that's like 3, 9... Is this... So, like, 20 minutes in the game, we're going to have seen, what, 13 Hero Siphons? What could Beasty have done differently? Was it greed to make all those farms? It was greedy to kind of go Imperial Age this quickly. I think Beasty probably would have benefited from like 1 or 2 raid type units earlier on. And oh man, no, the Longbows found him. Okay, so Castle is going to go up. So it looks like he's going to find some food. Yeah, like... The problem you have here is like, technically... I mean, even the old range system wouldn't have been better against Hero Siphons. Not much better. I think technically like the problem here for Beastie is like you just need to play the Age a little bit longer or drop a keep before he tacked. Right? Because then the Hero Siphons can't necessarily be so easily protected when they dive. And it just felt a little bit greedy to go in like this. I understand the thought process. Like, he'd been restricted off the map. Then he gets a little bit breathing room. He basically, like, where it went wrong for Beastie is he traded out his massive men-at-arms one time just to get the relics. And it's not Regnant's relics. So, like, the gold is good, but not as insane as you're used to. I think that's what kind of killed him. Like, if this is a Regnant's game, I think his play actually kind of works. But the gold gen is a little bit too weak here. And the flamethrower is a bit too strong. Oh my dear God. Mom, get the camera. I'm about to beat Beastie. Numudan's like, oh my God, I'm going to feature on Drongo's channel. TC down. He's got the Swabi behind this. The castle is at least up, but at this stage, not much to protect it. Now, we have got a Landschnechter wave coming. The problem here is Numu already has so many longbows. And remember, Landschnechter are categorized as a light melee infantry, meaning that double damage does come into effect. Love the fact he actually brought the monks. He's like, woohoo! We're making off the goodies. Trip Sacred Site is also locked in behind this. Beastie may have flank resources. He's got food, wood, gold, but the reality is his own base is forfeit. Why didn't Numudan target down the farms? He did target down a decent amount of farms. He was looking for the ones where villages are on them because you can quick kill villages like that. Outside that, it's about getting rid of like the relics, denying your opponent gold, because he went into Imperial, right? And like an Imperial, there's a lot of elite tech that can really start to turn the game around, Siege as well. So he's just trying to gold starve him out. He's even gonna sneak in! The big yoink! The grand heist. He walks underneath the castle, but Beastie quick to realize, will deny it. He can't deny that this is going to take him out. Burn power strong. He has got E-repairs. Boiling Oil is on the way. Longbow should be able to target down those villages. The Hero Siphon's just not really dying quick enough here. E-repairs is finally going to get triggered at the very end. Cannon placement trying to do his best, but it's undeniable, man. Look at the burn power again on this. Yeah, he let it go into fire range, and I think that maybe hurt him a little bit here on the E-repair. Hero Siphons are going to move a little bit deeper. Torch is pulled out again, so it looks like Beastie maybe just about holds on to him. Maybe. No. And once again, Numudan retreats. Every time he goes, he's like, all right, that was a good one. All right, let's get back here. Queue up the Hero Siphons again, boys. We're not done yet. He has got plenty of farms behind this, by the way, so the Longbow mass is going to keep building. I mean, Beastie has got a little bit of a state of execution here. Militarily, like, he's evened it out. He does have the quality of the Gilded Archers. Let's be careful with those Varangian, though. Yeah, because he didn't have a front line that can really stand there for more than 2 seconds, it leaves him a bit fragile in these type of engagements. So Led is now going back for men-at-arms. That is the solid solution. Numudan is pretty much fully skipped out on crossbows now. Good, well, does force a reset. You see what Beastie's intent is. He wants to gather onto the stone, drop more keeps, secure more resources. It's the only reason he's still in this game right now. If he didn't get these keeps up on the flanks, this would already be over. Sacred Sites is still a problem, though. Like, Numu realistically could have actually fallen back to that as a win condition. He's down to 4.5 minutes now. Instead, though, looks like he might just be getting ready for another dive in after attack. Just keep wondering how Beastie's going to get out of this. Incendiary arrows is definitely a significant buff. But I'm still scratching my head a little bit about his frontline situation. He needs to solve his food issue. You know, the flank got him a second wave, but remember, it was deer. It wasn't permanent. his Archon lost pretty much all the farms. So he's going to have to repair that up. Then he's going to have to go into mass farms again. There's a very big delay for him. Enough so that Numudan can easily catch up in age and move ahead. And love this. We've got Horseman coming in. So why Horseman here? The obvious answer is because you're up against Gilded Archers, but the more important detail here is Beasty has food issues. If he has food issues, he can't really mass Spearman. And he needs mass Spearman, not just 2 or 3. He needs like 20 plus, at least, plus 10 more in queue, because Numudan's running Lombos. The classic comp we talked about, right? Lombo plus Horseman is an insanely effective tool for Byzantines. Recon was the first one to discover this a long time ago, actually, and then it got picked up by Beasty and a lot of the other top players. The whole concept is Lombos count the Spearman out so the Horseman can defeat the fight, right? It's a very complementary comp. Once more into the breach. Hero Cyphers this time moving out on the west side. There's not really much here, right? There's the tree line, but he could always move back towards a safety net. I guess it is a little bit problematic, but I don't know if Beasty really needs that many Lombos, or rather Gilded Archers right now. Once again, it kind of feels like he needs farms into meat, and he has now got the farms online. Hold on a sec. We have got Gilded Archers moving into the base. He did just scout the Mass Horseman, but is this really the fight you want? Sacred Site Timer is being protected. Oh my god, and Beasty, he may have overextended. On the upside is no Mangonel placement. He's able to one-hit the Horseman with all those incendiary arrows, but there's a lot of Horsemen that need to be one-hit here. He moves into the choke point, pulls the men arms forward. That was a sick move right there. Beasty gets a stay of execution, but the Lombos have now come home. Brangian also diving in. Landsknechter of Numudan's own. And he's pinned up against the tree line. Notice that Beasty's using this to prevent a surround. Tries to kite away, but undeniable outcome here. Army is going to get wiped. And Numudan on the verge of slaying the beast. No decap on the south side. It does get denied. And the outcome of this game, now wholly undeniable. Beasty's going to try to go for one more punt, this time into hand cannoneers, but between the Horsemen, the Lombos, and now the Foreign Engineering Company coming in, no one can deny the Swede. I told you. I warned you. This guy is one of the scariest Byzantine players in Age of Empires 4 right now. I guess you could say that we've ever had an AoE 4, considering how young Biz kind of fits. This is a clear statement as to why. Beasty got away with so much this game. I mean, you see that. Every time he may have snuck out on the flank, he lost more of his base. I don't know if I'd say he got away with a lot. I think he found ways to extend the game, but it never really felt like Numudan lost out, per se. Like, I don't know why you would... Like, so to kind of explain the full dynamics, like, coming over here and denying a keep, right, and denying a temporary food source versus denying infinite food, which one do you think is more valuable? This is harder to do, but this is more important. And also the relic detail on top of it. I think Numudan played this succinctly, beautifully. This is ugly. Oof. Double keep drop is going to be a contest on the west side. He's trying to sneak in on the east with the villagers, but that is going to get scouted out, and Landsknechter are chasing in here for the swings. Horseman easily able to deny a decap. Ankan is also getting scouted out in the infancy stage. Now, we do have men-at-arms returning for Beasty. He has got the food pump, but I think the time that he's been missing food has been a little bit too long here. Horsemen are going to have to pull back. A little bit surprised Numudan didn't bring more troops over quicker, actually. But he is going to trickle troops in to deny the decap. And we do have elite tech now, so Horsemen, even more bonus damage to throw out there. Free stone, gold, and food on the map not punished. You think that a castle dropped here on the food is free food? I don't know if I agree with that. And Numudan's like playing a slow-moving army, right? So like the problem is, like, you know, when you think Lombo, massing, crossbows, etc., if you split them up and go to different locations, you actually give your opponent an easier way of recovering. Because there's giant windows where you could actually outmobilize him. I don't know, I think Numudan played this pretty spot on. Like, maybe a few differences with the way that he dove with the hero siphons at times, but outside that, wholly made sense. Bombards. Now he'll deal with the keeps. No roll cannons. A little bit surprising. Actually, instead goes to the Nest of Bees. A little bit tricky. You actually need quite a lot of Nest of Bees to counter out hand cannoneers, good hand cannoneers. In fact, I kind of feel like when you're up against good hand cannoneers, royal cannons feels better, right? You can use it variably against buildings, but they're very good at sniping these individual units. Like, I'd say when you're playing against OOTD, cannons feel better than Nest of Bees because the whole idea is your opponent has less units. So condensing your damage into one isn't as bad of a deal. It's ridiculous, though. What a game out of Numu. 30 seconds away from that well-earned victory. Beasty will try once again for the decap, but there's no other decap coming. Unfortunately, the spawns, we didn't really talk about it. The 6 sites actually spawned quite tight in this one. In fairness, it wasn't a Delhi matchup, so I feel kind of okay with that detail. Cannoneer is going to get cleared up. And the castle cannot be protected against the double bombard, so one crumbles. A last-ditched effort here. Beasty moving in from the east side. He's in range of the Mangonel Tower, though. He puts all the villagers on it. The Nest of Bees hits. And he's going to have to call it quits. Numu. What a goddamn legend. What do you think, guys? Is he the scariest Byzantine player? I mean, we're in a meta where the value is just being kind of devalued, and no. I mean, devalued, if you will, but you wouldn't really think it when you watch this man play this Civ. I think that right there is the closest Beasty's ever going to come. Let me know what you guys think about this game. Let me know what you think about Numudan. Byzantine's actually functioning in this meta. Hog. If you haven't already, make sure you're subscribing as well. Follow us on the Twitch as well as YouTube for more games exactly like this. I'll catch you all in the next chapter. Damn, dude. Byzantine's not a crumbling empire when the Numudan has them. Big bog. If you give Numudan, if Numudan gave me the keyboard, I'd throw it. BC's relentless. Yeah, I mean, like, this is what makes BC so tricky, right? Is like, he just doesn't give up when most players would. He looks for that 1 percentile way out. So props to him as well. Like, you know, it takes a lot of mental fortitude to do that. Some people roll their eyes and go, oh my god, he's just not letting the game end. But no, it's like, he sees a theoretical way out. Some people take it wrong. They're like, oh, this, like, he clearly doesn't, like, respect them, and hence why he won't GG. No, like, dude, like, some players are content with that idea of, man, this is like almost over. I got a 10% chance to come back. It's not worth it. But like, Beastie is kind of the other way, where, you know, he looks for that very, very finite percentile chance to return. So, up next, let's have a look at what else Mr. Numu's got for us. In fact, other players at Garrison. We talked about maybe seeing if there's any more games on Kiliardi's account. Not too many on the Dark Order. Is that one in range? There was a game against Dumu, maybe. Any Voldemort losses we can watch? I think that's all we ever deal in. Poor guy. It's our speciality, finding those. It's not hard, you just open this match history. No, I don't think we knew the Kilyardi Dumu one, unfortunately. Would have been pretty cool. We could maybe... Who's he up against? You guys want a live Beasty game? I think he might be up against Vortex. Let's do a live Beasty game. It's a Spanish account. I'm pretty sure it's Beasty. I'm pretty sure it's Vortex rather versus Beasty. Ugh, pain in the ass. Got to flip this around, haven't I? Alright, so... Oh no, Beasty's on the right side. And I'm pretty sure this is Vortex. It's a Spanish account.
What?
Either that, or it's actually secretly Baltoon, and he's got super subtle. Alright, I'll give you guys predickies for like 2 minutes.
Finite.
And no, there's no taunt today. We're previewing some of the players that are going to be featured at the LAN to see how they're performing. Wait, did it just change? Did one just change? Oh my god, 1 second. I know what's happened here. It's because I've created a duplicate. So I hate how freaking it's dumb default behavior out of OBS that does this. Yes, we want Beasty.
Okay.
All right, let's try to perfect the sizes, shall we? Is that Beasty's still bigger, right? Actually, we can push that the other way. Almost there. Sorry, guys. Beautiful. The things I do. One and all, we have got a very fun one. Apologies for the delay getting into this because we had to sort out the names. They're both pretending to be different people. We've got Beasty asking when the DLC is going to be in the yellow, playing as the Chinese, going up against Vortex, who, I don't know, like, what does that even say? Probably like lily pad, or maybe it says like mushroom, whatever that translates to. It looks like this is most likely Vortex. It's a French, not French, sorry, player playing the French who is located in Spain, ranked 25th in the world right now, a new account at that. So 2 possibilities, either Vortex or Lucifron's return. I'm leaning Vortex on this one. Gonna be a fun one, actually. Like, I don't know if Vortex is likely to turn up to the LAN. We're basically doing a little bit of a preview of players ahead of the Hamburg clash that's going to be happening at the Garrison. I would assume if Vortex was going to be there, he would have just played the qualifiers to guarantee the slot. So, you know, my money is that we won't see him competing there. We will be doing a prediction list later, by the way, of the players and how we think they're going to perform and who we think is going to be the ones coming through the offline qualifier there. But we're focused on this. We've got Chinese versus French. Man, this matchup used to be so much fun before Pro Scouts. Is this not Lucifron? What makes you think it's Lucifron? This is the thing, like, I haven't seen Lucifron come back at all. Like, in theory, it could be because it's 1 or 2 Spanish people. But this account literally is not played before this season. Ravens are superior? That's factually incorrect. There's more of my people in the world than yours. Are you sure it's Lucifron? Based on what? Let's have a look. So is he actually back? Is he actually back? Poogies? Oh, wait. Is that the best teammate piece? Let's have a look. Oh, you're right. Top teammate El Sensei. There we go. We need to look down a little bit more. Thank you, Corvinus. As rude as you may have been. And you know what? Even though you're an inferior type of bird, I'll let you hang around, okay? There we go. Confirmation in. We have got Mr. Lucifron. He's back. We done it. I mean, now this feels even more hype, right? Lucifron returning to AoE4, but also doing so on what has always been his signature civ. In a perfect meta for them. Pro Scouts on the way. Beasty himself already going into... Oh, this is going to be a fun one, folks. Okay, so now I'm like, does Lucifron turn up to that? Nah, I wouldn't expect Lucy to come back into competitive yet. But great to see him returning, considering this man is usually quite busy being a full-time programmer right now instead of a pro gamer. They are spelled similarly, but different things. All right, this is exciting stuff, though. So I wonder, like, how tapped in Lucifron is, because, like, this account has had some activity. He has played... Yeah, so he started playing game 4 days ago. Before that, it was 20 days ago. So played a few games 4 days ago, about 6 or 7 games 2 days ago, and then he played, I think, 7 or 8 games yesterday. So he's starting to warm up. And the Pro Scouts made it a little bit different, but also very familiar to what it has always historically been. Doesn't mean he's necessarily going to like screw up on that element. In fact, he's already looking to yoink the deer away from right next to BC's base. BC has done the appropriate thing, reacting with the Spearman. In this matchup, the expectation is you're always going to begin Spears because Knights are just too oppressive. And you know at the highest level, every French player is going to open one Knight. The reason is it's just too much harassment value to bypass. You're already seeing him poke at that backside looking for kills. In fact, already almost fishing one right there. Dangerous for Beastie as well because he's not rushing into Song like you would with traditional builds. It means that any eco losses actually put French ahead. Sort of and Lucy back? Yeah, but like the real question that matters is where's State? I think there'll be more than just sort of and Lucy back. You guys think if like the SC2 money dries up, do you reckon Cyril's gonna come and compete? Ooh. Spicy thoughts. What if Clem just got snatched away from Team Liquid to Gentlemates and Marine Lord trained him like his little Padawan? Oh, there's so many possibilities here. So, all the possibilities, it looks like Lucifron's going to be going for the Classic. We have got Archers following up the Knights. Beastie, I wonder if he wants to directly contest this or just look for a way out of the age. Something I've been noticing more and more from French players in the current meta is like they don't actually want to play that long feudal. They benefit a lot more from just dropping a Barbican and teching up. Smim still being a nuisance on the backside. Okay, what is happening with these tree lines recently? There's like no reason for this to spawn like this. There's no resource here. We've been getting quite a few of these on Dry Arabia. Yeah, it's chunky. Look at that. It just has random chunks missing from them for no apparent reason. Biomes are such a weird thing. Oh, how did you guys predict in the end, by the way? Sorry it was not Vortex. 81% for Beastie, 20% basically for Lucy / Vortex in that situation. So night count blobbing up already. I mean, you can very much see what the plan is here. The concerning part I do have is that Beastie isn't going for that Barbican that's usually given as a layer of protection here. I wonder if Lucifron's going to understand his timing to assault. Right now, actually, I think, there we go. Barbican is going to be coming in, but very bold in his placement. I like this, though. The reason why Beastie gets away with this is because Lucifron has postured to defend his deer. Means he's not going to rush you in the base. Means you've got plenty of time to insulate yourself with walling and Barbican. And then afterwards, it should just be looking like a fast castle follow-up. Do you see Clock Tower here? Clock Tower could make sense now that your opponent is going into mass archers. Imperial Palace on average feels better in a lot of games. But I think in this particular one, because it's just not raw knights, I think Clock Tower is a little bit too tasty to give up. The question is going to be actually what Lucifron wants to do. You know, if this is Vortex, I'd say more like Royal Institute. Lucifron has always been more of a raider than an all-inner. I wouldn't be surprised if he goes Guildhall to scale for the late phase. He hasn't really got an insane night count. He got a reasonable amount of Pro Scouts deer. But like trying to dent this base might prove problematic. Those are for hunting cabins? No, please stop. Like, oh my god, they are actually the perfect size as well. We don't need more roost buffs. Even the small tree lines. Like, just look at the... Okay, guys, you know what you need to do? Is if the biome ends up spawning Gobi Desert, and you've picked roosts, just basically tell your opponent they should forfeit the game. And when they question mark, just say, I just got 48 gold off of hunting cabin. It might be true, it might not be, but it'll make them leave. So Guildhall is going to be coming in. Looks like Lucifron is going for that scale point. He does have full map control, so I'd love to see Lucifron just consider an immediate play into Monastery. Just grab relics, right? Like, this is how you punish a player who won't come out into the map. And look at that. It is actually going to be the Imperial Palace. Yeah, so a lot of vision about potential raids, but this does mean that, you know, if Lucy had been skilling the archers, a lot of damage could have been done here. Lucifron playing again? Oh, yes. The Spaniard has returned. Love to see it. Whether we'll be back to comp, I'm not sure. So, for those that didn't catch it, we actually interviewed Vortex and we talked to him a little bit and we actually got his feelings on Lucifron. And he bluntly said that, you know, his bro was taking a, like, you know, had pulled back, had taken the break, he'd returned to like a 9-to-5 job. But he was keeping an eye on the game after the DLC announcements. And if also the tournament side looks good enough, he'd consider coming back. So don't write him off, kids. Down to the ball. Looks like the Miller's going to be coming up already. So I like this. Like, another way that you can kind of punish the fact his opponent's not coming out. The one thing I don't like is the lack of Monastery still. It's just been dropped. We have 0 monks. Meanwhile, Beasty is already queued up too. Might be ambitious to imagine him getting more than 2 relics maximum here. In fact, Beasty even goes for what I think he's trying to patent at this stage, his double Monastery build. Okay, so like, what's your target? West Side Relic seems kind of more attainable in a weird way if it wasn't for the fact that your opponent's out here with Boar. So you're probably just going to have to look for the East Side one, plus your one at home. And this should be a 3-2 split for Lucy. You know, as long as there isn't any big whoopsies in terms of vision. I mean, right now, Lucifron is doing a good job of maintaining vision control. Sees a lot of what his opponent could be doing. Wait, is it okay that, like, middle-aged man who says that playing professional games isn't a real job? Even though, like, when the guy he says it to shows him a paycheck that's giving over 20k a month, he still maintains it, right? Like, bro, come on. Oh, this I've got crossbow transition. All attempts. Nicely done. So Beasty actually does go for that West one we talked about. Yeah, because he never saw the ball, right? And like, what went wrong here is the Lancer raid around the back mirrored with the Knights. So although the Frenchmen do get back to protect their gold workers, you've given more over to Beasty in theory here. Looks like he did at least snipe out the Monk before losing the Knight. But there's a second and third wave coming in here, guys. This is getting a bit ridiculous. Yeah, Lucifron, he's blinking. He's going into Arbitrary. He gave up on the stare down, so this means Beasty, all of a sudden, after shrinking up in his base, looking like he wouldn't come out, is going to end up with the majority of map control. I'm starting to not like the look of this for Lucifron. He does have the Guildhall scaling resources gradually, but, you know, Beasty, he's got Song, so he eclipses the French TC effect. He's going to likely have 3 relics here. Maybe? The Knights are on the way. And I think he has been scouted early enough. Okay, so Lucifron should be able to react and still make it a 3-2. Really important for that, because if it ends up being 3, Beasty can just go back for the clock tower, condense in his base, build pagodas, but also have the Yuan to mobilize with infantry force. Nice micro, that was sick, Beasty. He hangs around for the sacred site. Meanwhile, other relic has made its way home. And there is going to be a raid into the tree line. Pinches them, but should end up pinned here. What, are you kidding me? Putain, you had one job, and he couldn't even hold him in the tree line. So gets the worker kills, gets out, draws attention from the rest of the Knights, and no. No, that's sinful. That is sinful. Are you kidding me? Okay, he does peel some off because this was like an overreaction, right? So we'll be chasing back now, but by the time he stops this Monk, the Relic is going to be close to this gold vein. It's going to be very difficult for him to pull back. That's so freaking cheeky out of Beasty. Warlord coming in very early. Let's go slow Lucifron down. Army is reacting. Won't be able to protect the Monk. I don't know. It's kind of crazy the way this game has turned in the last 2 minutes. You know, this is why I'm liking, you know, this is the different form of Beasty that we talked about, how he's evolved. Old Beasty, like 2024 Beasty, would have sat in his base, built mass farms, not come out, and then just like taken the opportunity to all chat his opponent because you haven't got anything else to do, right? This Beasty, against one of the most prolific raiding players in Age of Empires 4, has been constantly badgering him on the flanks from a position that looked like he shouldn't have really been able to. Solid performance. The lead now building for him. A lot of gold being stockpiled in reserve. The Guildhall is accruing nicely. Red Palace is going to have to be dropped east side, right? Like, it has to secure one of the 8k veins for it to feel worthwhile here. So what is the out for Lucifron? Arbitrary is a good way to go here. Arbitrary with Gambesons and eventual crossbow stirrups can delete everything that Beasty's currently doing. My worry is, like, when we go into Imperial Age, which we're going to eventually, hand cannon is very big deal. Now, Lucifron actually has a grace period here because Beasty doesn't have his farm set up yet. He can't just rush into the next stage. So he's going to have to insulate himself. He's got a lot of people working on the tree line right now. We're talking about 24 woodworkers. Expect the granaries to start coming down here soon. A lot of stone is being gathered. That's likely going to be for, I'd say, a keep drop towards the gold veins. As he's got a 4k in reserve, but the other 4k is forward. And usually you want to try to get to the 8ks before the French players do with the Red Palace. But we've got Beasty taking some risks right now. He's trying to do everything he can to delay a rushed granary time. Like, gathering berries out here, very dangerous. And by God, he does it. He actually goes to the Yuan. Okay, so we are not going to be seeing him rush Imperial Age too soon. The logic behind this, by the way, we mentioned earlier when Lucifron had some archers that looked like it was going to scale, that Clock Tower would look good. Same logic here. Arbitrary get deleted by these things. And then, bloody hell, are you kidding me? So TC behind, this is also going to be access to pagodas, folks. So town center, pagodas, granaries, all at the same time. Are you kidding me? Okay, what was I saying about Beasty not being that greedy defensive player anymore? Dude just took his spoon, reached into the tub of Ben & Jerry's, took out the biggest slab of ice cream you can with one spoon, and then just as you're getting ready to dip your own spoon in, he goes in again. And just as you're getting ready to finally stick yours, he goes in again. By the time you actually get to the tub yourself, there's maybe like a small dollop left at the bottom of the thing. I think that's the best way to summarize what he's just done here. He hasn't quite gone for the pagodas yet, but honestly, I've got to say, I'm surprised he hasn't. Wood is a little bit lacking, but surely it has to be next on the agenda. There we go. Oh, this is ridiculous. 3 layers of greed, all at the same time, basically, like within a minute of each other. Even for China, this is ludicrous. Now the ludicrous landmark going to be coming in, but oh god, that is nowhere near as aggressive as you'd like to see. I'd like to see that though. What's up, Fernandez? Thank you very much for the sub. Welcome back to the swarm. Get those prime subs going, guys. Little raid on the villagers. Let's go club a few down and force them back. Beasty's just in firm control of this game. I just don't know what Lucifron's meant to do. I think he got forced to play way too defensive. Like, the window to go on the offensive is kind of disappearing. You know, he is going to have the tech advantage for maybe like a minute. But my worry now is your opponent has layered his base. He's set up his food in the corner. The reason this is important is you can set up a great gatehouse here to protect it all. The tech out complete. So it looks like Beasty was contemplating attacking. Might still go for it. A little bit ambitious considering the Nestivs aren't here quite yet. Now, the reason why Beasty's attacking like this is twofold. The fact your opponent went Imperial, if you attack him now, he doesn't have elite techs. If you wait, he has a better fight. The other detail that matters a lot is at this stage, Beasty is wholly aware that Lucifron couldn't have prepped his farm transition. No. So if you attack him now, and you wipe army for army, you immediately going to remax. He's going to be struggling. It's like Sacred Sight shenanigans. Decap is going to fail, but the timer only just started, folks. Long way to go. Man, Beasty, this is the thing as well, like, you know, the way he's walled in this game, you can say it's French, but I think it's also, he remembers Lucifron's playstyle. Like, Lucifron would thrive when he had access to these flanks. He was always about raid, build a lead over a long time. This is all about blocking those opportunities. Nestivs, so we're looking to target that back line. He does accidentally push one of them forward, but the clash is underway. The Runa upgrade is in for Elite Tech. Only one Nestivs here to do with the Arbitrier. Beasty has got more knobs on the way, though. Palscar just trickling out. Spinman held it in reserve. Archer count is not high. There's only 4 of them, so he doesn't have a clean way of necessarily clearing the spears. In fact, you're seeing what Beasty's doing there. He's intentionally running PG further away to disengage the Knight so he can clean up the backline and then come in and over the top in a 2-to-1 fight. Sick micro there by Beasty. Lucifron, I guess he's just not back. It's going to take a little bit more time for the Spanish prince to reclaim that crown. Cool to see him back all the same, though. Interesting matchup. So I wonder, do we have anyone else clashing on the ladder that we could keep an eye out for now? Spanish Matador could win easily? I don't know about that. Like, Beasty did. He exploited the perfect time to go for like a triple greed. It was actually pretty wild. China always looks so good on pros' hands. Like, I think I am inclined to agree that I just think China's still too good to this day. There's a lot of broken things that China technically does. Like, they break the logic of production rates, research rates, build speed rates. They also break the logic of limited resources. Like, that's a lot of crazy things they do. What does LAN mean? LAN refers to an offline event. It's basically like what we call gaming events that don't happen online. And yes, Beasty won. Let me pay out your points. Let me see. So if we don't have anything live right now, we have got alternate options. I think ooh, that might be interesting actually. Apparently Wham and Louis played. I think that's quite interesting to check in on. Let's see. Yeah, so we got Roos versus Juji. He also played against Numu. Ottomans versus Mongols. Otto Mirror. Let's start with the Lipany one. Wait, no, wrong one. Oops. Wait, sorry, Dry Arabia was, yeah. So Roos versus Juji. Let's get a bad boy started up. Sorry, just quickly reading something in the background. Mondays and all the messages you get, you know? Alright. Oh, just realized we still got the name tags. Let's, whoop, whoop. There we go. Slam preview time. This man is about to fly halfway around the world to Europe for the first time ever. So he had to check in and see how he's performing on the ladder. One and all, welcome back to the channel. It's Louis MT up against Wham. This is going to be a fun one, actually. We've got Juji versus Roos, two of the most popular civs by far in the current meta. Team Elephant's Louis MT will, of course, be in the Juji. Wham, dude, I swear this guy covets Roos more than anyone else. I swear Wham was coveting Roos more than anyone else before everyone else did prioritize it as a first phase ban. Never once for a second believed that this civ was not OP. And that kind of feels like an OP spawn for both players, actually. For a Pro Scouts game, very unlikely we're going to see much in the way of a contest on the Deer. Curious to see how these two want to approach this, though, because, like, Roos, you know, there are some matchups where Horse Archers almost just feels like an insta-GG. I don't think this is one of them, actually. Usually, they do have some variants to play with. There's even some timings theoretically around Feudal, like, where you can go for a Juke push that can be desirable. I doubt he's going to lean into it, courtesy of the Deer spawns for a start. And, you know, the whole idea is if you want to go Juke, you want to follow up target on things like gold. Against Roost, that doesn't really work. They just have way, way, way too much passive gold. Between the hunting cabins, between the Golden Gate, and the fact that they gather gold when they gather food, it's undeniable. This civ just never seems to run out of those key resources. So sheet count-wise, looks like it's going to be pretty even, actually. But like we said, the real priority here is going to be the DA play. We might see Wham go for racks just to harass with some spears. It's just, it might be a bit tricky considering the deer locations. Like if Louis just rushes this deer pack first, the secondary one is just so close to the base, it's going to be hard for him to do anything with. Wham is going to go on the offensive with scouts, so he's going to lame the deer, so no deer shove in here. Unfortunately, Louis, because that would have been a high value one. On the other side, I wonder if Wham actually comes back with his own scout and starts to get that line formation. We haven't seen him queuing up more scouts yet, but that should be happening in just a matter of seconds here. Yesterday, Juji Ottoman game was so good, I wish Ottomans got buffed. Yeah, I mean, like, Ottos have been very interesting to watch because it's once again just people trying to, like, you know, get their little scientist lab coat on and experiment, find a way. I think they are, I think there's slightly underexplored potential, but I also understand the feeling of them just being underwhelming a little bit. Economy-wise, they have some really big question marks. Juji definitely don't have those question marks. Look at that. Double stone plus the gold. Pretty damn good one here, especially for the current meta where you're thinking about fast castle. It allows you to gradually get into a second TC play very organically. It can even actually force a Roost player to knee-jerk react to TC in response. I wonder, actually. No, this feels like the type of game that could go quite long looking at the spawns more. Both of them got corner golds very safely. I'd say actually like, Louis is very, very safe, right? For Whams, it's a bit more exposed, but the reality is he doesn't need to touch gold as quickly as a Juji player. And this is like a perfect area to wall back into anyway, right? Gold plus the area for farms afterwards. Double tree line nearby. Very difficult to penetrate. Roost usually getting horse archers can't do that either. Speaking of the Roost, looks like we have got our moves coming in. It is going to be across to the west side, so looking to snatch away some of those deer immediately. Louis not really able to mirror that move, right? Like, this is tricky on the timings. He's going to have pro scouts quicker, but he's yet to start getting any units out. Yeah, no. Might be an argument that there's like a little bit too much gold gathering going on here, actually. Stables is going to be coming through now. He can switch the Imperial Official over to supervise the units out, so he can mirror this, but it's tricky, right? Like, Wham is already up to 6 scouts, soon to be 7. And he's going all the way deep for the greed. Wow. Yeah, 25 seconds out, and he's going to camp on the closest deer stack. This is rough now. Louis, you know, he's got enough sheep that he's not going to get starved out straight away. I wondered if he was actually going to open scouts or a horseman here. So it's just going to immediately 3 scouts get queued up. And there's the official supervision. So every 9 seconds they're coming out. Would love to see him adding in a horseman, because if you just go raw scouts here, you're going to be outgunned. And the spread as well. Wham just diversifying to all locations. So he knows he's always going to get something somewhere. Looks like Louis. So what he's trying to do here, he's trying to harass them low enough that they respond and attack him back. Because if that happens, the reinforcements come in. So this is actually well played by Louis. Here's going to be harassed onto... The wolf did make things a little bit complicated, but Louis quick to react. Good micro, and now Wham may have to consider duck and running here because he's outnumbered. Yeah, he has got the same number of scouts, but the way they're engaging is subpar. So finally we'll retreat. Nemo on the north side. Wham bailed on it. Okay, no, there we go. I was about to say, there's no way he would have left those deer. So he is pulling them back now. I'd be surprised if Wham can hold on this area. He's up to 10 scouts, however. So although he may not be able to hold here, he's already getting an edge because he knows he can get the rest of the deer. And looks like Louis is going to try to rebalance it by taking from his opponent's side, but that is going to get scouted early enough that Wham should be capable now reacting. The deer is still being pulled away here. Low HP on the south side, so this is good for Wham. Like, these 2 scouts are meant to lose, but now Louis has 2 scouts that have to keep chasing. It's just wasted time for him. Meanwhile, it means that Wham can win the fight over here instead. It's a great idea. I like the way he's playing this. Like, you almost want to dangle yourself in a way that your opponent feels like he has to chase you. Because you know it's never going to be a good trade for him. But this is ridiculous, folks. We're going up to 20 plus scouts in this game. All right, I'm seeing 12. 12 once, 12 twice. Anyone want to go higher than 12? Going once. Going twice. We have 13. 13 scouts. Are you kidding me? This is a 24 scout game. Da 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 da. No? Okay. Is that the highest we've seen in the current meta? This is legitimately the highest we've seen in the current meta. I don't think we've seen higher than that at all. Absolutely wild stuff. And of course, the follow-up is going to be cast lays for both. You know, normally at this stage, someone reacts to a spearman. Or like, you know, with Shuji, you'd think add in 1 or 2 horsemen. No. This is just getting ridiculous. It's a 13 scout war right now. More art on the way for Louis. He's losing the deer game bad here. Nemo elsewhere. It's already all been snatched away. I think Louis did get his hands on 1 of them, but the rest safe for Wham. And he snatches another 4 from over here. Reminder that there's still deer in play as well. He's even using the slow-moving deer-carrying scouts to still contest. So you got 1 deer left here. You got 4 over here. This is a resounding win for Wham, and it just gets better and better. High trade house now on the way up. Get your numbers in, folks. It even clips a few trees on the other tree line. Scout wall. Wham. Not microing away. Oh, but Louis doesn't go for the final hit. He gets baited in. Okay. Like, you know what? This Canadian's got some magical fingers. I've got to tip my hat to that. Wham, like, sometimes gets, I think, struck off as more of a macro player, but proven here that he's got the micro. And hyping for both, if I'm not mistaken, right? Like, this is going to be NA versus China. Crazy haul now in the end for Wham. So what does Louis look to do? He did go for the Shaolin Monastery. He does have Monk play first. So although deer advantage exists for Wham, relic advantage should be feasible here for Shuji. It all comes down to whether Wham wants to immediately open with Monastery, but considering he's got triple archery range, you can't afford it. So you're going to be looking at 8... Wait, ooh. Oh, okay. It looks like he actually cancelled 1 or 2 of the horse archers, because for a moment it looked like he actually spent. So we are going to get a very aggressive Monastery timing here. I like that. It does mean that your horse archer timing is weaker, though, so there is a kind of risk that your opponent can beat you with lancers in the opening. especially when you consider the amount of scouts you've got to complicate the fight. But that goes both ways, guys. Wham can body block a lot of night play. Pro Scouts is getting out of control. Oh yeah, dude. Like how many scouts has to be built pre 10 minutes between two players before we admit that like we probably need an update? Like, are we there yet? I feel like we should be there. Such is now approaching as well. So just scout the first Lancers. Sometimes when you see Lancer play, like with this comp, you usually think about reacting spears. Wham's not going to do that. He doesn't care. He's still got so many scouts that can body this fight. If you guys remember, in the old school days for the Roost, there used to be this really cool build where you were building mass horse archers at the time. It was the full meta, but the thing that like actually iterated it further, made it the most dominant it's ever been, is you go back and start using the hunting cabins to add in additional scouts. And that build got kind of crippled with changes to horse archers attack points and also scouts actually getting a nerf. Like they used to be, what was it, 50 food? Then they went to 70 and then back down to 65. Overall, because he had to build them in the first place to win the scout war, it now just gives him a very solid front line to just absorb damage with. Good interception. He's going to find one of the warrior monks coming home. One relic was already gathered for Louis. It looks like it should be a free relic game, but unfortunately, horse beats boot. See ya. Warrior monks just don't feel reasonable, man. Like, now that I think about it, every single horseback, or rather, mounted religious unit is not reasonable. So warrior monks can attack. They also move very quick with relics, etc. They also move very quickly with 2 relics. They're very tanky. Tankier than a scholar. And then the other one is dervish, that obviously have great movement speed, which means you usually only kill them with cavalry, but they can also debuff the cavalry and then heal on the go. Right? Like, both those units, dervish and warrior monks, just feel so damn good. They're very expensive. I feel like no one would object to me saying that it is entirely worth paying an extra 90 resources for what you get. By far. The only negative that you could maybe point to is the warrior monk's production time. But that's not really that much worse than standard monks, right? Standard monks are 30 seconds. These guys are 35. And a 5-second difference you can easily make up for in your run. So like, now I think warrior monks are so worth it. It's insane. Because then in the starting fights afterwards, you're going to have the Saint's Blessing, which is a big deal. What do you do with 11 scouts after Deer is gone? You bring them to the fight with warrior scouts and buff their damage by 2. Okay. So Louis actually gonna, what? Scour the map? Yeah, so he's gonna keep with a lot of vision out. This is the other thing which, by the way, I think is quite a big negative about the Pro Scouts meta. Pro Scouts meta, I think, kind of actively kills subterfuge play. Right? Sneak play. It's the same reason why we had to change Roost and the previous bounty system, because what that was doing is, like, it was literally impossible for you to make a hidden move against Roost. Because they'd play the bounty game, they'd have 3 or 4 scouts, and then they'd take the scouts and surround your base. So you couldn't do anything without being seen. Pro Scouts kind of does the same thing when it goes this far. Usually when it's 5 or 6 scouts, you can actually still get some subterfuge. You just have to look where the deer are and play away from them. The reason why we don't see much subterfuge play is if you're going to play away from the deer, you already feel like you're kind of losing the game. So it still has this same issue, in my opinion, of stifling creativity. And High Trade House, by the way, in the end was 125 gold. So not too bad. Respectable. Has 3 relics on top of that. We do have 2 TC coming in. Louis reacted for free with his own. In fact, he got us in a little bit quicker here, folks. We're seeing a noteworthy lead. He's about to get shrunk. Wow, nice diving. Good micro. Immediately snipes out 4 villages. All such account is getting bloated and scary here. Louis MT, I wonder if he considers a siege workshop at all. Siege workshops can defend your base more easily, and then lancers can raid. Yeah, kind of surprised Louis is leaning this hard into Lancers, actually. I've seen a lot of players against Horse Archers consider just going for Horsemen instead. Or at least the Nesta Bees at home to defend you. Because if you have Nesta Bees, you can basically take half your Lancers and raid, and the other half can just guard home. Because there's no way he'll be able to dive against, like, double Nesta Bees with a few Knights to hold checkpoints. A lot of outposts. I mean, you get them for free on upgrades, right? Like, this is the whole point of the double stone. The 50 stone gen is kind of insane for spring walls and hand cannon slits, both of which are impactful. He chose to go for the for the spring walls over the hand cannons. A little bit surprised by that, considering you can't get range free until imp, so you can't actually two-hit horse archers. It's a third. But hand cannon slits is like not gonna kill quicker. It's just hand cannon slits is, in terms of DPS, borderline as efficient as springles. Free TC? I mean, what he doesn't know can hurt him. Louis hasn't got a clue. So we have free TC playing out of Wham. Pretty cool, actually. There is still some negative play for him in that, you know, Louis MT, his farm's going to feel a lot better once they inflate around the granaries, but that's a long way off. One of the big problems here for Louis is he didn't gather enough relics to make Pagoda feel good. Yeah, this is womp womp moments, right? Like, sometimes it feels like when you get 2 relics instead of 1 with Juji, like, you feel a lot worse. And what I mean by that is, like, this puts you on the verge of this feeling of, do I Pagoda? Is it worth Pagodaing? I mean, it's still a substantial increase in resources, but I'm basically going to be, like, what, 170 resources, well, 250 resources worse off than I should per minute. That feels bad to say out loud. You're basically saying, I could Pagoda, it is an upside, but I'm missing out on a third of what made it good. So instead, I think you might just play it a little bit safer. We do have even more Lances. Okay, this is getting ridiculous. All right, Juji players, I don't know if you are entirely aware of this, but I'm going to say something that might blow your mind. Age of Empires 4 does in fact feature different units. Now, I know that it's crazy, right? Hard to believe, but there are indeed other units that exist in this game. The walls are going up. Oh, come on. If he had a second horse archer there a bit quicker. So we'll be able to finish the walls. Does lose 2 villages for it. The tricky thing here is Wham, he is going into knights, but it's so slow at this stage, right? So it's going to be a while to break through these walls. Louis could still actually just block this in the meantime. I think for Wham, he needs to kind of avoid the direct fight for another minute or 2. Just keep finding picks like this. That's another nice hit on the flank. 11 worker kills in total now for Wham. Oh, sorry. Yeah, Lancer and Monk, that's 2 units. You're right, you're right. He definitely wants to use those Monks for war. Okay, but this is a scary comp coming out of Wham, actually. Do we have the Blacksmith? Yeah, we have Boys Fortitude. This is the big deal. Boys Fortitude is just... With this strategy, Boys Fortitude still kind of feels broken. And I would emphasize that they have spent multiple iterations nerfing Boys Fortitude. Boys Fortitude, over time, has scaled to be quite a pricey tech. When it was originally being used, I want to say, like, it used to be... God, what was it? They reduced it down to something like 350. At one point, it was 700 resources, and then they reduced it down to 350, made it research quicker, and it gave more hit points than it does now. And then they changed it again to go back up to 500 and give only 25 points. So, like, it's been a slippery slope up and down with this tech. I think in its current state, it's still just a little bit too good. Maybe... I don't know, like, do you put it up to 700 again? Because the thing is, like, being able to go Knight Horse Archers in a game feels so good. You just have so much mobility. In the mid-game, that is key. Like, in mid-game, most matchups will be dominated by mobility, because you can choose where you fight, and you can avoid bad fights. So the fact that you buff your entire military force, like, it's kind of like the idea of Uma Bannerman being OP with Onimusha Mount Samurai. The only reason it isn't is because Japan has a lot of weaknesses elsewhere as a civ that cripple them. But like this conceptually as an ability, Boy's Fortitude just feels like one of the best techs you can get your hands on in Castle Age. Because remember, like 25 HP on the Horse Archers alone, that means like, you know, you're getting an extra third Horse Archer per Horse Archer. Knights, it's a little bit less value, but it's still a complementary element. And you need a front line anyway. Same with Scouts, like just all of it. So it looks like the walls are going up. Wham's walls, in fact. And the keep drop on the 8k. That might be balls. Louis, the villager revealed it. The villager actually sniffed it out. Okay, so we'll have to cancel and walk away. The Lancer army is still quite big from Louis, so Wham's trying to show some respect where respect is due here. And Wham does have a bigger problem coming, guys. You can see it. Nesta Beast from Louis. Tricky part is going to be, once again, bad fight equal I won't take it. I will just leave. On top of that, Wham, although that might leave some of his villagers bailed on, he's at free TC. He can afford to bail on people here. High trade house. Now at the 140 gold as well. Free sacred sites locked in. His economy just looks dominant right now. The granaries are coming through though, so this is where Louis is going to hard compete. For the Rus, you've got a nice handy buff here with the hunting bounty, giving you, oh sorry, not hunting bounty, the hunter's boon rather, giving you the 15% gather rate. Very nice. But reality is your opponent's going to have triple granary. Most of these guys are going to, on average, be buffed by 20% with this type of format. So it just eclipses what Wham is getting. Wait, hold oh no. Dude, what a read by Louis! Oh, that was die! He didn't care about the villages. That was absolutely phenomenal. I love that read by Louis. So clutch in that moment. Like, loads of players would have just taken the villager kills. But the Denala Stone, just so much more important. His opponent is now 900 resources down and has to react to poor man's castle here. Wooden Fortress spam now coming through. Check bounty level? Why would I do that? That's how you reveal spoilers, silly. Better idea. Ask the devs to add a bounty level to Capture Age. Military Academy coming behind. So Wham is going to try to keep the Zerg going. Kind of looks like he wants to play towards Imperial. Imp has some interesting implications here. Haha, that's another KP. When you go into that Imp matchup, Zhuji can actually beat you in Siege because of the extra range. Rus usually feel quite dominant in that department, but I think Nesta Bees with the Divine Defense do reasonably well. And then there's, of course, the Bombards with very gradual play into, say, Zhuji Library, where you're able to get, you know, not just the Ming buff at that point, but also get your hands on the AoE effect. It's like, for Wham, I have to be a little bit careful about this late game. I think Zhuji do have some plays. For Rus, the really big win for them is Streltsy. You know, Zhuji, they don't actually have a good gunpowder unit. They have Grenadiers that feel quite wonky. Another thing that's really nice is meant to be Knights, but I'd actually give that point over to Zhuji. I think Zhuji beat Rus in late game for Cavalry. Multiple reasons, in fact. Temple of Sun has one of them in the Divine Charge for 20% damage. Then there's Dali Horses for the 20% attack speed increase. And then on top of that, there's a unique cavalry units you can access in late game. So, like, that's two areas where Zhuji are actually favorable here. And yes, Rus do get cheaper siege, but the quality of Zhuji's is better. So Zhuji can beat you in cavalry, they can beat you in siege. They cannot beat you in gunpowder. Infantry is more of a draw. High armory coming in, but Louis already beamed to the punchline on this. In fact, we're up to 42 lances and he's upgrading. This man is obsessed with heavy cav, by the way. We've seen so many Japanese games where he'll go into Imperial and still build an extra 80 Mountain Samurai. He rates them highly. I mean, they are an insanely pop-efficient unit. They pack a punch, and a big one at that, because he has indeed not only got Dali Horses, he's got the 20% additional damage from the Divine Charge. You are seeing those stats correctly. We are actually looking at a Gilded Knight, essentially. In everything but HP. March towards the south. Wow, dude, what are these poor man defenses? Triple Wooden Fortress here. Double Warden Fortress here.
我知道。
He's like, I don't dare drop a keep against this guy. He somehow just knows. It's like Louis' spidey senses just start tingling. Look at those upgrades, though. This is scary. Wham has a small window of op here. He has got the mounted training upgrade for the extra range of the horse archers. He's got the elite techs as well as the pole axes for the +4 damage. I don't think you can take this direct fight, though. I think your window is into the enemy base, but instead he punts it in to Nestaby's Lancers. Immediately regrets it. And just has to gallop off. Gallop, that felt weird for a gallop as well, by the way. Because, like, remember, if you're moving with the knights, the gallop's kind of pointless. Because knights restrict you to your normal movement speed. This has always been, like, an awkward thing with formations in AoE 4. Like, the amount of times I've seen people screwed over by this, like, oh, I accidentally selected a Springald with my army. Oh no, my whole army is dying. But he talked about this whole idea that Wham needs to go in the base. He agrees. Look at this, a march forward. Nestaby's, I don't even know what the hell that thing was doing. It was just dancing on the spot. A mass cavalry is in here. At a time where he's going for Shushi's library. Has to cancel and back away. Louis MT. The knights are coming home shortly. Villagers in the meantime are going to have to go back behind the wall, but no. Oh. Okay, how did you do that? How much butter did you have to slather yourself with to slip through that gap? Shushi Library is going to be attempted again by Louis. Wow, it's going to force a lot of idle time, but doesn't feel like he's microing everything optimally here. No, these horse archers run to the back, stand still, and die. He did at least find a few workers on the east side, but horse archer mass is gone, guys. It's now going to be a knight-on-knight fight. And I'd favor 100% Shushi there. We mentioned the pole axes is good for the roofs, the extra 25 HP, sure. But on the other side, you know, you're talking about a 20% increased attack speed and 20% more damage, which is like 1.5 pole axes at the stage. Warrior Monks is at least very interesting. That initial stab giving more armor, so that's one way Wham can actually win fights. Credit to him. The Warrior Monk buff, remember, gives you the +1 armor, +2 damage. So 3 DPS differential per unit. I can't help but feel Wham's army is waning a little, though. He's replacing it with Streltsy, but we did already mention the issue with Streltsy here. Nestaby's will be the dominant factor. This is interesting, though. Look at what Louis is doing next. Apparently, Lancers just aren't good enough. No, we need to upgrade further. He's going to have the ability to get into the Imperial Guards. I wonder if it's going to be Imperial Guards or Yuan Raiders, though. Really like the idea of Yuan Raiders here because your opponent just doesn't have much in the way of reaction on the flanks. He also has a lot of economy for you to kill. But looks like it is going to be the way of the guards. Apology also just kicked in. Something that only just got queued up for Wham. I don't think Wham has raided enough, by the way. Like, he tried, but it just... I don't think the damage was necessarily high enough. This is at least a good keep drop. Denying gold is important here. Imperial Guards are not cheap. Damn well pricey. 140 gold each. Wow, breakthrough on the wall. Lancers will spread out just in time to protect 2 of the Nestabys. But the Warrior Monks, again, with this blessing. Armor values are high. However, the follow-up is important. We've got Imperial Guards now coming out, and these are the boys to break you. Divine Charge, 20%. Ming Dynasty, 20%. And then Dali Horses for a 20% attack speed buff. But the problem right now is Louis doesn't have the numbers. No, absolutely massacred due to quantity. He needed like 2 more minutes. If he had those minutes, I think we'd be looking at Wham getting wiped here. Instead, a powerful point for the Canadian to now dive in. Needs to find his way around with the farms. If he can shut that down, no Imperial Guard play. There's at least backup gold options here for Louis, so can keep the Imperial Guard spam going. Takes such a long time, though. Like, reminder that in this game, you know, like, you're looking at the queue time, it's going to take the same time as Knights to get Imperial Guards out. Surprisingly enough, we don't even have Military Academy for Louis, which I think is part of his problem. Wham went for it quite early, right? So he's been able to vomit out new troops, new troops, new troops. Whereas for Louis, it's almost like you have to sacrifice something to get the next army together. I love the way he's just refusing to leave as well. Almost feels like it's forcing Louis to overreact a little bit too soon. We have got Imgards attempting to reinforce, or cut reinforce rather, but like the biggest problem you have here, guys, is that for Wham, these Streltsy just answer the Imperial Guards in small quantities. Remember, Imgards are high melee, low ranged. So fighting into the Streltsy is the big issue right now for Louis. What he really needs to be doing is cutting reinforcements, catching them where they are, critical mass. And yes, we do indeed have the Wandering Towns coming through. Well, I'm just looking to secure the 8k. Needs it himself, right? Like, you know, massing Streltsy Knights. Even when you've got relics, you've got passive gold gen from hunting cabins, etc. It's a comp that just burns a hole in your pocket. You have to remortgage the house. You have to get a third job. It's not easy to maintain. This is sick, though. I just love the way that he keeps leveraging Warrior Monks again. Quite nice Ashen up here as well. Army posturing over in this direction. Louis, this is classic Imperial Guards gameplay, right? Like, I've seen it so many times where it just doesn't feel good. You pay a lot. It's population efficient. It's keeping the pop max that proves to be the problem this comp. It's gonna get even harder. Knights are looking for the villager line. Wham constricting. I'm becoming quite suffocating for Louis at this point. Streltsy are on the villagers. No quick reaction here, so a lot of work is going down. And gold now getting denied. Louis MT. That's it. He has no gold, guys. He has none. Relics are at least going to get re-garrisoned here, but, you know, he's got no vein to tap. It's all exposed. He'd have to play into risky territory. And on top of that, the one area that should always remain safe in your game is also up Craps Creek without a paddle. Yeah. Luckily, it looks like Louis did pull villagers away already. It's going to be wasting time on the farms instead. So this is at least finally a fight the Imperial Guards can win. And they should win it quite convincingly. Problem is this fight. Louis now reacting with spears. Oof. I don't really know what the plan is at this stage for Louis. I mean, preferably you want 4 or 5 nested bees. UM Raiders I can kind of get behind. It's a very fast-moving kind of meat shield against Streltsy. It's still going to die, but in terms of efficiency of absorbing damage, unit makes a lot of sense. I think all that Wham really needs to do here is maybe set up some forward infrastructure and just keep pushing. The only thing he's really missing right now is proper siege. Rams aren't really going to cut into what remains quick enough here. You want to try to get into 1 or 2 bombards. You know, take it all out before he can rescale again. I'm trying to think how you would lose this. I mean, Wham should just be locking in 3 Sacred Sites now, force that timer. Spear plus Imperial Guard just doesn't sound like it should beat Streltsy. It would be criminal if it did. He has still got another play available, by the way. And it's going to be... Oh. Had another play available. Yeah, it would have been to go for Cloud of Terror, but unfortunately, he doesn't have a Juji library anymore. Unfortunately, he might not have any farms anymore. Once again here, this is not China. No Great Wall Gatehouse defense. Wham, just once again, no siege. These rams don't really count. He's at least going to hit the economy. At this point, Wham just needs to force fights. He's at max pop. He doesn't really benefit from delaying these fights. He actually gives Louis a better chance of fighting back. Speaking of which, Louis has been raiding with the Imperial Guards. Means he's not defending himself at home, though. So Knights are going to dive in with the torches. Streltsy underneath the keep as well. We do not have boiling oil. The spin reaction is going to come in, but the Streltsy make quick work of that. Meanwhile, flank raids not finding a big wallop. You can see actually, wow, most of his economy is now dense and at home. What was that? Have you seen what Louis doing? Yeah, Wham just committed all the way around the back of the base. So now Louis takes that opening to get back on the gold. Okay, this is sick. This actually changes quite a lot. Louis was on the verge of defeat because he just doesn't have gold to get units out for counterplay. He's got Nestabees now in the way. On top of that, Wham, although he has got a lot of knights still, Louis now has a spin and bulk to try and hold with. If Louis can get up to, say, 5 Nestabees, with the Divine Defense, the Streltsy are going to be in quite the bind. He needs to just kind of delay this a little bit, buy a little bit of time, don't overreact. The villagers trying to go on the flanks. That is also Yuan Raider there. So cavalry going to mop up a few here. Gold is going to remain unsecure on the west side. So another variant option for Louis to aim towards later on. But now it's all about this one big hit though. I think Wham doesn't know about it either. Yeah, at this stage, like, I don't know, peel the knights, at least half of them go hunting in. He's paranoid about Imperial Guards counter-diving him, but I think he's played this a little bit too slow. Like, normally I'd say Nestabees are a laughable matter, but when you're relying on Streltsy as the backbone of your strategy, you're leaving the door open for a comeback. He's going to come out in the granaries now. We do finally have the Rams arriving. Nestabees are already creeping in position. Elsewhere, Sicrosite is now looking to be locked in. Kind of crazy that Wham actually, like, several minutes ago had 2 of the 3. It looked like he was going to go for a 6-site victory, and now has been reduced down to none. On top of that, Louis has shifted his entire economy to the north side for wood. So, diversified the risk. And I love this. We've got additional Yuan Raiders in the way. Meanwhile, Spinman pushing in Nestabees. Shots coming in big. Streltsy count struggling a little here. He's going to try to dive in to snipe out the siege, but not quite able to find the targeting. It looks like Louis should be able to hold against this wave. Right? New spears coming in. No elite army tactics. Your Raiders are going to drive fire towards them. I like that. You want to bait fire here so your spearmen can have the best chance of winning the trade with the knights. Unfortunately, these bulky boys do break through. But Wham, this is where he needs the next wave. And I'm kind of scratching my head about this right now. Like, technically, he wins this fight. But with only 12 units left, he's going to be pushed away. But it doesn't matter. Okay, Louis does call it in the end. You know what? Am I the only one surprised by that? Like, a comment came in earlier about how you were surprised he didn't call GG. I guess too many farms died. That was kind of wild, though. Like, the way that was played by Wham, it looked like he should have given space for another recovery for Louis. But, man, just can't fault the Canadian, dude. Roos just looks so good in his hands right now. Louis, for a moment, he wanted to make you believe, man. But I think the takeaway here, as is always the case, is Imperial Guards just still feel like almost a meme. Yeah, that kind of surprised me a little bit. Like, he pretty much wiped out the army, but I think at that point, after he takes like that engagement, he's like, man, Wham does not make it easy. He then just looks at his base and goes, I protect my kingdom, but what kingdom have I left to protect? Right? It's just like, GG. Kind of a crazy one, though. So let's see what we can watch next. Because Louis back online, so we might better get some live games. In fact, let me see if he's already been queuing. No, he was queuing 5 hours ago, but he might be queuing again in a sec. Yeah, so see the boy right there. Myriad was up against a low-ranking player. Let's have a quick look and see if we got anything on the ladder. Who is that? That has to be Vortex, right? I know my players well. This is Vortex, yeah. Wait. Is that his bro? No, I don't think so. Let me double check. No, I don't know who this guy is. He's like a rank 400 from China. Damn it. No, because his Lucifron's account has like 3 characters, right? I don't know why I feel tired. I didn't get that much sleep last night, actually. But caffeine. I just drank caffeine. Damn it. Do I need more caffeine? That doesn't sound healthy. Wait, is Louis scrimming? Boo! I think he's scrimming. Big Sag. Daylight savings, so we're all tired. I mean, I just spend degen hours. The thing is, like this morning, I had to wake up quite early because I have my physio on Mondays. So yeah, I don't get as much sleepy push. I don't know, I'm trying to figure out who we watch. Hey, what's up, Blitzkrieg Blue? It's been a long time. What GPU did I get? We have the 7900 XTX in there. Absolute beast of a card. Honestly, first time going AMD. Very, very happy with the results. It's insanely competitive on price and performance. So yeah, very, very much over the moon about that purchase. So, what's Benny Boy's account looking like? I don't want to watch a Japanese mirror. That sounds like torture. I just kind of want some live games, you know? I guess let's just pick something and roll with it. Instead of looking for the creme de la creme of like top 1 versus top 2. Crispy Duck? Anytime I see Duck now, I'm like, is it a Kilyadi account? No, that's a diamond. Is it a Kilyadi account? Is that the Lucifron one? I don't think so. No. Okay. I guess maybe Lucifron's gone off already. We could watch the Vortex game. Been thinking about going AMD 2 for a while. I need to get back into AoE. I mean, the new AMD cards look really good. I think the new AMD cards look like really good bang for buck, to be honest with you. Did you guys see the chart recently? Here, I'll show you. So 9070 price per frame. Yo, what's up, Huffy Tough? Oh, Huffy Tuffy rather. Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the gifted sub. Thank you. Love the support. Hope you're having a good day. So, you guys see this? I think Hardware Unboxed had it. Get off my screen. I think it's... Yeah, here you go. Let me... Yeah, I'll do this. You seen that? So cost per frame, i.e. like lower better. That's pretty insane. Like the level of cost efficiency there is kind of crazy. It's like it's beating the 4070 Super by almost $2 per frame. All right, so I've got the one I've got like isn't as isn't as cost efficient. Mine's the 7900 XTX. But the funny thing about the 7900 XTX is actually it's competing with like 4080 Super easily. It's actually beating 4080 Super in some games. It's like it's actually slightly more cost efficient than the 4080 Super while beating it, which is quite funny. And then on top of that, it's just got additional VRAM over the Super, which is really useful. Like I recommend the 7900 XTX if you want to be like 4K gamering. But you know, if you're 2K gamering and you don't want to spend an arm and leg, I'd say go for the new 9070 XTs. They're definitely worth it. All right. I don't mind. Do we have GAM? We actually might have one to watch in a second. Bear with me. Just double checking it. Because I'm trying to think like who there is that cocoon to each other, right? So there's Beasty. Whoopsie. Dumu isn't going to be live today. Lucifron I don't think is queuing again. Vortex is queuing. Who else is there? Louis is on, but he's playing private games. Kiryadi? I think we might be about to lock out. Yo! Okay, that wasn't what I meant by locking out, but I'll take that. Thank you very much. Blitzkrieg returns with a 10 gifted bomb. Thank you. Absolute legend. Appreciate it, mate. Enjoy those gifted subs, folks. Relish in them, and don't forget to renew them yourself when they run out. BC's coaching? He's not coaching. He's playing pub games. In fact, we've got one. You guys ready? We can watch Kilyardi up against Beasty. And it looks like it is going to be some Juji Byzantine action. All right, this should be a fun one. All right, we've got a little bit of delay until we're in, but what I'll do now, guys, I'm going to run ads so you don't have to worry about them afterwards, okay? So we'll run... screw it, we've got loads of time. I'll run 3 minutes ads now. Subscribe. I guess while we've got a sec, we can do this. Ooh. There we go. A platinum player defeated Beasty. What? All right, we'll move on from that. I'll go full screen if we see anything interesting. What's this? We're having a look at Reddit on the amazing Opera GX browser because it's a goated browser. Because we've got to like wait a few minutes. Oh no, Jigglypuff is shit posting again. Stop him, please. Elaser, beat him by next week. Thank you very much. Hey, sub Huffy Tuffy, coming in with your own sub as well. You legend. Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate it. Welcome back to the Swarm. Is there anything interesting on Reddit these days? I feel like we're just all scraping the bottom of the barrel looking for something to talk about. I mean, we got a LAN. Like, in terms of like new content, we'd be waiting. And wait, what the hell? I've never seen this before. All right, bro. That is peak training right there. You're looking for the podcast yesterday? There's very little. What podcast? What, the sheep one? I thought you were part of the sheep one. I've never really watched it personally. I don't feel like I consume that many podcasts. Maybe we should start our own. 128 nights. Jesus, this Civ. 19 relics, 3 sacred sites, and a high trade house in Hanukkah. Why does he have 19 relics? What? That sounds like someone's been duplicating, man. Like, mathematically, it is impossible to get 19 relics on a standard map spawn. So how this guy's got 19 relics makes no sense. Thanks for the info. Next time I get 19 relics, a high trade house, 100 cabins on mountain clearing, I'll cut down to 60 villages. Fair game. But like, remember, so baseline, you get 3 relics per, 3 relics on a map, and then 1 extra relic per player. So you can get a total of 11. So the fact this guy's got 19 relics, he pretty much just pointed out that he's found a duplication trick and he's been using it. Shady son of a biche. Okay, it was a bot game who's limit testing. Seems sus to me. Oh dear. How long we got? Oh, we're in a minute and a half. Whoop. Yeah, not really that much interesting on Reddit. By the way, anyone else who's been playing Monster Hunter just feel that they're kind of done with the game? I've reached that point already. I'm just kind of like, there's nothing now. I was a little bit disappointed. There's just, like, I think that the late game for the new Monster Hunter is kind of poo-poo. Actually, I don't know. Like, it probably has similar late game to what Worlds had, but I think the scaling point is off compared to World. I think Monster Hunter World had a better way of scaling you on the HR quest leveling. Sometimes a good post. Yeah, like rarely. Whew. Sorry, I just typing someone out. Ideal time to start my 1v1 journey. How so? Rogan? So, when we're nowhere near the 750 average viewer goal we talked about, is the perfect time, you say? Not sure that's how that works. 873 on one stream. Golly, I know you're still like, I know you're a toddler and we haven't got to advanced maths yet, but you do know how monthly averages work. I told you the goal. That's average. 873 is not my average on one stream. Even on one, like, no. Nice try. That was not the deal. The deal was if we have that as our average across a month, then we will start our Road to Conk series. I did say monthly multiple times. Dude, like, Gully, bro, like, this kid just heard crayons and saw sparklies and got distracted. Sense fear? Yeah, I just worry about taking all the money from the pro players. What can I say? Alright, anyway, one and all, welcome back to the channel. It is time for some LAN preview here. This is a series that could easily be happening in just a few days' time in Hamburg Live. Beasty up against Kardi. And they are on their account. So we're going to fix this. It is going to be... Let me cover their colors correctly. We have some high-tech technology to make people appear correctly. You guys ready? There's one. And then let me get the other one ready. This is going to be an interesting matchup, actually, especially considering, like, historically, Kardi is an insanely aggressive player, and Beasty swears that he's been playing more and more aggressive these days. This particular matchup, curious to see, actually, who's going to take the aggressive line. I feel as if, actually, Byzantines can be pseudo-aggressive into Zhuji with, like, the Lombo option. And we've seen that a lot of the unique options usually have kind of fall flat. Like, scaling Zhuge Nu into Lombos initially gets you killed because the initial quantity outmasses you. and then they can just tech behind. The alternative is you go into Palace Guard. But if you guys remember, actually, Beasty was on the receiving end of that particular idea up against Wham in the last KPMM finals. It ended really, really badly. It was kind of like that type of game that you look at and go, I will never build Palace Guard in Fuel Age. Pretty rough one. So, Mediguard. What? Did he rob a leprechaun in an appropriate way? Like, what is this? 25 gold, 25 stone, 36 food, and then he gets like what, an extra 4 there? So that's 60 food. That's 110 resources on a meditation garden. Oh my god, there is a leprechaun somewhere filing a report with the local police department after he's been robbed. Because I can think of no other way this man accrued this much luck. Okay, so great start for him. Only negative is it is a forward meditation garden, but ultimately I don't think he cares about that. Look at this cliff. Yeah, dude, this is just classic Lipany. You know, coming in later, set up trebs, middle finger opponent. Yo, imagine the Hui Pao on the high ground. Impenetrable. Look at the spawn. What's good for the Byzantines here? I mean, one good thing is actually this deer pack being far behind his base like this, behind tree lines. Might be very difficult actually for Gigi to take this away. Not really expecting pro scouts out of the biz. Well, I wasn't, but with that macro, hold on. I think we might actually have a Byzantine pro scout game on our hands, folks. Growing in popularity. Other side, it's kind of more obvious as usually. You expect it every day of the week. This is like a top 3 civ at pro scouting. Full stop. Okay, there we go. He's going to reinvest. I just have to check myself at this stage because, like, we've seen just the other day someone going Grand Winer into pro scouts and it actually looked fairly solid. I believe that was Anatan up against Myriad in the grand finals of the King of Civilizations tournament hosted by Jonto. Wait, what? Okay, wait. What's that? Okay. The aqueduct was kind of curious at first, so he is going to be connecting it. I think he was just a little bit shy on the stone. Once he completes the racks, he'll have enough to go all the way. What do you guys think? How did you predict? 94% for Beasty. Really? Or Kiliardi. I mean, I've warned against it. Kiliardi has been kind of relentless on his UG practice. Apparently, he's been non-stop pumping them out at the moment. Crap map? Uh-huh. You know what the funny thing is? You can call this like a crap map, but this is like the default Lipany. So, you know, when we in tournaments like replace default maps, etc., and you wonder why, this is kind of why. I feel like every time I've looked at a Dumu stream recently and the game has been on Lipany, it's clocked out at 40 plus minutes. Different players here, so maybe a little bit of a different approach. I know that Kiliardi in particular likes to take a very, very aggro-based line. His spawn's overall very good for him to get the majority here, now that there is definitely not going to be any funky Byzantine Pro Scout build. Part of the reason why Byzantines in theory can do Pro Scouts is because the Dialecticus. They're able to research into that tech quicker than a lot of other civs in the game. You can already see it there. With level 2, you'd be able to get it in 47 seconds as opposed to a minute 15. The negative, of course, is you've built a Grand Winery. You want to be gathering berries, and you want to have berries as the game goes on to have olive oil for mercenaries. If you play Pro Scouts, you're contradicting that idea. I am sensing a Classico from Kiliardi. Anyone else? Anyone else get a sniff of that? Juganoon Horseman. This boy has no chill. Ballsy as well, considering Limitane Javelin on the other side should be the appropriate combo to just completely oust this. I wonder if we see maybe Kiliardi go back for, like, Spearman? I mean, the whole idea around Spearman being reasonable is that they can just lock the Limitane into a fight so Horsemen don't get pinned. And then the Horsemen can surge with the jabs. But the problem is, like, if you add in the spears, you're making your Juke hand weaker. And for Kiliardi, the concept here is by spamming a lot of Juke, his opponent won't have enough javelins to defend. Right? Because this is the theoretical weakness of the Byzantines, is you can overwhelm them with a different unit type. It's the reason why when you play Biz into Malians, you know, going Javelin contract feels pretty rough as Biz, because you know your opponent will equate more units than you. So you get forced off the comp. Now, while there isn't going to be javelins for Zhuji here, there's going to be enough Zhuganu eventually that you should be able to wipe the front of the fight. It's all about timing, though. I don't think he wants to be rushing towards these initial engagements too fast. And looks like he's going to back off now that he sees the javelin. So gets that key info. In a way, these horsemen are like pseudo scouts because right now Kilyadi isn't looking, right? He's gathering. He's got the deer coming home pretty quickly, actually. And looks like Beasty loved this. So he pushed the deer on top of each other and now he's patrolling them. Makes it much harder for the pro scouts to sneak in. So just good insulation. I think what Beasty done really well is he kind of looked at his spawn and went, oh wow, this actually is really good defensively and really annoying for Zhuji with pro scouts. It's kind of crazy. Like Kilyadi's concept is still going all in though. Like the problem with this approach is between the choke points of Lipany and the defensive spawn of this version, for Kilyadi to attack, horsemen kind of lose some of their value. And what I mean by that is because it's not going to be a wide fight, it's much harder to get these flanks to get on top of what really matters. We have a high value aqueduct. If he can secure this area, it's the world, right? It's triple berries, it's one of the deer's packs. It's very dangerous what he's doing. Wouldn't be surprised if he considers an outpost or two here just to slow things down. But now, javelin poke. Should be good enough. Horseman go for the charge in, but baits him in. Limitane will get one of the stab downs. And oh no, Kilyadi, not like this. That is disastrous. He attacked onto the jabs with the Zhug. And he doesn't even have a blacksmith. What? Even if he had the blacksmith, I'm not really entirely sure what the thought process was there. That's a losing play. Doubly bad as well because the Limitane are just reducing so much effective firepower off this Zhug. Kilyadi, if at first you don't succeed, give up, you're a failure. I mean, I don't like this going in again. He's starting to stockpile for castle behind this, but his position now becoming a little bit untenable after that initial fight. Yeah, because he's now pushing troops into his opponent's production area. Like, this is dangerous. Very easy to lose a game from here. Like, this position he was trying to take makes more sense once you won a fight. Because the logic there is you should have a military advantage. He's at a clear military disadvantage. And the other thing that Kilyadi needs to be aware of is the finite timings of Byzantines. They come with these almost like heartbeat power spikes with the javelin timings, right? So they power spike first around like 5.5, 6 minutes. They power spike again around like 8.5, 9 minutes. They power spike again towards 10 minutes, right? And you have to kind of play around that and dodge those timings in particular. Because the idea here is with Zhuji economy being very strong, you can inflate more units in the intermittent periods. Difficulty is like the intermittent periods usually end up being maybe 20 to 30 seconds long maximum because you're attacking, right? Defender's advantage, logic being Beasty has all these troops straight away in the fight, you don't. So we do have the Shallow Monastery now coming up. PG getting added in. I kind of wondered if Kilyadi was going to try to add these in instead of the Horsemen. Actually, quite surprised he didn't. And yes, you're going to lose to Malian Javs, 100%. Because you're doing 4 damage base, and Javs already have a substantial free armor. Right? Like, he's already... Like, this is the crazy thing. By rushing Undermesh, he already protected his Limitane against Yuk. But he guaranteed that Javelins would always take minimum damage. And what is up, Fat Blob? I see you there. Thank you very much for the gifted sub, mate. 95 gifted subs. What a ledge. I'm not liking this right now for Kilyadi. He went for the tech play. PG are getting upgraded slowly. Meditation Garden looking like it's going to get denied. A lot of value which is going to be removed. Remember, this is, what we say, 110 resource Medigarden? Golden Horn Tower coming behind. The other scary thing is, remember that the Zhuji aren't the only ones who can fast tech. Byzantines have got those dialectics levels, of which we're already up to level 3. Zhuge have not been upgraded. Yeah, key piece of info there. So that tells Beasty quite a bit about what's happening. He sees the PG upgraded. Horseman is going to be the surprise factor. I don't know if you fully expect. I mean, it's 11 horsemen. It kind of feels like it's worth the veterancy at 350 at that point. Especially because Kilyadi knows there will be more javelins. So Beasty does back away before he get trapped. Because the thing that could have happened there is Kilyadi, if he started to look like he was going to get a fight, he could have pulled for supervision and had it coming in like 15 seconds. So, appropriate read by Beasty. Doesn't really kill anything in the end. He did set up Blaze, though, and I don't think Kiliadi has noticed. No. So, no repair coming through means this is eventually going to crumble. Awesome PG are approaching, though. Veterancy did just click in. So, Limitane, good enough to scare him away. Javelin upgrade is already there. He even rolls a camel ticket here, which isn't going to matter too much unless we see a switch into Lancers. It looks like Kiliadi is just going for a full PG comp. I like the idea of PG Shuganu in a lot of matchups, but against these Javelins, you know, as long as Beasty isn't like target firing one down at a time, it's going to be very hard to get a good trade. Especially considering the Limitane with ranged armor too. We do at least have the upgrades finally coming in from the Duck. It was missing before. No. Why is it dead? Oh my god. Dude, if this was released UG, this would have been a good thing. Because remember, it used to be bugged so you could repair it and get the resources again. But that got fixed, Kiliadi. There was no reason to let this go down. Oh, no. Beasty's like, oh, let me just finish that off. Yep, don't want you getting any stone from the rubble. Outpost gets denied as well. Gold gathering is at least safe on the backside, but I think at this stage, what Kiliadi kind of feels like he needs is a keep drop. Good luck with that. And Beast is just in a very comfortable position behind this. I love the way that he didn't rush Olive Groves. It would have killed his pacing in this game. Has got walls coming up. Unfortunately for him, a little bit too late. So Kiliadi will be able to sneak in. If he finds his timing correctly, he could kill easily upwards of 8 to 9 villagers here. Remember, these are veteran horsemen. Beasty. Not immediate on the pull away, and he gets trapped in the berries! Well played. Kiliadi just about gets the surround. So additional worker kills found there. Beasty looking a lot more scary in the front line right now. Looks like he's taking lessons from Numudan's games. We do have the Hero Siphons now coming in. So triple Hero Siphon would make a lot of sense. I think you want to go after this production. The TC is very difficult to just directly dent. In theory, if there was a comp that could do it quite well at this stage, it's Limitane plus Javs, because they have a lot of ranged armor resistance between them. Is it worth for Kiliadi to build the meditation gun again? With like one villager, sure. Not with a lot, though. It's a good medi garden, but it's just, it takes so long to get repaired. And we talked about this at the risk, right? So you could kind of see the intent from Kiliadi early on that he wanted to be aggressive with this type of meditation garden. Because otherwise he'd always lose it. Instead, Beasty now with the aggression. We have got the Hero Siphons moving in. Nesta B shots not looking that impactful, to be completely blunt about it. Nice dodges from Beasty, gets even closer. Crossbows. Are they clearing up the pass guard quick enough? Good hit from the secondary Nesta B. Hello. We officially have an overextension. Kiliadi getting that second Nesta B's out changed everything about this engagement. Wiped him too fast, so Beasty, an overextension, has to back away, but the Horsemen are coming in for the ultimate punishment here. The Javelins run headfirst into them. He doesn't even realize. Great backstab there by Kiliadi. Stay of execution here, now an opportunity to counterattack. Remember, these are the guys that also built him the villager lead. Not to mention the fact he has got that relic lead in the end. Overall, things are looking pretty thumbs up now from Kiliadi's perspective. Beasty, just a little bit too zealous with that target point. Tried to go for the production that we talked about, but camping with Hero Siphons when Nesta Bs are there, it's such a tall order. And remember, like, you know, this wasn't like he had Varangian, it was just Spearman. Kiliadi. One thing he is going to have to be a little bit careful about with this PG spam, he's running out of food now. The final deer is being tapped, at which point he's going to need to switch onto berries, maybe think about granaries. Knowing Kiliadi, he's not really one to think about things that far down the line. He prefers to go in very aggressive and very fast. So maybe for now he's just focused on seeing if he can potentially end the game. Olive Grove count isn't high for Beasty. It's essentially a race to see who can last longer without getting infinite food. These knobs are unanswered, really. If you get enough camels, actually, like that's probably a way of sniping them out, because what Kilyadi lacks is actually camel counters. He doesn't have spearmen, he doesn't have many repeater crossbows. And they do get that bonus damage, remember. Double damage against siege. Other side. Looks like we're stockpiling wood. Might be seeing Song in a second here. So Kilyadi gonna be first to blink on mass farming. Yeah, Beasty still only adding in, what, the third Olive Grove now? Fourth to come. Nice little bit of poke. Second TC behind this from Beasty. A little bit greedy, no? Like, okay, what is it with Beasty in his China and China variant games where he looks like he's about to get pushed and then he just decides he's going to be even more greedy? I would have at least understood this if we had... Okay, there we go. Mangonel towers coming in. Because these are the things that make it impossible to dive Byzantines. Giuliani, he did just gather some stone. So, like, this has... No, this... Yeah, that was about to say, it has to be TC. Is this free TC? This is free TC. You see the difference that it's caused, though? Like, if this meditation garden never went down, he would have organically had free TC, or 2.5 TC by now, off of the stone gen. So it really just kind of forced him to allocate resources elsewhere. But, all of a sudden, it's going to be Beasty missing out on resources. No Presidium. So no bueno. Golden Horn Tower not going to be protected. Looks like there is an attempt to cut off reinforcements, but with the nest of bees, if I was Beasty, would not feel confident about this move. This is very dangerous. Giuliani, where's the third one going? We're just gonna TC drop over towards the berries? I don't think we're going to be seeing, like, you know, a keep drop, right? It is a play. If he drops a castle here, he can set up siege and look to end the game. It just feels like quite the gamble. Then again, the fact he's already taken out one landmark might encourage him to take this gamble. It's definitely not looking like a TC anymore. It's either that or he's forgotten, but he's gathering way too much stone. So what's Beasty's way out of this? He's playing mass range to be efficient in his choke points, but that means you're playing harder into your counter, right? Nesta Bees counters this right now. The mangoes is smart. You need quite a lot of them to easily snipe out. But there is a way. Like, once you have 3 mangoes, you feel pretty good about essentially kind of being anti-Nesta Bees. Giuliani, there was a request for Rams, and I think it might have been heard here. We've got Siege Engineering coming in at 20 minutes. Interesting. Even Dully Horses. That's a little bit surprising. He only has 9 horsemen. To me, Dully Horses is very much a bait tech. It doesn't feel that good in most fights because most fights don't let you stand still long enough for it to make a grand difference. You know, like with the way that Dully Horses scales, in theory, it should be worth it by the time you have like 5 of the cavalry unit, right? In reality, you kind of need double that. I'd say until you got at least 10 lances, for example, Dully Horses doesn't feel good. We now actually have Grenadiers. What is this build? Yeah, it's going to be support build. Hard case bombs. Oh, that's sick. Okay, so hard case bombs is the one that if you hit targets with Grenadiers, you get bonus damage. Feels really cool, but in theory, very rarely works out. Let's see if this works out, though. We've got a clash underway. Nesta Bees need to target that backside. You can actually hit the ranged and the mangoes at the same time. Massacre underway. No, surely not. Beasty, he can't stand here. The mangoes are not targeting the Nesta Bees quick enough. The front line's gone. The siege is down. And Beasty may be down and out for the count. Great attack by Giuliani. He chases to the back. And the keep drop is on the way. Even more aggressive than our expectations. That is absolutely wild. Nob's slightly overextending now. Remember, they're not clock tower. But fantastic fighting out of Juju here, out of Beasty and Giuliani. But Kardi, I love this all-in aggression. Like, it almost feels as if Beasty's sitting going, okay, he's going to make this a macro game now, right? Right? Like, he's got map control. He's playing Juji. He got 3 relics. And then he just comes again. And still, Beasty's economy is just not fully there. 11 olive groves is not going to carry you through this. He has got the deer, but that's now running out. He just lost a lot of units, and I'm worried that his food income is about to plummet. He did at least sneak out to rebuild the Golden Horn Tower. That's very important. So we have got additional mercs coming in now for free. But it has been revealed. Kardi? Oh, no. Is this too close? Nest of shots. Didn't fully repair. We'll get scudded, but now the Spearmen get to run in. This is the thing. Spearmen counters all of this. Javelins, crossbows, siege, all of it is countered by Spear Blob. The question is, how long can Kardi keep lobbing spears like this? He still doesn't have a granary switch. And the keep drop successful, so Kardi will look to drop the siege workshop, gather the wood here. He's got 2,000 gold in reserves. This could easily be trebuchet follow-up. Unfortunately, that sneak out is important by Beasty. Getting the Golden Horn Tower back online gives him a lot of runway. Another scary fort here. You've got 3 sacred sites, 3 relics. Sounds like a lot of economy, but then there's a system buff on the other side. So Beasty actually feeling pretty comfortable if he can at least get these groves set up, which is now happening. For Kardi, he's gone for his sacred site win condition a little bit too late. The food income for Beasty is going to stabilize before 5 minutes. So there is a breakout point in mind here. And Kardi hasn't really set himself up to protect all the sites. In fact, one of them is even getting decapped as we speak. Oy, oy, oy. I think Kardi is actually going to try to thread the needle here. I mean, Lipany does have more berries than a standard map spawn like Dry Arabia. And he's getting a decent amount of them, right? Like, Beasty only go at, what, 2 stacks? Or 3? The 4th one is still sitting here. In fact, he's now moving out for it. Treb's now starting to stack up. Love this from Beasty. Presidium activated. He's got a 25% damage reduc on his buildings. Smart play here. Such an underutilized tech as well. Add in the inaccuracy of the trebuchets, and you've got a defensive building that lasts an insanely long time here for the Biz. The castle, however, is starting to struggle. Nah, dude, I just don't see this breaking in. He's going to have to brute force it. But you see why he's scared, right? It's the Mango Tower. It's this emplacement. This emplacement makes you rethink the game in a way that no other would. Sometimes I feel like it's more threat than the cannon emplacement. Just look at that smush. SB shots are going to come in, but not good enough. And the Mango Tower can actually kill Knobs. Look at this! What is this thing? Does at least snipe it just before we lose the nest of bees. The castle is suffering, folks. We're now up to 10 workers repairing in a game where Beasty has almost a 20 villager lead. Yeah, the math doesn't really support what's happening here. It feels like Kardi... Oh, God, no. We have idle TC on both. No wonder the lead is building. Mango, oh, the nest walks straight into it. TC now being targeted. Kardi officially feels like he's on the clock here. The Sacred Site has been decapped by a 5 HP crossbow. Come on. Do or die then. Could easily feel like die if it wasn't for the nest of bees. Castle has at least been dropped. Knobs. They can kill the villagers repairing here. Mango's going for the counter play. Good dodge there by Kardi. Army is going to approach again. Overextension, Beasty. Fairly quick on the reaction. TC almost down. The Knobs. This could be double whammy value. Siege. Military. Actually triple value because he could also hit the groves. In the meantime, the Trebs. Trying to go for the snipes. Oh my god, he gets them! He just needs one shot here from the Mangoes. Knobs beat him to it. This is ridiculous. Are you kidding me? The trebuchets keep looking for the target. And Kilyadi, I don't think he's realized just how low his Nesta Bees are. No, if he repairs them, looks solid. If he loses them just once, though. Mango's get another. Kilyadi needs additional siege here. TC on fire is about to go down. Beasty struggling to keep it alive. Knob shots coming through, but clutch repairs from Beasty. Not going to be clutch enough, though. He's clutching at strings. Just a few melee gets in. Mass crossbows now with a dive. Only a single mangonel left alive. He doesn't care about it. Knob will deal with that as well. Mass crossbow on mass crossbow. Kilyadi does have numerical advantage, but no front line to push forward with. No Nesta Bees to hold him hostage with. And the TC is still alive! Come on. This is getting ridiculous. How? How is this thing still up? Meanwhile, Kilyadi's like, oh yeah, it's already been dealt with. I'm just going to switch over to... No, it's still alive! He switched to the Grand Winery, and he hasn't even addressed the TC. This has to be GG. Kilyadi has nothing behind this. Beasty is just wormed his way into victory here on the defense repetitively. There's no grand farm transition coming in from Kilyadi. He's going to try for it now. Oh my dear God. Can I refund this? Is that even legal? We're 28 minutes into the game and we don't have granaries. Oh God. He pulls the trebs back, so he's at least harassing a little bit, but I think this game is slipping away from the Finn. Bit of a depressing situation, actually. I think with what you had in mind, could it have worked? I think if the Nesta Bees get repaired, yeah. And this is the crazy thing. Like, this player's meant to be so strong because you have villagers on the front line. So you can just bring them over from wood gathering to use that wood to repair. It never happened. It's a lot of extra micro, but, you know, if you want to go for this type of all-in, it is going to turn into a micro war. He made this more about micro than macro. Outcome just kind of begins to feel undeniable now, though. Food income is about to become a problem. Kilyadi has, what, the ball left and that's it? That's why he went for the farms, but these farms are going to be their own problem. It's not that grand an amount here, right? Kilyadi... Okay, actually, no. So he has an extra farm cluster. It's going up to almost 30 farms. But reminder that these are not good farms. He doesn't have granaries. Meanwhile, on the other side, look at this. All around the Grand Winery. System buff as well. Beasty's just going to go Imperial Age. I mean, there's no reason not to. You're at 180 pop. You have 2,000 food income a minute. It's just organic. Absolutely ridiculous. It's kind of comical when we're like, Beasty in his new form, very aggressive. And then he just queues into all the players, right? There's like two that will just force this on you, and it's Kilyadi and Vortex. Both of those players just love to actually play aggro. So what did Beasty do in this game? He basically just used it against him. Quite well. Hey, don't mock his tang. That's going to make Imperial much cheaper. Villager Palace Guard raid out here. Not too bad. We'll find a few worker kills for it. Also knows where his opponent is leading his economy now. The problem is, because of the posturing from Beasty, you can't just go on the east flank now. You have to stand here and guard. We have a full stare down. Wait, at this point, have Trebs been responsible for the most siege kills in the game? I think they might be. It's getting close. Mass Treb all in. Yeah, but there's a small problem with that. We don't have shattering projectiles. So these are poor man Trebs. So we have got a wrap. The Mitane. Hello! Teardrop shields. Quick rotation, but crossbow should be able to clear it. The problem is crossbows can't stop him just running away. Why are they so fast? Why does a why does a teardrop shield make you quicker? Explain that to me. What is the aerodynamics of this? Because if they at least had the pointy end at the front, I could back your aerodynamics idea. You know, the whole idea is like the finner point pierces the air, allowing you to be less, like, you know, more air resist, have less air resistance, right? But it's the fat end. Shield isn't as heavy. It looks pretty freaking heavy still to me. Also, I feel like running that quick would be a problem with a spear that long. You're just going to trip over yourself. You know? So it looks like he's going to be checking the flanks. It's tech time. Beasty is just around the corner from getting the gold required. He just moved out onto the 8k. So Imperial's going to be coming in. Meanwhile, for Gilyardi, I don't want to look at these things. Okay, guys, I think I figured out why the teardrop shields make you quicker. Are you ready for this revelation? So, what it is that these things have a giant magnet in them. Right? And when you chase after villagers who have coins in their pockets, they're made of, like, poor man's iron, it pulls you towards them. There you go, I figured it out. Not seeing the dudes in 300? Yeah, but they have the nipples out. Everyone knows that nipples gives you +5 movement speed. Have you not played RPGs before? Like, there's a reason why when you play, like, those MMOs, the highest end gear in, like, what was it Terror Online or whatever? Was literally just wearing a G-string and a bra. And that gave you 400 defense. Like, come on, man. Everyone knows that in the early, like, 2010s, nipples were OP. Less armor equal more armor, you know? So Tech Up is now in. It was the play into the Foreign Engineering Company. Huh? You guys see? Okay, that's a weird UI thing. So apparently, like, when you look from Gilyardi's POV, Hui palms don't exist. I don't know why that is. And no, like, you just don't go Hui pals here, guys. Like, Royal Cannons are just good. Royal Cannons is literally the best siege weapon in the game. Which is kind of comical when you consider that French never built college artillery. Flash on the farms. For Beasty, he's got reserves. He just wants to throw away units, idle his opponent out in his base, make sure he can't go in, but also idle his food, which is what's happening. So many camels as well. They're about to get a lot more chunky. Elite techs are on the way. So Gilyardi is known for sometimes never surrendering, never giving up, full scorched earth strategy. I think that's what we're seeing here. This is a man middle fingering the idea of a GG. If he can get into Imperial H. You can do quite well in the siege department because of the Divine Defense. So Nesta Bees can go up to 8.5 tower range, so cannons don't outrange them that much. And then also your own bombards can snipe the Royal Cannons. So there is a way. And we also have to remember, he still does have 3 relics. He's never actually gone out of Tang Dynasty. With 36 minutes in the game, he still hasn't pagoded them up. But with 3 relics, that is definitely an option. Why would I say hello back? Maybe, okay, hi. That's why people really tune into these lives, so they can have me say hello, apparently. Temple Sun coming in. I'm thinking if there's any value in the Divine Haste right now. There's just too much walling. It's going to be all about slow roll, Divine Defense. Not even expecting Cavalry anytime soon. Like, Gilyardi still doesn't have Song. Oh, hello. Gaps in the wall, though. It's going to block the 8K. Really important here. He needs a lot of gold to play with if you want to try to compete in this late game. And this is a good start. So force the shivs out from the villagers. A fight that they'll never win. But Beasty might feel content with the idea of just losing a few so that he can bolster his military further. How is he not dead in this game? Elite army tactics on the way. Elite upgrades as well. There is a counter-offensive on the way. Triple rule cannon coming in. And only static defenses here. No. If this is a base race, not a base race, but an eco race, I think he loses. This is so much quicker from Beasty. Castle already down. Siege also being mocked up. There's nothing to defend it here. Like this is an overextension. Kilyadi's sending everything. Half of his population is away from home right now. Beasty's going to take full advantage of it. Starts to dive in. Villagers getting harassed. I mean, you just see the difference, the dynamics. Teardrop shields, camels, these are all quicker than the Spearman crossbow comp. Divine Haste is making it at least a little bit more competitive. It just feels like you're nowhere near where you need to be yet. Has now reached the olive groves, but Castle is going to be rushed up here. Feels like a race to zero, but one that Kilyadi will win, and that is not the type of race you want to win. Castle drop successful. Mangonel placements on the way. Nestabes are going to get a few shots out before dying. Decent damage actually done to the crossbow mass. Needs some more of that. Has got additionals now queued up. Meantime, though, Temple of the Sun has now been taken out, so mobility removed. Range removed. Kilyadi looking like he is about to be removed. He has no torch power here. No way of ending the game. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, Beasty has 4 real cannons. He can take out every landmark and end this game. Yeah, Q idea from Kilyadi, but I like what Beasty done. He didn't panic overreact. That was meant to draw attention, and it didn't. This is the good calculated understanding by Beasty. It's like his opponent is way too hard in the range units to ever be a real threat here. In fact, it's actually beneficial for Beasty that Kilyadi didn't defend. Because the issue for Beasty is he doesn't actually have that much range comp here, right? It's mostly melee blob. Outcome undeniable, man. I can't believe this. Kilyadi, going back, it was all about that keep drop rush, right? Like, I don't disagree with the idea. Maybe there was an early point in the game you could have dove earlier than that. But I think like maybe the more interesting thing in this game was if the repairs had been there, how different it would look. But now it's just an undeniable outcome. Broad cannons showing you why Nestabes should fear them. Villagers are going to be pulled to the backside, but that's an absolute massacre. And that is going to be game for Beasty. Brought it back from the brink, man. Wild how close Kilyadi was to just securing the kill. If you came 5 minutes later in this game, you would never think he had Beasty bent over a barrel. If you like these games, guys, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Make sure you like the video, share them around as well. Let's keep growing the channel. We've got goals in mind for this year. KPMM on a break this week, which is why we're watching some pub games, but plenty more comp play to come. Here and beyond. Cool. In fact, comp play on LAN just around the corner that will be featuring both of these guys. And considering how Beasty is meant to be the unattainable GOAT of 2025, Kilyadi came very close to slaying him in this one. This might be over. What's the giveaway? Is the 40 villagers running headfirst into Spearman? I think it might be. Oof. That is crazy. That one might be uploadable. Oof. Very fun game. Okay, so let's see what else we can get here. check a few of the other players, see if we've got any interesting matchups. Who the hell is this that like Myriad has queued into? Some rank 786th. What's the chances we're just going to wait for another Beasty game? There's a decent probability, I'll say that much. I'll check the other lives, see if there's any alternatives that could be interesting. Who's Santa Lucia? I don't think they're that high, right? No, 554th. Dude, like, how are some of these matchups happening, I swear? Gandalf the Goat? Why does that name sound familiar? When you base trade, how does the enemy army pillaging through your workers and buildings instantly know their country's lost? Why do they not seek revenge? Because, like, actually back in that age, like, I think a lot of people don't realize. Wait, is Beasty got Kilyadi again? All right, nice. We get revenge. So I think a lot of people don't realize that nationality is a very recent concept. You know, back in those days, like the villagers, the peasants would just go about their business. Whoever took over, took over. And then you're like, oh, okay, I guess you're in charge and you're going to tax us now, right? Nationality was very much like an 18th century and beyond type thing. You know, areas are still culture driven, but the whole concept of like belonging to a country was more malleable. That's why, like, nowadays it's much different. Much harder to like just Chinese Mongols. This is pretty good for Kilyadi, I think. That's why like nowadays it's much harder to take over a country compared to like in the olden days. That's why like borders don't really change as much as they used to, because the idea of like national identity is deeply rooted. Like if you think about it, actually, like the idea of like nationality is one of the strongest methods of defending your country imaginable. Because even when you lose the war, they can't technically truly take you over. Does that make sense? Like, you know, most countries, if they like, unless they want to commit genocide and wipe you, or sorry, cultural replacement, or whatever the other term you want, cultural conversion, unless they want to commit to that, which is also insanely expensive and definitely doesn't look good on the international stage. Unless they want to do that, they basically have to like police state you. They'd have to, you know, invade. Like, has anyone played Homefront? It's that type of thing where you'd have to invade and you'd have to keep your army there to keep the people oppressed. Which, by the way, as cool as Homefront was, let's just talk about how mathematically impossible it would be for North Korea to occupy America. Just gonna have a snack quickly while we wait. Population of North Korea? 26.42. So realistically, what you can maybe, if you're going insane, militarize 5 million of that. That's also like stretching it. That'd be, you'd have no production at home whatsoever. Population of America, 340 million. Even the idea of like killing lots of the Americans so that you could then oppress the remaining is like statistically so difficult. Right? You'd be hard pressed. America's so hard to invade? Yeah. Because it's not just it's not just the oceans. It's not just the population. It's the land mass. Freaking impossible. That's why whenever you have these like America is invaded type situation scenarios, it's always the like invading force takes control of the major cities, and that's it. Even in like Man in the High Castle, they control major cities and they leave like the outlands and don't care. Hey, look. It's that Jiggly guy. He mockingly is bullied sort of, even though sort of is going to turn him into a human toilet in a month's time. Alright, let's just apply the colors and then we'll get ready to go. Boom. Let me hop in game. Boom, baby. It's grudge match time. One and all, we're live from the ladder for Beasty versus Kardi. Ah, that's right. Previews of things to come in Germany later this week. Last game, Kardi was insanely close to slaying the Beast. Now, maybe Beasty will be humble and say it was that close. Maybe he'll be like, I always had it under control, but genuinely it looked like he was on the ropes. Now we get a matchup where you could easily find yourself KO'd early as Mongols. Chinese up against Mongols. But what's going to make this interesting is the map. It is going to be cliffside. Short distance to rush across the map to your opponent's base. And I'm wondering how Kardi wants to react to this. Sometimes we do see the racks opening. That is not going to be the case here. The alternative is you rush the gold rapidly to gather an extra 135 and then you back away entirely. To do this, you're going to want to add additional villages onto the gold though. Otherwise the timing could get a little bit awkward. That's why you already see just a minute and a half in, Kardi at this stage already has 3 villages on the gold. Interestingly, he's moved on to the wood though. Well, it's not going to be about the racks, guys. Because if it was going to be about the racks, there'd already be an Imperial official built. You can actually tell when China is going to play Spearman into Spearman. You know they're playing Spearman to Spearman when they add in an Imperial official in Dark Age. Otherwise, it's just mathematically illogical. But Spears are already in the way. And, it probably would have been safer with 4 on the gold. This is going to be a little bit snug, but he should be fine. The Spearmen seem a little bit late to the party. Yeah. Okay, yeah, that's going to work out nicely. So these two just need to gather. The third one can move away. He actually goes for the outpost. What? Okay, but this is kind of crazy. Look at what Beasty has done. He doesn't care about the gold, really. It's about the next step. But because he goes for an outpost, instead of just gathering the gold, he now gets denied there as well. Damn, he's going to have to pull more villagers. Yeah, 2 more on the way over. This might be tighter than you'd like, actually. Yeah, Beasty, he's trying to kind of like bait and switch it, so it will be outpost going up in the end. But he's not done there, guys. It's a secondary outpost coming. And the crazy thing is, look at Kilyadi's vision right now. He doesn't know about this tree line outpost. Really key that he scouts this and denies it. Imperial Academy is going to be coming through as expected. He didn't gather the gold though, guys. Like, this is pretty bad. He needs to finish it up. We'll be able to do happily. Outpost is not going to be quick enough. But this still has a knock-on effect. Even if he gets what he needs from an Imperial official, think about the negatives of what just happened here. Beasty will have the outpost up quick enough to frustrate the idea of pro scouts play. And Beasty himself might be looking for pro scouts. We've been seeing Mongol players frequently go towards it recently. Love that as well. He wasn't on stand ground, so he's just trying to bait him in range. Dangerous game he's playing. And that... Okay, what the... It spread fire between the two spears, so he didn't even get the one kill. Oh, wait, you're right. He did actually cancel the outpost. Good eyeballs. Okay, that's kind of sick then. This makes things very different. Yeah. So I think for Beasty, the idea there was with the Spearman reaction, why it played out this way, is he went for the Spearman opening, and then if his opponent reacted with spears of his own, he would have tried for the safer outpost. But when he saw it was no Spearman, and also a delayed outpost timing, because Gilyadi was being a bit greedy, he was able to get away with what shouldn't have been possible. That's kind of wild. Great knee-jerk reaction by Beasty. And didn't he, like, correct me if I'm wrong, chat, he built this to like 75%, which is why my brain was like, oh, it must have completed. So that one, the spin is at least going to be taken down. Gold is still being gabbed by Gilyadi. And we have got Imperial officials on the way. So a lot of tax to be dropped off here, by the way. He can still technically go for pro scouts. Needs to be quick, though. Deerstone is coming in soon. He's definitely on the clock to get that tech out. The thing that's happening here is he's intentionally delaying him to get those arrow slits. So it's really smart read by Beasty. You might be wondering, why does Gilyadi not bring more villagers to gold? I'm pretty sure if he had even just one more villager, if they went line formation here or line formation here, they'd get sniped. So he technically could go, say, 3 on the corner. But if the shuffling is wrong when they drop off and come back, they're going to get hit by the outpost. And he's come back for that other outpost in the end. Oh, this is so toxic, though, right? Because remember, I'd say you could probably just go a little bit deeper. The idea is, with the Falcon Scout, you'll be able to see over the tree line. Great read by Gilyadi. Unfortunately, one archer will not be quick enough to get the kill here. So tower is going to go up. Second archer just a little bit too late. Arrow slits, double dose, already on the way. Ah, yes. Poor man's feudal Chinese. You can identify them by the fact they can't afford Juknu. Yeah, it does leave a little bit of a sour taste in your mouth, actually, when you're stuck with this. So what is Gilyadi's out from this? He could consider going for a ram. Siege engineering is kind of interesting here. You rebate a lot of the cost of the blacksmith tech, but it's still a pricey reaction. And, you know, there's a good chance that behind this, your opponent could be going pro scouts. Now, we have the full picture. We can see that, you know, pro scouts is not going to be the priority, right? He's going survival techniques instead. But from the perspective of Gilyadi, he lacks that information. He's at home. So he has to assume there is a play for deer behind this, which is why I think he's keeping the door open for his own PS. In fact, if he wanted to go for it, he could afford it right now. Don't be surprised he's holding this much gold in reserve. Meanwhile, look at this value. Straight away onto the ball and the deer as well. Calm down. Okay, so love this. He's going to pull it on top of all for the Gur. Not as important with Mongols normally because you can just move the Gur. But the idea here is he brought 12 villagers. And that means like only 8 can gather boar, right? So the extra needs to be killing deer. So cool play by him, actually. He's essentially punishing Gilyadi for turning into a defensive player, which is hilarious when last game, he was maybe too aggressive. Actually, I don't know, like, the more I think about that game, maybe not aggressive enough. Which is insane to say out loud because he basically tried to all-in keep drop the enemy base. How did you guys gamble on this one? 100% for Beasty? Chill. It does look pretty rough right now. And we even have the Khan Hunters coming out. Smart, extra range plus the Yam. Like, this is very difficult actually for Kilyadi to contest. What's scaring me more is the fact he doesn't have Pro Scouts coming. He's only got 8 sheep left and then berries. Like, this is very, very hard now for Kilyadi. Double aura, man. I wondered about this with Mongols. I think when the Khan Hunter buff came in, people didn't really give it enough praise. It's like, okay, whatever, that's kind of cool. But when you think about what it's doing to the fights, 0.5 extra tower range as well as the movement speed means you can actually edge the fights and trade, not even trade actually, just kill. A trade suggests that you're taking something in return. But realistically, unless you kind of overextend, Kilyadi shouldn't really be able to touch you here. And because he didn't go Pro Scouts, he can't go Horseman. It's too expensive. Now, you need to be a little bit careful with your Beastie because he's not actually using line formation. So it's actually kind of scurrying in range with things like the Khan Hunters accidentally. So this is cool. Because he's always doing this, what's happening now is Beastie is able to get away with really greedy gathering with no punishment. Because Kilyadi can't leave the base. I think Kilyadi, if he had the space, he'd look to set up some outposts here to defend him, but that's just not really attainable right now. And you see the oppression of the Falcon. Like, this right here is Beastie's vision. Not every vision on the map. You can see, like, we can see shrouds. This is just the effect of the Falcon. It means he can always poke rotate beyond what Kilyadi can match. To make matters worse, this isn't safe either. This Yam network, there's only one dead spot, and it's right here. And there we go. As a result, Kilyadi has to go for the Barbican, but this is seen and known. Does go for Imp Official Snipes, doesn't quite find it. So Barbican online, but, I mean, you see what's happening here, right? Beastie's looking to turn this into a castle. We could even see one of those fast Imperial builds from here. That's been very popular for Mongols. I'm not expecting to go that greedy, simply because he hasn't got Pro Scouts play with all the deer underneath his base. The men-at-arms go pretty hard here, folks. Barbicans are a little bit annoying to defend, to dive over, with the defensive advantage of the extra high base damage. But everything else here is just begging for a men-at-arms rush. The map design, the fact your opponent's got mass archers. Not much to fear. Finally, Kilyadi has had enough of this outpost. We'll look to take it out. But I'd say kind of worth for Beastie, right? He got the necessary space. If Kilyadi was to sense something is wrong here and dive the enemy base, it could backfire, but it just kind of feels like he's too defensive again. Love the choice to go step read out. So you could actually go for Kurultai here because you actually have got archers and the men-at-arms plan follow-up, like you can park it. But I think he understands how short the map is. There's a counterplay where his opponent rushes his base now. So he kind of just needs that extra income to inflate. On top of that, the trade-off now is if Kilyadi decides to not attack, then you can just rush into double monastery and rush the relics instead. Now, that does sound a little bit overkill. You're getting 50% more gold, and now you want him to get more gold, but it's all about how you build an economical edge here. In a game where they're both 1 TC and there's little between them, this is the clear high-value target. Kilyadi, he is sensing that something's wrong here. Oh, come on. The triple outpost, really? Kilyadi, he gets the info. He's actually in a really good position to go in here. The problem is on the backside. No! Instead of defending his own base, he's destroying Kilyadi! 11 villages, even the one that got inside died. I had a bullet magnetism, but arrow magnetism, a new one. He has scouted the east side. He knows about the gathering on the boar and the deer. So this could re-equalize the economy. Actually, it could easily put Kilyadi ahead. And he needs it. How do you want to approach this? I'd say like you split into at least 2 groups. You come from 2 sides. Makes it very difficult for him to outmaneuver you. Whereas if you run in this way, he can run the other. Archers are going to get extra close. Beastie. Quick fingers, though. Almost immediately reacts once he gets hit. Still, heavy hit is going to be. So brings things back in check. Kilyadi is still an age behind, though. That issue has not changed. Army's still bigger, but we are seeing the men-at-arms surge we were talking about. This is a really good time for Beasty. Villagers, no, he found him! Just a small group. The outposts aren't going to be able to protect you against MAA. That's got the Barbican, but now the food issue is exacerbated here. We're so used to people being safe for a long time with deer. This isn't that type of game. The pro scouts never came in on either side. So both players definitely suffering a little bit when it comes to food. But for the Mongol player, there's a lot of open options at the back. The Kilyadi, a lot of the desirables are forward-facing. I like this deer. And there's the deer stone park up now. Outpost is at least going to get denied, so the Yam influences have been reduced. What I'm not seeing is Kilyadi's answer to men-at-arms. Oh my god, there's more villagers stuck here as well. Wait, is he... Where has he got 15 idle? What? 21 idle? What? Oh no, there's no food. Wait, he doesn't realize. This is adding up, folks. Does reallocate now, but folks, he's down to his last 1,000 food. Has still got berries behind the base that he could theoretically play towards. The problem I see is like, with the gaps between gathering and how limited the berries are, getting age 3 here is not going to be easy. Now the men-at-arms, their life is going to be easy. Just uncontestable at this quantity. It's 14 in scaling. Juknu is definitely very intriguing from Kilyadi here. Not really the first unit I would have thought of going towards, but you know, in theory against heavily armored units makes more sense than archers, right? And also it is a unit that costs as much food as the archer. Garrison gonna come in, triple outpost defense. It feels kind of dirty. No, and he's getting intercepted as well. Can Kilyadi tech up off of this? I don't think so. Maneuver speed arrow just came in. The Yam as well. Love the reaction as well. And he pulls a few men-at-arms to keep chasing. He's going back towards the base. This is a beatdown. There's nothing close about this game now. That opening, I think the reaction to going like outpost there, it just kind of set Kilyadi back in a really weird way. Just great manipulation by Beasty as well, and the timing for the secondary outpost that denied wood. Like this pivot fight here was key. I've been saying like the most OP thing about Mongols is the Falcon. You know, they don't really have many things to do as OP, but the Falcon is OP. I'm gonna be totally real with you guys. I don't know why in a game where vision can be denied, right, through every other source imaginable, the Falcon is undeniable. There's a 50% uptime, meaning if you have just a second scout or a second via Khan Hunter, you have infinite uptime on them. The only weakness is walking over to punt out the Falcon, but the range to deploy him is really far. It's like, you know, you think about other sources like this Barbican, I can destroy it. It's hard to destroy, but I can destroy and get rid of the vision. Outpost, I can get rid of the vision. Scout, I can get rid of the vision. Any unit that gives vision, I can get rid of it. Except Falcons. That to me is still kind of crazy. So Kilyadi looks like he's going to try for a Hail Mary here. Old Nestor Bees may have given you a shot, but new ones against men-at-arms are going to be quite depressing. Especially considering Beasty's been moving the Yam aura with him. Astronomical block tower on the way. Oh god, these things just don't die. We've almost killed one, boys. Wahoo! This guy's tougher than playing Ghost of Tsushima on the hardest difficulty and going up against the main story boss at the start. Good luck. Counter rate coming in. Like the Kilyadi is just trying to actually get offensive here. BC is going to have to punt a few of them into the afterlife, but the counterplay now comes in. Half of his army just feels now unkillable. And Kilyadi still has humongous food issues, while Beasty is trying to go Imperial Age. Someone get this man a stretcher, get him a doctor. Get me a D for it, because we may need to restart his heart. Even Relic's now coming home. I think it's fair to, let's say, that Kilyadi will call this the moment Imperial comes through. I know he's a player who likes to look for the recovery arc, right? Play the 1 percentile, but the math don't support what he's looking to cook with here. What could he have done different? I do wonder if he could have went Pro Scout still. It probably would have been a hard Pro Scouts game just because of the location. If he had a deer spawn left and east side, I think maybe Kilyadi would have tried for it. Can't fault him, man. I really thought BC with that type of map advice was just going to take the Pro Scouts. He just didn't want to turn it into a potential recovery arc for Chinese. This double down, this play of risk onto the boar and deer shows that there can be ways. This is very difficult to justify. But Cliffside definitely won the maps that can allow for it. Mongols definitely won the civs that can play for it. GG gets called. Beasty, as always, looking unstoppable for poor old Kilyadi. Ugh. I think he is dead. Why is there a yellow landmark on bomb? Shh. Shh. Because he felt bad that he was going to have an extra landmark that was worth something over Kilyadi. So he wanted to give him something to rebalance it. Good guy, Beasty. Just such a nice guy. Alright, Baltoon. Which account's your Smurf account, mate? Where have you been hiding? There's no way you have not been scrimming for 1v1s. Because when I look at this account, all I see are team games. What are you up to? What are you up to, really? This is a bait and switch. This is like, so every, like, this is Giga Baltoon leaving his account open so that when people come in and look, they just get fake information. Genius. Freaking genius. Alright. So. You're a Wash Battlegrounds player? True. So you're just going to go out last in the thingy, right? Is that what we're saying? Facepalm wrecked? We could catch Jif versus Kilyadi. A little ladder on a Swedish account. Which one's you? I don't think I saw another Swede account in there. Not like a glance, anyway. Unless you're secretly Numudan. Now, hold on, that's a possibility. What do you reckon, Baltoon? Is Numudan turning up for the LAN? I kind of want him to turn up for the LAN. I'm thinking of like the likely players that would be there that could compete with like the top qualified players, and I feel like outside the ones that I'm thinking of already, Baltoon would be stronger. No offense to those players, but like, Numudan would be stronger. No offense to those players, but Numudan looks really spooky. I just hope I get core in my group. I feel like everyone hopes they get core in their group. Oh no. Poor guy. Oh, choose Predickies, Beasty. Doink. Chinese versus French, though, right? It's going to be bog. What do I get with a tier 3 sub? I don't know. What do you want with a tier 3 sub? Do you really want to give a tier 3 sub? Those are pricey. You just don't know at that point, you know? I don't really know what people offer for tier 3 subs that make sense outside of if you're like a just Shank streamer that wants to get their knockers out on a different platform or send pictures of your balls and feet to people, which just doesn't really feel like it's me, believe it or not. That took a weird swing, didn't it? Yeah, I haven't really seen anyone offer that interesting of things for tier 3 subs. I've always wondered on it. Because I always felt like I'd be surprised if anyone wanted to spend that much on the sub system. Like, you know, it's the same with the Patreon. I've been asking people for ages, like, what would they want to see that would encourage them to donate on the Patreon? Never get a response. I'm like, okay, you guys just don't want things.
Faked.
Fine.
Ubi vado.
Oh, Predickies. So, Kilyadi versus Jiff.
See.
And we get with the Beasty one. And Kilyadi, oh, for God's sake, he likes yellow too. Can everyone stop liking yellow? IRL vlogs. I mean, like, dude, I'd aim to do IRL vlogs eventually anyway, right? So I don't know if that would be an exclusive content, per se. All right, let's get it underway. One and all, welcome back to the channel for some Scrimwatch. That's right, we're checking on players ahead of the LAN, and we're checking in on some more of the dark. Kilyadi has had an unfortunate time queuing into Beasty again and again and again. Now he gets to queue into Jiff, who is actually also no pushover. Jiff has been impressing recently. You know, still not that great of a civ pool. Like, you know, probably 4 to 5 civs maximum he plays, but for ladder play, that makes you maybe somewhat predictable, but still a pain in the ass if you play them well. Jiff has been seeking down the rankings a little bit, down to 94th, but that still makes him the #1 player on the Isle of Man by a vast margin. It turns out that sheep are not very good at playing video games. No opposable thumbs. But this guy has been impressing me this month. I mean, he's been as high as almost like top 20 on the leaderboard, which is no small feat. Okay, be honest. When I say, like, no small feat, who just thinks that, like, I'm saying feet in the different form? I just thought about that. It does sound kind of weird. I know, this should be a fun one. School of Cavalry coming in. Other side, it should be the Imperial Academy. I really do like the French-Chinese matchup when it doesn't just turn into a fast castle surge. There's some really cool dynamics around micro-orientation in longer feudal. On Gorge of all maps. Gorge is really good for French to just kind of eco-harass on the flanks. This tree line doesn't feel that safe as time goes on. Isle of Man TT is insane, right? Like, dude, can you imagine living on, like, the Isle of Man surrounded by sheep, fish, and old people, and being able to say that you are the most skilled Age of Empires 4 player on the island? I mean, that's peak, right? Nothing beats that. Are we still looking for chat mods? Yeah, I do need to upgrade 1 or 2 people at least to moderate chat. We have some mods. Most of them are lazy though. Where's Crackety? No, good. And we have some people like we trust who we've modded, right? But like they aren't watching all the time or watching that frequently. And we've been growing, so it kind of makes sense. Got to guard against the weirdos. So, game plan wise, what are we expecting here out of Kilyadi? Tech up coming through. I'm honestly just expecting Pro Scouts. Can I just get like a? Can I just get a check on a patch? Do we have one coming soon? Can people queue an aisle? Like, I'm praying. Like, what is it? It's a Monday, right? Right? Like, we're gonna announce a patch for like after the LAN, right? Please, please. Guys, I'm going crazy with this current meta. As cool as some of the games are, oh my god, it's too much Pro Scouts. At first, after the TC meta, I was so freaking happy. But as time has gone on, it's starting to drain me as much as the TC meta is. You know? Are we expecting a patch this week? No. I wouldn't expect a patch this week, but like an announcement of a patch for after the LAN would be cool. DLCs, did they say spring? But spring is like, is it April until June? It's like we get a DLC between then, and then like what? Probably another one just before Christmas? I'd say they dropped the DLC, the second DLC for like maybe October, November. Because like, if you don't want to drop a new DLC too close to Christmas, because people aren't going to be working over Christmas, right? So like, if you have a major failure point that needs to be addressed, Age of Empires 4 release Horse Archers, and everyone goes on holiday, it doesn't get fixed. Never announced anything during events. I think I already talked about this though. Like, we've got an Age of Empires 2 event coming up. I hope there is not an announcement about AoE 4 and Age of Empires 2 event. Even though there's an AoE 4 event on the side, it's primarily an Age of Empires 2 event. It's like kind of a read the room feeling. It's really not the place, I'd say. The only way it would make sense is if the Age of Empires 4 Grand Finals were to take place between the AoE 2 lower bracket finals and grand finals. Then you'd actually have a good recourse for an announcement. Because like the logic there is if you think AoE 4 is in a really good state to show off, you show off the comp play there to the AoE 2 audience for one series, announce the DLC, and then get into grand finals. So it does kind of make Age of Empires 4's grand finals a show match, but I think it does it in a way that's smart. Does that make sense? So far we've had a little bit of poke harass here. Spearman massing makes a lot of sense. Jif just wants to move out deer pack by deer pack, securing these. We've already got Duck surging on the flanks though. Kidyadi actually didn't go for his own deer initially. I prefer this much better. He took the close one, but he leaves the secondary until later. And Jif, smart cookie. He's rushing Spearman out there. Understands his timings well. He's going to scour what's happening over here. So I imagine we have additional spears heading west side, but problems on the horizon considering that Kilyadi is now switching into the archers. All right, how did you guys gamba, by the way? 94% for Kilyadi? Okay. I see the mood you guys are in today. Before this one, it was Beasty. It was pretty much the same percentile. Just, you know, not for Kilyadi. So Swimming gonna get shotted. The interesting thing, actually, I think Jif is just overreacting on the spears a bit. If he brings them all to one location, the archers actually lose. Like, hilariously enough, archers do not counter spears when there's that many of them stabbing in the face. You broke off the KPMM finals? Good thing I'm giving you a break week then. Oh, come on, dude. The maths. Oh, this is a bit of an ugly fight. From both sides, actually, because Kilyadi was wasting time killing the thing that doesn't counter him. And then also, Jif was attacking archers with spears instead of knights. It's like, yeah, actually, in the end, it ends up better for Kilyadi. Deer pack on the west side is at least being denied from being returned. So, I mean, Jif can get an edge here by snatching a few extra deer away. It's like, overall, not too bad for him. The bad part is going to be the fact that the knight numbers are scaling. Right, he's not doing much to shutter that fact. Will the LAN event be stream recorded by anyone? Sure. So my channel should be live with the probably the Age of Empires 4 content is the idea. So if you guys want to see the LAN content, this will be the place to tune in. Come to this stream. You'll be able to see all of the AoE 4 from the Garrison. Be sure to tell everyone as well. So Jif does have his castle timing coming in. Kilyadi did waste a lot of time coming to his own side of the map. So this should be quite spacious, right? There shouldn't be pressure coming in. But I think Kilyadi's pretty content with the idea of just guarding the mid-map and then going castle himself. For Jif, he needs a more aggressive timing now. I wouldn't be surprised if we're looking at Mass Lancer. Could even think about sneaking in a few PGs to go down the flanks. When predictions? I think we'll look to do predictions in like the next hour or so. So we actually have like a nice little scene set up where we'll be able to drag all the names into the slots and where I think people are going to be and who I think is going to make the qualification slots. So yeah, we'll be breaking that down. Rising Empire's official stream? I mean, sort of. Like, basically, there's gonna... My understanding is probably gonna be quite a lot of channels live with it. But I'd say go support whoever you want to be able to make more content, more sponsors, etc. in the future. Basically, with the Garrison, there's... I gotta give them credit, actually. It's really smart. What Being Esports does with their events is everyone streams the POV to their channel that wants to. So, for example, with Age of Empires 2, you know, Being Esports will have their official channel because they just need to have an official channel marketing. But the reality is most people are going to watch on T90's channel and Dave's channel and Mem's channel, right? And Viper's channel and Harry's channel. So, like, AB4, like, you know, I think primarily people are probably going to watch it here on Dimus and Beasties if their channels are being used as well. Night Raid coming in. It's good here. But unfortunately, Double Village kind of has this way of ruining your timing entirely. Good news is he didn't really take much damage. Got pretty much all the knights out. Lost the scout. Can chivalry up. And we do have castle just around the corner for Kilyadi. Jiff already rushing into the monks, though. Would have preferred him maybe to just get a few additional lancers out first, but he probably feels like he's on the clock here. Love the choice to go for the Imperial Palace. We've talked about why this is so good right now. Vision to see everything. You can scout your opponent without actually scouting them with the Imperial Spies. It allows you to also just kind of avoid the stickiness of thinking Nestibes is good when it's not against French Knights. It's worthless. This should be the default AoE4 channel. I like the way you think. We do something OP, which is have God Vision, so you can see everything. And we do host a lot of tournaments. Neck bash. Good micro so far by Kilyadi. Oh, no. I had to open my fat mouth. Oh, God. Well, at least we'll be able to snipe the monk, but these poor little plastic swordsmen, not feeling great. What goes in dry and hard but comes out wet and soft? Stale bread in soup. My answer was right too. Is it me or is Jiff just kind of throwing units away pointlessly? I'm not liking this right now for him. The only upside he has is that Kilyadi is going arbitrary, which means you can actually counterplay into knobs. But, like, you have to answer this knight issue now. He's going to be had with crossbows of his own. Ishii caramba. This doesn't actually feel that good to do into French because you know yours are just worse. You also know that the knights are just better, right? Like, there's multiple layers of the cake that makes this feel pretty worrisome. Like, if you look at the comps, you're pretty much just doing a worse version of what French could do. Upside, at least for you, is going to be the fact you've got, like, Song, you've got Taxmen, so, like, there's eco upsides. But quality-wise, you're just a mile behind French with this comp. And what scares me more is, like, Kilyadi has the long-term play. He's gone Guildhall. So, yes, he's made his comp weaken now, but if this turns into just a vomit of units killing each other for 5 minutes, he's going to benefit more. Yeah, especially with the extra map control he's going to get from it. Things like Boar come into the picture in a way that I just don't really see it for Jiff. So what's his out here? Is 3 relics? Like, overall, that's the big win right now, is that Kilyadi has been notably later moving out to relics as a prio. 2 are remaining on the battlefield available, and I think those should be going towards him. But something that Jiff could consider here, we don't really see Pagoda Rush as much for China, but considering your opponent has gone for Arbitrary, Nestibes almost begins to feel mandatory. So you can get that double whammy value of switching knobs, but also simultaneously getting access to Pagodas to triple the amount of resources per relic. Wait, is Jiff gonna get... No. No. I think he's fine. The knights are distracted. They found the villagers. Okay, so in a way, that's actually a saving grace, because although he lost a villager, he can now get the relic home without being seen. Barely. Are you kidding me? No, no. Keep running. Keep running. No, kill... Yeah. He's playing with fire there. Luckily for him, Jiff did not see. You can see Jiff is trying to be creative as well. He's like, oh yeah, he'll hug this side of the map. People do that all the time with these relics because it's harder to find. Yeah, unfortunately, Kiliadi is just going to brute force it back to base. By the way, does anyone know if there's a speculative list of players that are going to be playing in that offline qualifier? I theory crafted who I think is likely to, like, of note to be there. The Germans are kind of obviously front runners. Like Kardi, Striker, Core. Probably not Gully. I don't think his parents will let him out of school. I think Jiff is getting ready for farms, isn't he? Yeah. Kiliadi, we do have a few farms coming in as well, but the most important thing is to be the guild hall. So around like 21, 22 minutes, you'll look for the pull, red pals drop down the center, and then you can begin a march in from there off the back of Massal Trie. Jiff's timings can be a little bit more skewed here, but if he's quick enough in the farms and he doesn't feel like he's forced to overinvest into military, he can somewhat mirror the Imperial Age. And that's going to be important because Great Wall Gatehouse will make his farms feel kind of impenetrable. Especially this type of spawn, like you maybe drop it forward here, and then you have the walls on the flanks. Yeah, kind of awkward. I feel like most people would have taken this area for the farms, because this one's a little bit more saturated already. But I think you just wanted to lean everything in one direction where it felt more protected. Alright, ones if you think Kiliadi's going to win this, twos if you think Jiff's going to take it. I'm wondering if anyone has been converted to Jiff's way of playing. I kind of like his position. If he can get the farm transition correct. It's very tough on the timing. And I think Kiliadi, yeah, look at the stone. Is he going to go for like a trip keep drop? One of them being a red palace? No, he's going to play it safe at home. Yeah, it's kind of... I always smile about this because I think it was about... Was it 2 months ago, chat? We were talking about how the French got a unique buff which discounted the keep cost by 10%. And it was unique to only them. Not even Jean had this. And I remember Kiliadi being in the chat at the time. He's like, wait, that's a thing? Question mark, question mark? And ever since then, he builds so many keeps as the French. Makes sense, guys. If you think about it, with that discount, the 10th castle is free. Whoa! I mean, makes sense, right? Like, usually you get a 15% discount on age up. People always get castle age. That's a castle too. This is a big army, by the way. I think Jiff may have just chosen beautifully instead of poorly. Kiliadi was just looking for that bypass into Imperial, whereas Jiff didn't really care about it. Okay, food pool comes in. It's going to be a red pass on the south side, but his base is now in trouble here. This is wasted effort. You need to go deeper. I don't like that he's just waiting around small buildings here. What? You've got to be kidding me. Second TC, this is the thing about French and why Red Palace is just so obnoxious. It's not just the defense itself, it's the fact that TCs themselves become like pseudo castles. If you think about the DPS of a Red Palace and its Arbus emplacements that go in the TCs, it's kind of like you get a better Springald for free in each TC. Now, if you think about the cost of a Springald emplacement, you start to rack your brain a little bit about how silly it is. Springald emplacement itself is going to be 175 resources. A TC is going to be 750 resources. That's approaching almost eco-wing levels of discount. Because you want those defenses, right? It stops you from being getting raided by small groups of knights. Makes it much harder even for big armies to go in. Speaking of big armies, a lot of knights now raiding through. Liadi has not upgraded them to elite. Doesn't matter though. Castle Age good enough to warp down a lot of villages, especially when Jif does not have textiles. And does not realize charge comes through. No reaction out of Jif. No, he's more of a JPEG than a GIF right now. Stuck on the spot, no reaction. Movement through under the farms as well. He seeks shelter, which runs straight into them. Not ideal here. Kilyadi now building a healthy lead. Jif, I can't believe this, man. For a moment, it looked like he was going to find the all-in, do some significant damage, and curtains closed, right? But instead, this army stood outside Kilyadi's base, heard him tech up, and then walked home. Exactly what you really can't afford to be doing here. Now, Kilyadi is going to be throwing away the knights, but who cares? Plenty more where that came from now. He's got a scaling eco lead. It's 2 TC versus 1. Guildhall is going to keep stockpiling next reserves of food. He's going to continue that farm transition. He's got plenty of woodworkers to do so with. Oh, you guys like the JPEG joke, huh? I didn't want to be generous. He isn't the PNG. PNGs are too fancy. So how does Jif get out of this now? I mean, hyper late game hand cannoneers are very competitive, right? But he has started to lean towards the 8k gold. He's going for a second TC. I think despite the good raid by Kilyadi, the reality is this game is far from over still. He doesn't have that second wave. He basically threw away all the knights and has no food income. So while Jif is definitely behind, there is roads to recovery here. Would have loved to have seen Kilyadi actually go for the sacred sites when he was doing these things. I wonder, actually. Jif has to be sensing it. That was a lot of knights that died. There's an opportunity here. Spearman upgrade is on the way. Kilyadi only has 25 arbitraries. Full stop. Mangoes is ambitious here. You don't technically have a front line. But in a way, like if there was a unit on its own from the back could carry against this comp, it's these guys. The Gambesons plus the Pavis gives you a lot of tankiness. The issue is the numbers are just too far apart. Hence why he's just going to have to run away. Has got the keep nearby, and we have reached range. Yes, you're seeing that, right? That guy has basically got a sniper scope on top of his crossbow. 2 hitting the Albus. And we are approaching the Red Palace now in range as well. No, Jif, this is too far. Run! Fly, you fool! Oh god, this fight is getting so bad for him. He lost almost all the military lead to that. That was unbelievable. This Civ is just way too toxic once it reaches Imperial Age. Am I the only one that feels like Red Palace should be completely reworked? At this stage, I feel like it's reasonable to say a complete rework would be a positive experience for all of Age of Empires 4. I mean, you're seeing exactly why you're never going to convince people to build College of Artillery. Like, that was ridiculous. You know, like, kind of a preview as to how keeps could feel OP. Imagine if castles actually had 9.5 tower range by default. Absolutely ridiculous. So chases in again. We still don't have elite tech for the backline of crossbowmen from Jif either. Red Palace should be swapped with Guildhall. I'm sorry, what? I got a bottle of whiskey beside me. Don't make me pick it up. So now he finally stands his ground. I don't know if that was actually worth the beast dropping. In fairness, the food issues have now been solved, guys. Look at his reserve. Behind this, while all this has been going on, Kilyadi has gone up to 34 farms. On top of that, the Guildhall was pulled out for a one-timer. He's switched over to the gold now. Crossbow strips is also coming in. I think Jif needs to consider Nesta B spears here. The classic. Problem now is going to be the cannons. We've been seeing cannons as a solid answer to knobs. All keeps and TC's getting ARPs is OP. Yeah, like, what? So what was the thought process behind that change exactly is what I'm trying to think. At the time, it kind of made sense. I think. I think ultimately, though, you know, the red pass change, I'm pretty sure they introduced it when French was like an all-time low pick rate in comp, where the arbalist emplacements get placed everywhere. I feel like you could take that away, and it wouldn't be a problem. Spears. I'm going to be diving in the back, but this is ridiculous. It's triple arbalist, guys. The defensive capabilities, and then on the other side, right, it's just a handful of horsemen. These guys are going to last substantially longer. As long as they don't just run headfirst into spears. Another thing that kind of scares me is we haven't reached full arbalist potential yet. We've still got scenarios to come. Whereas Jif kind of struggling on the gold, has to be said. Alright, get your predictions in. How long do you think this game's going to be? Because I am sensing a deep game. I think China's just very obnoxious to dive once they have this Great Wall Gatehouse up, especially in the farmland area. At the same time, Red Pass, right? Like, if you think about it, these are the two most toxic defensive landmarks in the game. Full stop. Red Pass feels undiveable. You have to siege it down. Great Wall Gatehouse is actually kind of the same. Has less range, so technically you can cannon it instead, but if you ever step in range, this Nesta Bee's emplacement looks broken. Because it's over double the damage of a standard Nesta Bee's. And has better spread. Hello. Jif. He's starting to contain Kilyadi a little here. Is this an overextension from the Arbalest? It's only spears. There's no elite army tactics. No Yuan. I think if he had the text, I'd be a little bit worried for Kilyadi, but because Incendiary is coming in on one side and Jif is just kind of discounting himself in a lot of ways, I think he's fine. We have now got Yuan coming in, but as long as Kilyadi doesn't headbutt the spears, he should be fine. You know what, guys? We might end up doing the predictions after this game at this rate. I was like, oh yeah, a good, like, probably 25, 30-minute game. Seems reasonable. And then this. Yuan does change the dynamics a little bit. Kilyadi has been kind of struggling to be mobile. That's the issue with Arbalest. Like, they're very good, but very static. Horsemen will support, but I think what you really want to be doing this is counter-offensing. If you don't, then what's going to happen is Jif is going to spend the next 40 minutes sending spears into your base. What makes it so frustrating to deal with spearmen like this is just the extra movement speed allows them to always get on top of you, even with horses. So, like, what is Jif see as his win condition? I mean, he's got Sacred Site control, but he actually hasn't resorted to stone gathering yet. So he's not leaning into it. You'd be able to tell. This is all just a ruse to try and get Kilyadi to react to something. And in the meantime, you just get free resources. Well, this is a substantial lead for Kilyadi. He just doesn't have a lot of the army here. No. If he condensed for a direct fight right now, I actually think Jif would just get wiped. Problem is, you just, like, don't know this, right? Like, look at the POV for him. He's spread out a little bit. At this point, he has to be a bit suspicious, but I don't know, man. I think Kilyadi, in some ways, wanted to try and keep the door open to potential trade. Like, when you play French on a map like this, like, hyper late game, you kind of feel like you need it. You know what's kind of sad is, like, I actually quite enjoy playing French, but the more I think about it, it's secretly one of the most toxic late game civs. because of their guild hall and their trade. Like, they're a very good trading civ because they get bonuses plus the fact that they just have map control usually. And then guild hall just gives you all these, like, never-ending sources of resources. Makes them so damn frustrating to deal with. You must never tech to castles. No. Castle's fine. You're just not allowed to tech to Imperial. Because you, like, you can go Royal Institute, right? And who trades a castle? Come on. Be reasonable. I need to build my keeps in the enemy base. Gileadi? He's starting to funnel. Very important phase of the game. Jiff, like, the numbers are confusing me right now. I don't know how he has so little food in reserve with what he's building. Something's not right here. I mean, he's got all the eco-tech levels. The granaries are a little bit wonky. Yeah, he just doesn't have enough of them. Count as, like, what, 30? 35? He's at 43. Yeah, but a lot of them are down here, out of range of like, the double granary overlay. His farmlands are just a little bit funky. Is just trying to paint something on the map? Yes. He's trying to tell us which civ is going to be released next. I am getting... What vibe is this? So that's like a chair, and that's a bucket with a hook. So it's a sieve that fishes for chairs. That didn't help at all. Aztecs. I don't think Aztecs fish for chairs. Wait, can someone check this isn't like a Chinese symbol? Are we getting another Chinese variant civ? I think we already have enough Chinese in our games. I don't think we're going to have China in this game for much longer, though. Economy is looking pretty small. Ram follow-up is on the way. It is just flooding horsemen, so it looks like what we're getting from Kiryadi, he's going to try to just burn his opponent down by horseman spamming and hitting the flanks. Once the economy is small enough, he'll come back with Albatray and just roll him. And cheeky walls it. But you see what I'm talking about spreading him wide. It's not easy to do this, by the way, against Yuan. The spearmen are very, very quick. Which is why I'm a little bit surprised he took this route instead of just the Arbitrary or hand cannoneer switch down the center. I guess in his mind, the issue with going hand cannoneer here is you're just going to encourage Chinese hand cannoneers, and that's how you lose the game. Because of the pyrotechnics. It just makes them a critical hit against your comp. Siege works now on the way, so... Is he legit just going to try to casually ram him down? Siege works does make you phenomenally tanky, but Spearman, like, melee vulnerability is a thing, is a problem. Why does the mini-map look like someone's had a stroke in his face? Because Jiff, remember, he's from the Isle of Man. 80% of the people he socializes with socialize with one word. Bah. So his communication skills aren't that great. He is clearly writing us an SOS. I'm just not sure entirely what it says. I don't think he needs an SOS for this fight, right? One afterwards might be concerning, though. Look at the reserves. Oh my dear god, this is just a meat grinder. Well, it would be if Kilyadi remembered to queue up new units. Like, okay, this should just be a GG push now. Yeah, there we go. But Kilyadi maybe forgot about something. Old man reflexes. Rain had to plug into the Wi-Fi. Queues up 50 more replacements. Yeah, crazy as well, because if he had them queued in reserve, they'd already be reaching the fight. So at that point, this all breaks GG. I still think it's trending that way. Like, Jiff just doesn't have anything in the bank to work with. Keep drops now on the flanks. It looks like extra gold getting denied here. Jiff just has nothing to work with. And the importance of that is it means that crossbows aren't going to be scalable. Not that you really want them here, but you can't even think about hand cannoneers. Definitely can't afford those. Nest to be easy even feels like a stretch. Guys, shout out for you. What if Jeff's real life name is Jeff? It just feels very appropriate, you know? I could envision a Jeff living alone on the Isle of Man. I don't know why. Just seems to resonate. Just like the way I'm resonating with these funky vibes Gigliardi's pushing out. Ram just making sure the Imperial Pass can't go back up. For good reason. Remember, if you tap this with a hammer, you get the full vision again, which is why Jift has done it like that. 141 HP and he just sees everything. What we're seeing, though, is his own demise. We've got keep drop after keep drop. The map is becoming constricted. Ironically, after Jift tried to fully contain Gigliardi, he's about to do the same thing in return. Your S&P is almost down 10%. It's the end of the world. I told you guys. Stocks are a scam. Invest in... I'm not going to say a pigeon coin. Invest in subs to KP's channel. Boom. Does something active for you. Means you spend less time watching ads. So you spend more time consuming the correct build orders that you can then use to inflate your elo, which means you can then go and win tournaments and make money. Flawless plan. 100% loss. Okay, this is why we don't trust physics, guys. By the way he was typing yesterday, he can't even formulate a sentence normally, so don't trust him. Subscribe to the channel. Alright, horseman on the back farms. At this point, like that kind of feels like the killing blow. Looking at the reserve of resources, this hit is just going to make it impossible for him to get the next wave. I can't believe he didn't have the army tactics this whole time as well. I mean, it's the gold starvation, right? It's to be expected. But this is way too much. Going EAT, still scaling crossbows, and trying to go hand cannons? Oof. And after the way physics guy just spelled offended, I rest my case. Just like Gigliardi is about ready to rest his nutsack on the table. Very finish of him. Oh, look. These spearmen without elite army tactics. It would be a shame if they only done 1 damage per strike. I'm kidding. They do 2 damage per strike. Woo! Sometimes playing against Arbitrary is so demoralizing. This is one of those sometimes. Hilariously enough, like there was actually no reason that Gigliardi shouldn't have dropped Pavis earlier than this. If he had just immediately dropped Pavis, you'd be looking at, you know, like 60 military pop to 30. At this point, I think Jeff is just ready to tap out. Cannons, like, this is the crazy thing. Like, cannons, when you're, like, trickling out troops like this, once cannon count gets up to, like, 4 or 5, you just feel like you're running headfirst into a cannonball. Because you literally are. And, you know, that's ill-advised. You're pretty much going to get 1 hit on every one of your spearmen. Yeah, so that's the effect of that horseman raid, right? Like, Chief just had these awkward, like, gaps. I don't know, like, looking back at this game, I think Jiff just needed to find his way to quality a bit earlier. Or maybe just, like, focus more on the raids. He had a perfect time to go in the mid-game, I feel like. You know, he was basically diving the base when the tech came out, and then he ran away and done nothing but allowed Gigliardi back in the game for the next 5. All right. Do we do predictions? Is it predictions time? Is it time for the predickies? Probably? Okay, yeah, we'll do predictions. So, let me get Photoshop open. That's right, I've used Photoshop. Whoa. KP, why are you using Photoshop? So I can drag assets around, silly. Paint just wasn't going to do it this time. We elegant and crap. We fancy pants. We have an Adobe subscription? Say what? Boom. Look at that. Okay, so. Can we maybe... I gotta find somewhere to put chat now, actually. Chat is right now flabbergasted. They're like, I can't believe this. This is unrivaled levels of effort from KP. What's going on? So we'll make that a little bit smaller. I don't think that needs to be as big. Let's bring that across. Doink. And then you guys are going to get slid down here, I think. Okay. Am I good up here? I think I'm good up here. Is there a way I can nudge over? Oh, we're missing Beasty. I think that works. Dude, this is so cluttered and cursed. Pirated Adobe? No, I want the AI gen stuff. I don't know if it was worth it. Yeah. So hard to get the good pirated version now. Alright. One and all, it is time. Now I'm not stealing that from him. We don't need to. One and all, it is time for our predictions. That is right. We've got a LAN just around the corner. The Garrison happening, courtesy of being Esports, for Age of Empires 4, Age of Empires 2, Age of Mythology, all of it. But we're here to talk about the AOE4, the thing that I know you guys care about. That's why you come to this channel for this info. So we do have a rough idea of what's going to be happening. Reminder that there are still 2 places up for grabs. That's going to be happening in an offline qualifier on the Thursday of this week. But we know that Beasty is going to be there, Cat, Louis MT, Baltoon, Dumu, and finally Kardi, who is going to be replacing CSO, who could not get a visa in time. Interestingly enough, although we don't know exactly who else is going to be there, and it seems like that makes it scuff for predictions, the reality is we can be quite reasonable about formulating who would be there. So I've listed some possible players down here. Can you guys see that? I don't know. It's kind of small. So maybe I zoom in a bit. So we've Ava as a possibility. We've got Striker, Dragavan, Voldemar, Myriad, Krakody, and Core. I think these are like the front runner, most likely to be there, higher level players that we could expect to see. We're going to talk through who I think is likely to make it through. 1 or 2 of them might be in chat, so they might find this depressing, or they might find it inspiring, like a middle finger moment. We do know group-wise that Group A is going to be the death stack, because we have got, if you guys can't see it there, a pretty interesting one, actually. We've got Beasty, Dumu, Baltoon, and then the lowest ranking ATR player, so rip to that person. And then in the other group, it's going to be Louis MT, Cat, Killjadi, and the higher ranking ATR player. So we can already make kind of rough estimations based on the opening groups. So I think the place I'm going to start here is who I think is going to make it through the offline qualifier. So we listed a few front runners in my mind of likely players to be there. Of those players that are likely to be there, like we definitely know Voldemar's going to be there. I believe Striker has definitely said he's going to be there. Whether he's going to be playing or not, we'll see. Krakody, I know, is going to be there. I think Core is making the trip, and Myriad, I've heard, is going to be making the trip. So I think in offline qualifiers, you are likely going to be seeing... Everyone has confirmed that it's listed on... Wait. There's actually a list and it hasn't been publicly, like, communicated? Can you link me that? How did I miss that? Like, that wasn't on the Wikipedia at all. Okay, so we know the people. Was I pretty much spot on with who I thought we were going to have? Thank you, Krakody. Big shout out to Mr. Krakody. Mr. Crackmeister. Okay, so... We've got pool 1, which is going to be Myriad, Core, Elyona. I wasn't sure if Elyo would go. I had him kind of listed, maybe. Those are the front runners there for sure. And then pool 2 is going to be Striker, Lemonos, Krakody. Avali is going to play Voldemar. So, my expectations here, actually, I think the scariest player on this list right now, I think Myriad's been cooking. I think Myriad is actually going to make it through. The other player that I think is going to make it, has Krakody been grinding enough? Could it be Krakody's time? He has been getting some wins against people like Papu on the ladder. Voldemar has been grinding relentlessly in scrims. I do know that. he has been working pretty hard. So, like, I think my front runners is maybe something like this. I don't know if Core has been really practicing as much. Dragavan is going to have some cute strategies, but a lot of people know his strategies now. So I'm not... wait, actually, we just said on the... Yeah, he's not listed. So Dragavan's a no. So in order of, like, likeliness, I think it's looking something like this to me. Striker's been cooking some interesting strats. Avali just doesn't have as much time. So I think I'm going to stick with my gut here. Myriad, and I think it's either Voldemar or Krakeny making it. Avali playstyle is dangerous for Voldemar. True, and he's getting him on that side of the bracket, right? So Myriad versus Core is going to be interesting. I would favor Myriad to make it out of pool 1. And then pool 2, Krakeny versus Voldy. Right, well, clearly, I'm sorry, Krakeny, you need to cast, so... Nah, this is a funny thing. Like, if Krakeny or Voldemar doesn't make it, they'll just be the caster. So I think Myriad's going to make it. I think he'll win that side. Sorry, Core. Pull one out for you. I think the other one's a little bit tighter. But, so... Myriad is higher seed than you and Voldemar, right, Krakeny? Let me just check the ATR. I haven't got a link to it. Someone link me it. Because we need to put them in the right group. I think we're probably going to be seeing Voldemar and Myriad. That's my safe guess. Maybe Krakeny is like smirking right now and he's actually been playing a lot more games than I saw and he's been practicing secretly. But I know he's like, you know, didn't have as much time to commit as some of these other players. And Voldemar kind of went dark on the weeklies for KPMM, and I think it's because he's been scrimming for this. So Voldemar, is he higher Elo? We may have to switch these around. But let's get the other ones in place. So what that means is for Group A, Beasty is going to be facing off against Myriad. And Dumu and Baltoon are going to be facing off down here. And the other group, that does mean that we're going to have Louis MT up against probably Voldemar. And then Cat facing off against Kiliardi. Practicing or losing and then casting. There you go, dude. I mean, in fairness, I don't know if you get paid for casting on this one. But yeah, so I think Avali, I don't know, like we'll see if he's got enough practice, but I'm going to slightly lean Voldemar there. It's either Voldemar or Krakeny making it through here. So this one's a bit tight, but for me, I think Myriad is the dead ringer. And in terms of the matchup, like I said, I'm pretty sure Voldemar has higher ATR than Myriad. So hence why he's going to avoid the death group. Now, out of these outcomes, I think this is going to be pretty obvious to a lot of people. Opening games are best of 3s, if I remember correctly. In fact, let me just double check that. Because apparently it's very hard to read. BO5s, sorry. So with it being BO5s, I think Beasty's going to 3-0. This one is interesting. I think this is going to be very exciting. I think Baltoon's secretly cooking. Balt is like, I'm thinking like playstyle wise. I could see Baltoon maybe getting an edge there. I think that series is going to be tight either way. So I'm expecting 3-2. Oh god, should we have had like numbers as well? That's going to make it awkward, isn't it? Yeah, this is like extra editing in the moment now that I'm thinking about that I didn't think we need. But let's say this series is going to be tight either way. So 3-2. I'm not going to straighten them out. I'm sorry. You just have to deal with that. Yeah, flick shot, farm transitions. I think also just like the meta, like thinking about the certain civs that are very powerful right now, it kind of favors like what Baltoon, I think, emboldens. He likes building knights. So that does mean in the lower bracket, you're going to end up with a Myriad versus Dumu matchup, I think. The other thing is also, I know Dumu hasn't been feeling a little bit rough recently. The illness might have left less time to scrim compared to Baltoon, who I know has been snaking on secret accounts. So this matchup down here, though, I'd still say, like, Myriad is capable in the right environments of, like, getting a game. I'd say this is probably still going to be 3-1. So, like, Myriad, he has some solid civs. There is the potential. I think in some ways, like the civs that he's scary on is a little bit maybe predictable, and that can get used against him. You know, Dimu is just overall more robust player. Oh my god, dude, the auto rotation. We'll just leave it wonky. So that does mean that you'll be having Dimu heading through to the lower bracket. Up here, Beasty, dude, I like Baltoon, the almost Marine Lord Slayer. Dare I say, I believe this man could be taking a game off of Beasty, the unslayable. I think it's still going to be Beasty favored, but I'd say Baltoon's probably looking at a one-game win there. You know, I think he has enough robustness with his drafts. He's very creative with some of the off-like branch civs. Historically, things like Japanese comes to mind. I can even see like Ottomans making sense in some of the drafts, especially with the map pool. Like you think you've got things like moving out here. You've got like what, Hill and Dale, Coastal, even Basin. So like there's some volatility there to consider. That does mean that would bring Baltoon down for a rematch up against Benny Boy. Dare I say he is then cursed to be revenge swept? Possibly. In fact, for some reason I have a 3 down here. I think what will happen is you'll see like an early surge out of Balts, but then adaptation like rematch. I want to say like what's likely to happen is the winners match reveals maybe a little bit too much, and then Dimu is very like seasoned at actually adapting in that field. So I would say that this one is of all the matchups you're going to see to make it through, this is the most unpredictably tight one between Dimu and Baltoon. But I am going to lean towards Benny Boy slightly. Obviously, Beastie makes it through. And then let's talk about the other brackets. The other one I think is a bit more, a bit less rather obvious. So over here, Louis Voldemar, like I'm going to favor Louis' playstyle every day of the week. I think Voldemar will be lucky to put a dent in him. The thing that's frustrating with Louis, I think for Voldy, is Voldy either likes to play very safe, which is dangerous. I don't think you want to play Voldemar against Louis, you just lose that. Or he goes all in aggressive, but I find like Voldemar likes these more kind of linear strategies that are straightforward, like the Lombo Rosh classics. And I think Louis is just a very good defensive player. Why is there Voldemar? Did he qualify already? No, we're talking about theoretical players because you've got to match up against Myriad, probably, is my guess. And I think Myriad's going to beat you. So, just soak that in. Voldemar is in the other side of the bracket with Krakody and Avali. You think he beats? Yeah, I do. Now go prove me wrong. So then on the other one, we've got, dude, this is why I love this is going to be the best part. Is like, I know if Cornell wins, he's going to be like, oh yeah, look at this, just mocking me the whole time. This one I think is going to be very interesting. Cat versus Kilyadi, I genuinely would not write Cat off. So much so, dare I do it? I'm actually so close to typing 3-1. It's not because Kilyadi's bad. It's because Cat is very freaking, like, cheeky. His playstyle, like, same as, like, B. Like, it's kind of like a mini B right now. And they're running a little scrim factory. I'm not really sure who Kilyadi has been scrimming with in prep for this. I imagine it's Dimu, maybe Baltoon as well. But Cat, I don't know, man. I've been seeing him the KPMMs. He's had some resounding weeks, some resounding results. Really surprising. And you can tell that him and B work together. Like, we had Numudan beating B, and then the next round, Numudan loses to Cat. And it's because the strategy that just broke B had been communicated and reiterated between Cat and B. So, like, you've almost got that brainchild thing you have to worry about. It's going to be the same with Louis MT and CSO, whereas formerly they would have been opponents, and that maybe leads to them not, like, being able to iterate and scrim with each other. Now CSO can be a backup partner for Louis because CSO didn't get a visa in time. Yeah, like, dude, when does Core not make stuff up? Yo, no, Core, they're talking about you. So, Louis MT versus Cat. I think this is going to still be Louis favored, but I feel like the thing that's going to be interesting from Cat, I see him at least getting one game. And the reason is his aggressive line he takes. Like, Louis, very good defender like we talked about. The difference between, like, Voldemar going aggressive and Cat going aggressive is like, Cat's is more off-meta a lot of the time. So I expect him to at least catch him off once, but I think, like, actually drafting more than anything will probably favor Louis in that series. So lower bracket-wise, we're going to have Voldemar, or Core if he can pull out the miracle, up against Kiljadi. Playstyle-wise, This to me is a Frio. I think I'm not sure what like Voldemar's win rate is against Kilyadi in comp. I want to say it's not quite high though. It's not very high though. Definitely not recently. I think Kilyadi takes a very aggressive line in a really good like meta. Good drafting, dude. Good drafting against like the cat creativity, right? Like I think Louis is just going to go for a very orderly draft, and it's going to like. I think the experience is going to play out quite well. For Voldemar, sorry, I just put 3-0 for, sorry, 0. Let me just correct that. That is a 0 for poor Voldemar. I think, like, realistically, the thing with Voldy is he's going to want to lean towards a defensive playstyle against Kilyadi, and I think that's a negative. Kilyadi exploits that very well. If you're, like, hyper good at defense play, like we're talking, like, top 6, it can make sense. I think Voldemar feels cozy in the walling meta and whatnot, but, like, ultimately, Kilyadi is a step ahead. And like someone can fact check me on this, but I want to say Kilyadi, like probably the last 5 times they've matched up, Kilyadi has wiped Voldy. Maybe Voldy got like 1 game. That's off the top of my memory, right? So definitely fact check me. But Kilyadi heading through, that means you can get the matchup against Cat. Ding ding, rematch. I just realized I pulled one of my Kilyadis away. Sorry, you can only have so many of them. I would say this matchup on a rematch. So we talked about like the creativity of Cat doing different things. Once that creativity has been figured out, oh my god, dude, the auto rotation. I want to say rematch, Kilyadi can take it. Voldy always took games, but he never took series, right? Cat is a standard player? For 90%? I don't know. I feel like in the midweek Masters more recently, he's been a little bit less standard. Cat is super standard. Is that like ladder play, or are you referring to like the way he drafts? I want to say like rematch, Kilyadi just takes it. Like, my feeling is that after 2 series, Cat will have splurged a lot of any creative builds that he's been cooking up with like the 3D clan members. Right? Guy does always do the same stuff. I want to say always does the same stuff. Not in the tournament games anyway. And, like, we have got very different maps here, right? Like, mountain clearing, Nagari, moving out. I don't know. I think that 3D clan, like B scrim time is going to come into handy there. So, that does in the end mean... Dude, oh my god, the copy and paste have been scuffed. In the end, that is going to mean Louis MT through and Kilyadi through. But this one, to me, like the thing's going to be interesting is, like, I think Cat does take quite an aggressive line. At least he has been recently in KPMMs. And I think that might make this quite an interesting series to watch. Like Kilyadi vs. Cat. So, in terms of playoffs, that means we're going to end up with Louis MT versus Demu. Which is always such a fun matchup. Like, those two, they play wild games on ladder all the time. They'll know each other quite thoroughly inside and out. In terms of what's going to happen here, Louis has been a bit of a question mark recently, right? I want to say the Louis we've seen at the start of this year isn't really the Louis we were expecting to see at the start of 2025. Like, compared to how 2024 was going, right? The question is whether Demu is going to be full on form. I think Ben will take it. But I think it's going to be a close one again. So I'd say like 3-2 there. The Beasty Kilyadi one is... I think Beasty wins that one, but what I will say is I could see a world in which Kilyadi gets a game. Like, watching some of the matchups today, there was like games, right? Like, there's usually Byzantine game where he was like almost there. It was just like 1 step missing. It's like, maybe he gets 1 game off of Beasty, but like, that's someone that I'd definitely be curious of statistically. I feel like when I've been watching them more recently in major tournaments, Beasty has... I mean, I don't think he's lost to him at all, but it's like, it's been close to, if not complete clean sweeps. So Beasty going to be coming through here. And that means we get Demu. Interesting as well, like, I want to say from a matchup playstyle perspective, Louis MT... At least, like, last year, I think you would have said he was more of a challenge than Demu for Beasty. because of the playstyle. But this time around, I don't know. Dimu's definitely been trying to cook some creative builds, right? Like, because he's sick of the Pro Scouts meta. Wonder if he's actually tapped into some nuggets. I think Louis MT, because he still plays for that later phase of the game, like Beasty would probably munch him up quite quickly with that in mind. In terms of final scoring here, maybe it's just kind of the obvious, but I think Beasty's going to take it. And I think Dimu... I could see him taking, like, 2 games there. Especially with some of the maps in mind, right? Like, you got a nice balance of old and known, and also old and forgotten, right? Like, Basin, I don't remember the last time we actually used Basin in competitive. It feels like it's been a while. Third place match. Louis versus Kiliadi. You guys reckon Kiliadi can take it? I think, there's still a big looming question mark over Louis, especially after EGC. And I think Louis is gonna, like, suffer on multiple angles. Like, part of me is wondering, like, have I actually overvalued him making playoffs? Like, yeah, like, Core's making a fair point. Like, so the jet lag... Chat, what do you think? Have I overrated Louis? Like, I think Kiliadi will be fine here. I'm just wondering if, like, I don't think any of my other results outside, like, you know, as in if you change this, like, Cat being Louis, I think Louis will still beat Voldy. But then I think, like, the LAN fatigue and everything else will kick him real fast. Like, maybe this one's even closer. Yeah, this kid is going to be the enigma. Because, like, the point that Core's making around, like, this guy's young, he's never left China. Sure, granted. But, like, honestly, I've seen players that just go into that environment and it doesn't change anything in their brain. And others, just that you would expect greater things from, completely crumble. It's like, this, like, right now, like, the biggest wild card is this guy right here. Louis will either just, like, completely shrink up into himself and not exist, or he'll somehow just thrive in the environment. But either way, I'd have him making, like, top 4. Best. But, yeah, like, obviously there's some variance here. Like we said, a lot of things could change here. I mean, maybe Core has been secretly practicing a lot more than I'm aware of. Maybe Kardi has as well. Like, last time we talked, I know he said he, like, you know, had issues with, like, the amount of work he had. Maybe he was baiting us. But, like, I don't know. I think Myriad, in the last few weeks, has been impressing me. One thing to keep in mind is, like, BO3s versus BO5s. I think where Myriad has been impressing me is in BO3s over BO5s. It's like, maybe that favors Core because I think that is likely to be the matchup in that side of the bracket, is that you're going to have, in Pool 1, it's going to be, like, what? Myriad versus DGP or Red Darksider. Other side is Core versus Elyona. Like, I think Core beats Elyona. Like, what's your record against Elyona, Core? Do you remember what it is? I don't know. You can check. Should we do, like, a few fact checks and see how accurate we were here? Let's do it. Let's do it. So let's open up the Liquipedia. And we can have a few ganders at these. I will say, like, instead of deep diving statistics, my brain just kind of, like, used rough memory. So we'll see if that actually pays off. But we need the matchup statistics thing. So... Oh, we can actually see... Oh, wait, we can't. Why does this not have stats attached to it? I hate it when the game does that. Or when the thingy does that. EGC Masters Winters. We won't go through to here. Some of these matchups we're talking about we might actually have here. So... Okay, so Core versus Elyona. Elio has 1 win. Yeah, Core has most, though. In fact, yeah, you beat him in the qualifier. I didn't. Yeah, there you go. So, like... So, yeah, Core should be in there. And then we were talking about the Myriad one. Like, yeah, I agree. You probably have it, like, on statistical history. Yeah, that was the KPM M15. Actually, yeah, that was quite recent. This Core convinced me. I think I stick to my guns because this video is getting long more than anything else. The other interesting one we were thinking about was Kiliardi versus... That's not right. Kiliardi versus Cat. 5 wins. Be it more... Ooh, okay, that's interesting, actually. So, look, the qualifier 1... You see, it actually went back and forth. Pretty tight. And then KPMN was split between them. So, like I said, I think generally that's going to be a close set. The Louis MT versus Voldemar, though, like, I'd still lean Louis. I think, like, the one that I'm not... The one that I'm not confident in right now is genuinely the... If we look back at these. I'd say the one I'm not confident in right now is the Louis Cat. And then, like, Louis... Like, actually, I'm already going to reassess. I think that the Dimu series isn't going to be that tight. I think the Dimu series, maybe Louis gets 1 game. That's my feeling on it. Outside that, like, I don't know. Like, maybe this is my wildcard estimation now that, like, we've seen the stats of Core vs. Myriad. But I don't know. Like, there was something about this weekend when I was watching Myriad play his games. I was like, this is pretty good. You know, like, yeah, he lost to Anatan, but like, I think there was a lot more clean execution than there's been historically for Myriad. So I definitely think he's been on the grind. But that's going to be it. Yes, I will be in Hamburg, guys. Remember, I'm going to be the stage host. I'm going to be the desk host for AoE 2. We'll look to make an appearance on Age of Empires 4. We will be live streaming the AoE 4 games on my Twitch channel, twitch.tv/killerpigeon, so you'll be able to catch the action live there. Should be a go-to place. But let me know what you think about this, guys. I mean, I think maybe there's some controversial takes here. I don't think Balteam versus Dumu being tight is controversial at all. Beasty, Frio, sorry, I forgot to put it there. Maybe people find the cat elements here, or the fact that, like, we've got Voldemar making over Kardi, or Core, like, being shunned by Myriad. I don't know. Like, you know, we've already got a lot of predictable outcomes, like Beasty winning the event, so maybe it's nice to have those spicy curve shots. But let me know what you guys think. Make sure you comment down below, share it around so that you can shame it later. I'm sure, like, Core, if he now goes on and does, like, a top 4 like performance, is going to have this as, like, a link in his Twitch channel every time. But let me know what you guys think, and I'll catch you in the next chapter. I don't know, man. I think I'm mostly happy with those results. Like, in my mind. Even if people think that, like, Cat is a predictable or standard player, I think he has some interesting variants, at least from what I've been seeing in KPMM. So maybe it's just the fact of new maps. My thought is, like, basing an old map kind of feels like a new map. Like, we saw that in the KPMMs. When you just don't have a map for a long time, you bring it back with the change to metas. It kind of changes the way the map functions. Moving out as well. Like, and how many bans are we talking? It's BO5, so there's, like, what? How many maps? 6, 11? So 2 bans each side. So you can get rid of, like, moving out, and you can get rid of, like, basin, right? But that then leaves, like, 4 lakes, which can still be funky, weird stuff. Mountain clearing, Nagari, Yamiyama. I don't know. I think Cal will do reasonably well. Yeah, Louis is definitely a question mark, though. It was always going to be a question mark. Because, like I said, some players will be crushed by the LAN expectations being in that environment. Others will just destroy. Like, some players, like, genuinely, some players' brains just don't function how you'd expect in that situation. Instead of them feeling any pressure, they genuinely just play the game and don't think about anything else. But, guys, it's been 5 hours. I think I'm going to get ready to round out. Bit of a chiller, slow stream today. But, yeah, this will be the final one. Hopefully I'll see some of you guys in Das Hamburg, yeah? With beers in hand. I'll be there from Wednesday. I'll be getting in the evening, and then action kicks off on Thursday. I'll be there doing the stage hosting. I'll see about maybe slipping by the Age of Empires 4 broadcast from time to time, seeing where we can slot in. But thank you guys. It's been a pleasure. YouTube, I'm going to end it now. I'll see you all